The Monza Autodrome, a track that has made itself known to be a true staple of motorsport by both drivers and fans alike since its grand opening in 1922. And while it's gone through some changes through its lifetime, it's certainly always brought about some of the best high-speed action you'll ever see in motorsport. And while the champions have been crowned here, there's certainly one thing that sets apart this track, is that the stories this track has made. And what better story than that of an underdog? From Sebastian Vettel's 2008 domination in the Toro Rosso to just 12 years later with Pierre Gasly doing the same thing in the exact same team, it certainly brought about some shocking moments and some great highlights of some minor teams that might never see the podium make that shocker decision from there. But the question today, folks, is will we see another story like that? Or will Remilton continue on with our winning streak? But first, hello everybody and welcome to round 4 of the RCI 6-hour esports series, where today we're kicking off the second half of the season quite in high gear today, where we're here in Monza. It's just a full-on fast-paced track, so of course you have to hit it in high gear. You join here today with myself, Matt Malcolm, and alongside with me today you have the brilliant Jesse Lee and Stewie Hallman behind the cameras. But we can't forget those brilliant stewards in the door next door to us. Jesse, it's great to be here, especially when we're at a track that is bright and sunny as Monza. What do you think we should expect from today?
Hello, Malk. Hello, everybody watching at home. Well, I think high gear is an apt term as any for today because everyone is going to be trying to extract every last kilometer per hour out of the car. If that means taking the wing down a little bit, maybe revving it just a little bit higher, a draft wouldn't go amiss either. It's all about speed around here at Monza. And you also said something else that's quite apt as well. Underdog teams have come to Monza time and time again and performed and outperformed more stout competition because the draft, the pace, and the track itself is a great equalizer. What do I expect today? I expect the unexpected.
Oh, certainly is. And what teams will we have today here, especially with the one we're looking at today with Lewis Rotters for the BS Plus competition. Now, they joined mid-season. They joined at round 3 at Watkins Glen, but they made such a great impression going into there. They disqualified the P7. They had to take a 5th-place grid penalty because of them joining mid-season, but they pulled themselves all the way up towards getting the podium spot in their first attempt here at Watkins. So it'd be exciting to see what the BS Plus competition's got to bring up, especially when it comes into the second half of to this race today. But what we'll do is, yeah, sorry, my fault is dropping me over today. So we'll go over the entry list. So we'll go over the entry list for today. I do apologize, folks. My microphone's cut off for me. So we currently on the standings for today, we currently have Ren Walton currently dominating the championship with leading the first 3 races in first place, but not far behind with 197 points. We have the 255 competition, but also not far behind as well. You've got the Coach Dave Academy of the 32 Ferrari with 164 points. We have the double Veloces, both the 39 and the 59, both in 162 and 142. So there'll be a little bit of competition between them both. And especially for Rimmelton for Ignite in P6, not far behind the Veloces. They'll be trying to aim for their share on the points, 129. P7, you got CRT.Pro with 123 points. Well, that's matched alongside with BF Racing Esports, so the 27 Ford. Visceral Esports, the 45 Aston Martin on 120 points, with Homer Sim Racing Esports on 117 points at P10. With RCI Esports Blue with 112 points of it in one of the only Bentleys that are here today. And in P12, you have the MGITG setups at 104 points.
Outside of the top 12, the number 800 Veloce Esports car sitting at 101, the last car on triple-digit championship points. 14th place, West Competition Racing on 98. Rinwelton for Future sits at 94. Visceral Esports, number 44, has 84 points to their name in 16th place. STR Esports in that Mustang, 83 points, tied with Gladius Competitions 201 for the 17th spot. BS Plus Competition has 71 points in the 19th place position. A late joiner to the championship has made their way and made their presence known quite often since their joining. Williams Academy 777 on 69 points, just inside the top 20. Very nice for them. Gladys Competition 202 with 61 points, tied with Brabham's Motorsport number 62 for the 21st spot. Williams Academy 776 on 59, and Drive Just Boys Classic just inside the top 24 with 55 points.
I just love the names for all these drivers and teams here today. Running up 25th, you got Madcap Racing with 54, with G League Esports Elite with 52 points in the 49 Aston Martin, along with Sky Sim Sports with just a point behind from the Esports Elite guys. Best of Sports and with 47 points in the 51 Ferrari, and Run Welton for Friends on 44 points with the 72 Ferrari. Dynamic Motorsports by Lynch with 43 points, with Skidmark Racing with 42 points in the one. I think it's the only BMW that is here today. With Verinso Supposi Racing and 41 points in the Lamborghini, with RCI Esports Red with 36 points in the 799 Bentley. And then you got in 34th, you got Brabham Motorsports 52 with 33 points, with Gladius Competition with 31 points. And to round off towards the top 36, you got 5-Star Racing with 26 points.
So many teams in competition here in this championship, but the final page, 37th, Flyby in Prime, 22 points, tied with Pratham Esports there for 37th place. It's tight at the top, tight at the bottom as well. Prime E-Racing with 19 points, 1 point in front of Low Fuel Motorsports in the 256 Mustang with 18 points in 40th. Outside the top 40, Team Nitro, 15 points. Drive Just Boys FU2, 14 points to their name. Flyby Esports number 95 with 8 points. And the Visceral Esports car, the 123, has no championship points. And I believe the asterisk indicates a late joiner. 44 cars in all have taken or will take a spot in this championship. Qualifying already underway. The car's just about done with their flying lap. And these two cars already doing something that we should expect to see most of the qualifying session and perhaps even the day, Malk. They're drafting around here.
Certainly is. It's going to certainly be playing along the team game here, especially with a lot of teams here all sharing very similar names with each other. But it's also could be a chance to maybe sneak away with trying to gain on your competition as well, because having clean air is great, but also being in the draft is also better as well. As times to start coming in, you got Salsa in the 74, Remelton for Future, the 46.5 at the meantime. Everybody else within about a second of that time. So times are very close in the meantime. We'll just wait and see what the rest of the teams will come up with, especially with our heavy hitters such as the Renwald and the 255 competition, who have yet to set their laps from what I can see on the timetable. So will we see 45s today, Jesse, or are we pushing our luck here?
It's a little warm. It might get close. We'll see if we get down into the 45s, and especially with the cars driving off the racetrack like that, it's not really going to help. But it's possible that we shave an entire half a second off of that. But track temperature at 30 degrees C. It's gonna be an interesting task. Can it happen? Sure. Will it? Well, we will see if somebody gets the right lap, the right time, and the right place. Sauer out in front of the field right now, 46.575 for the number 74 Aston. And the Astons have had their way with a large part of this field this season. And no matter what they've done with the BOP, somehow the Astons continue to find a way to work it out.
It's what happens when there's a majority of them, because I mean, at some point, the majority is going to make some sort of impression on the full-on grid. I mean, right now, the most of the competition here is, I think it's about 70% of the cars that are on track today are Ferraris and Aston Martins. So it's just, they're both very capable cars. They're both very stable on their own platforms as well, especially with the track variations that we've got for this esports series. So it's all, of course, there'll be a very popular car between them all, Jesse. But as we go through Lomi, you can see the Lamborghini's just trying to get the full-on tow from the likes of the Gladius car. But you gotta have to be careful because, say, for example, if you brake too deep, you're going to go into the back of them, and that's what a lot of the competition is. So with Zimbal trying to make sure he can keep it tidy, a little bit of grass touching there, but still looks to be validating on his time so far. But it's just trying to, the Aston Martin's there. It just follows them straight into the gravel trap there. That's certainly going to lose them time going through onto the straight. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not they've gained any time or have just completely lost this lap.
They are exiting Lesmo 2 with a determination and ferocity that I have not seen in a very long time. Nearly every car just completely going off the track on the absolute ragged edge. The Lamborghini there has almost certainly invalidated and is pulled over. They're going to make some changes as Zimbal in the number 6 Lamborghini. It's a 1-2 lockout at the front for Renwelton right now. Leon Bunt in the 73 a lap ago took the pole position away by 48/100ths of a second, 46.527. Good enough for pole right now. Their sort of teammate Sauer has taken the 74 Renwelton car back to the pit lane. Makovkin in the 138 up to third now, 88/100ths. 3 cars under a blanket necessarily, under 1/10 from each other, but that was not to last very long as Bunt goes across the line again and takes an additional 2/10 off.
Competition is steeping up together, especially with, like, let's say the top 15 being within half a second at this point. So
Hutchinson with a lap into P2.
I know that, just saw that came through, just an absolute banger of a lap from Hutchinson. So there's still plenty of time to gain. We've only gone through the first few minutes of qualifying, and we've already starting to see some absolute bangers hanging onto the track at the minute. But again, with just over 11 minutes, just under 12 minutes to go, I should say, there's still plenty of time for every team to try and gain a little bit of time. Currently, right now, the championship leaders of Renwelton of car 71 currently sitting at P18, being about 4 tenths off at this time. So it's quite interesting to see how close this competition is and how much a single tenth is going to impact you on the standings, Jesse.
Yeah, it's sort of a shame. We've heard a lot about the Bentley and the balance of performance and that sort of thing, but the truth of it is it hasn't really amounted much to the RCI house teams in this championship. It felt like a couple of times where they may have had an advantage. It didn't really go their way. Some stewarding decisions and then some self-inflicted wounds, which I guess stewarding decisions are self-inflicted wounds as well. But I digress. Has kind of limited their potency in these cars, and I don't think they've had a single round where they've been able to show exactly what these cars are made of. Is today the day? We will certainly have to see. Just about half of the qualifying time has elapsed, and times are certainly tumbling for several of the cars. Felipe Brecha does go quicker that time. It's good enough for 22nd place. It was a 46.875, not quite inside the top 20. Bunt continues to lead Hutchinson, and Lomi now up into third place. The 201, Del Fonte and Sauer now make up your top 5, and 2 cars, I'm sure you spotted them out, completely tied for P2, or well, now they're tied for P3 as O'Sullivan goes P2 for Visceral Esports, but those cars tied for third. Jade Hutchinson gets to keep that third place spot over Lamy because Hutchinson ran the lap first, even though they ran the exact identical time.
Yeah, common rule in motorsports. If you set it first, you get the top place off all of it. But again, we're seeing some better times coming through with Boothby also taking the second place currently right now, Booth in a 10th of the other Ferrari. So it seems the Ferraris are doing a really good job here, as well as, like to say, of the Ford Mustangs. Because if you remember, well, last week we had the community 6-hour community series as well. So currently, as we go, I bring up the results here. Currently, the Bentleys on the Connection Lost Racing and nearly on pace took the 1-2 finish at Monza here, and then you've got the WR and JSM Motorsport running up the top 3 in the Lamborghini Huracan. For the silver, you got the Willy Slow Racing team with the Ford Mustang taking first place, along with Kaiju Racing taking the other two top spots there in the Bentley. So the Bentley seems to be very good on the race pace sort of setting there, Jesse. So it could be an interesting result for our in-house teams here today.
Yeah, shout out to all those community teams, nearly on pace. Connection Lost Racing, Kaiju. Who won it in the other category in front of Kaiju? Did you say, Mel?
It was Wheelie Slow Racing team.
And yeah, there you go. And Wheelie Slow. You're talking about teams that are, I would argue, on their behalf that they are the backbone of the RCI community and racing in the community esports series, and every single one of them deserving winners and deserving of their trophies in the community series. Well done to all of our podium finishers in last week's community event, and well highlighted by you, I might add.
Yeah, it's just obviously the community series. Of course, you can still join it if you want to. You can sign up today at rci.com, or racerci.com, sorry. But you can sign up for any point in the series. We've got 2 more rounds to go. We've got not Monza, because we've just done that. We've got Spa and the finale at Barcelona. So it'll be 2 exciting tracks to go for the next couple of months, Jesse. So we'll be excited to see what the rest of the competition is going to bring out, especially for the likes of Sam Gasco, that seems to be pulling off a great turn towards Parabolica, to see if this is able to bring him up a little bit further up towards the table. Well, just under half a second in P19 as well. Just goes to show with these esports drivers that they have what it takes just to be getting the fine, minute details. And I'm seeing a lot of drivers as well hitting almost exactly the same time, or within thousandths of a second, Jesse. It just goes to show how precise a lot of these drivers are.
George Boothby has gone P2, a little bit more than 1/10 off the overall pace by Renwelton, but the 800 for Veloce Esports closing the gap, and I spied the top 30 all within 9/10 of a second, not even a second, 9/10 of a second of each other. We're asked quite often, actually, what the difference between a regular driver and an esports driver is. Well, it's precision. It's this. So many times that are close to being tied or are tied, like Davinza Hacker and Lee, who are tied currently for 11th position right now. Hutchinson and Lamy still tied for 5th place. And you got to go all the way outside the top 30 something before you get outside that second bracket. You do pub lobbies on any given Saturday afternoon. You can do it today, and you will not see a lobby anywhere near this close. These are the drivers, these are the teams at the absolute pinnacle of their sport, and they're absolutely showing it. Abeladze for the 255. I was wondering where the 255 competition was in this quali session. Well, now they're on the front row of the grid. 63 100s off of Renwelton for the pole position.
Yeah, you can't count them out just yet. They've been the force that has been behind Renwelton all this time. So it's not unexpected to see them quite high on, especially almost taking pole position. But what is surprising is where's the 71? I'm not current, because that's a bit of a shocker. But they're currently P25 if I'm not mistaken. So they're about half a second off from the time. So if they are in that position, that's really going to blow this championship up around the water. But I wouldn't count it out just yet. There's still plenty of time. There's still a whole 6-hour race to take care of. This is not a qualifying sprint, unfortunately, which it's always fun to see some sprints, but when you're playing the long game, you just have to think about what the next hour's going to bring.
Certainly is. We've seen some of the top teams have to fight back from adversity. It may not look at that when you look at the championship standings, but some of them have. Nobody has really lived at the pinnacle the entire time, despite Renwelton absolutely dominating. But Tobias Grunwald finding themselves in a potential spot of bother here. It isn't that I don't think they can come back from starting in 25th. They certainly can. They have the driver lineup, they have the star power and the ability and the car under them. What I worry about more than anything else is being in the middle of the pack at Monza. If it was almost anywhere else, it would be a sort of a secondary issue, but we will not need to discuss that further, because Tobias Grunwald has improved for the 71 Red Mountain, your championship leader, up inside the top 12. But even there, that still sort of mid-packish That's in a precarious position if you're coming in with a lead. This could be a classic trap race for a championship leader.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it also could be easily the danger zone as well, especially with the
Or at
likes of
least
the
the highway to it.
yeah, the highway is certainly highway to it, especially when it comes to the infamous turn one here at Monza. So when it comes to that first chicane there, it is known as a death trap to many. When it comes either to public lobbies, to leagues, or even to esports level, it can all go wrong there at lap one, turn one. It just happens at any point of motorsport when it comes to that, because you don't expect when people are going to brake. You don't know if there's going to be collisions ahead. You don't know what's going to happen with the car behind you. So when it comes to a corner like that, you just have to be on the maximum focus when it comes to that. But you see, as Culper to Remote for friends, look, I don't think they improved onto there. I just looked away for just half a second there. But Lomi, they increased by 4 cents, so they did increase themselves up into P20. Onto there. Lomi in P201 has currently pushed himself to P4 with 2 tenths off the Gladius competition, so they'll certainly be happy to get themselves up into the second row. But again, Sauer with the Aston Martin 74, he's pulled upon a decent lead onto there, just over a tenth and a half on the rest of the competition, Jesse. So 2.5 minutes to go. Do you think we'll see some any more shockers here so far, or do you think this will be about it?
Well, everybody's certainly out there on the racetrack right now. You may just have enough time to come into pit road right now, make an adjustment, and get back out there. And I think a couple of cars have done just that. In fact, there's only one car in the pit lane, and that's the 24. But everybody else is out there. I think they're trying to get heat pressure in the tire to make one final run at it. I think we've seen significant invalidated laps here in this qualifying session. The positive is, if you race on the community weekly series here at RCI, you get maybe 10-15 minutes for quali. They had 20 or so minutes of qualification here today, so it's a little less of an issue. But even still, you get to this point, the sharp end of the qualifying session, it starts to compact, and you got basically one shot to make it all work. And Marco Lamy for Gladys Competitions taking the inside of the racetrack here, and I think he might be pulling over, and in fact he is. That's going to be qualifying over for the 201
The game
Gladius
plays though.
Competitions. He certainly did. That tells me though, Mount, he didn't have enough fuel to do another lap.
Yeah, sometimes it's just about trying to maximize it, and with these guys here, they take the lowest amount of weight they can take. So unfortunately, they can't disassemble more of their car, so just gonna have to take the fuel out of it. So going into this, they have to make sure to get as low fuel as they can. Yes, it might ruin their chance for another hot lap if they can prepare one, but certainly is not any more of a challenge for it. They can certainly work around it. But Sawyer from Wimbledon for Future, still currently holding the pole position there with a Ferrari going off at the side there. That's a 73 Ferrari. Yeah, it was. So they must have been giving them might have given them this a little bit of the toe what they need just to pull ahead of the competition. But with the other guy, with Burnett and Lomi, the 73 and 201, there's not going to be any competition between him and those two guys there. But there can still be a shocker lap being put in here that can topple them over. But they seem to be holding it together. They're going to try and see if they push any bit more further onto there. Currently on the premium for Gladius, we'll try and see whether or not they can get themselves further up on the grid. So going through the Scary section here is a very bumpy section here, especially if you take those curves with a sausage. Sometimes if you take the exit of a Scary just a bit wrong, you can actually lift the car fully off the ground, and that can really send you into a wall with dangerous conditions.
Yeah, it certainly can be the case. You got to pay attention. You got to watch out. I just was told by a broadcaster, Stewie, that the provisional pole sitter, Winwilton for Future, has invalidated their lap. We're watching Alberto Prina for Gladys, and sure, why not? Top 10 in their last ditch lap, a 46.477. Pretty much all of the top 5 excepting one car into the pit lane. We got close to a 45. Got within a tenth and a half, but didn't quite get there. Track just a little bit too warm. It's actually warmer now than when we started, 1 degree warmer in fact. Bowden's for G League Esports, the number 49, looking to improve from a top 20 spot as well. Valentin Berrier out there on the track in the 39 as well, looking to improve. This Lucas Scheckenberger, the fly by prime 595. This is the wrong end of the field. This is the end of the field you don't want to be in. Looking to improve though.
That's it.
Oh,
Oh,
nope,
God. It
nope,
just seems to have.
nope.
Yeah, they must have
Uh,
lost it at the very end of Parabolica and then just
Yep,
had enough.
I think that was a certified esport moment right there. Lewis Fleischer goes across the line, improves. 14th place is about where they will start. Jordan Daly has had not a whole lot of luck here in qualifying, looking to get out of the bottom themselves. Will it be an improvement? It is, but not enough to gain them a spot.
No, so, but again, so I would definitely want to say out to that top 37 within a second
Mm,
of the time. You just can't get anywhere else. Nowhere else you'll find anything like that with these esports guys. But as we round it off towards the timings here, we got this Ren Melton for Friends currently taking the pole position with I'd say with a 255 competition taking second place with a 46,297. So they'll be trying to get as much points and try and close that gap between the Ren Melton main team. Burnett gets third place with a 46.3, with Lomi with P4 with 46.3, and Gaskell running off the top 5 there with a 46.3. So going on into that, with all these times here, with when you go into the race itself, there's going to be a lot of like trial and contemplate. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of trials going on when it comes to like trying to manage your pace, trying to manage the strategy, and everything else in between. So with teams having like sort of similar pace, what do you think is the best position when it comes to like trying to get ahead of the competition?
well, I'm greedy. I'm going to take pole or outside pole. Sometimes we see the outside pole position lending itself to staying out of a little bit more trouble, or maybe being able to get the jump on the leader and sort of hold them up and bury them a little bit. We've seen that in a lot of the 1 hour races before. That's also a possibility. I like to be inside the top 10 in general, or I like to be at the back of the pack in the back couple of rows just to see what happens on lap number one. And so often it's not lap one that's the big problem. Everybody is so aware of not creating a lap one incident. What happens was they get through lap one, you relax a little bit. Lap two, the second time through T1, the first chicane and the second chicane, that's where it all kicks off. And even then, it can happen if there is no big accident. It can happen again and again and again. And that's what you don't want to happen. And more often than not, there's some calamity in turn one. There's also usually a bigger incident in the second chicane as well. Will we see it today with this many drivers at the top of their sport? Who knows? We will certainly have to wait and see.
So wait and see, indeed. So, but another place I definitely want to go shout out to is the Ascari section. That's definitely
Mm,
another place that seems to be a very common place where people seem to lose it, especially with the community series. When I was driving onto it last week, there was quite a few people that were a bit too greedy on the curbs, I will say. So that's definitely
sure.
something else. That's something else that'll be on to the point there. But yeah, as we round off towards as our drivers will be ready to get themselves onto their formation lap, I just want to give a quick shout out to our partners. So you'll currently see all our partners in the bottom left hand side of the screen as they go by, but we'll start off with AK Esports. AK Esports is one of the top providers of premium esports services and equipment. So if you need anything that can help evaluate towards your competitive experience, whether it's from say the hardware to expert coaching or even just in planning and events, also help us provide our service here, so they can always ensure a nice, smooth, reliable service and provide a great racing for everybody. So you can check out their link in our description and see if you believe they can help you out. But when it comes to racing, especially when it comes to trying to set yourself up and you need to go fast, what better way to go fast than with Go Setups? They've expertly crafted car setups for every car along the Assetto Corsa competition line there, whether it's from GT3s to GT4s or even to the M2 competitions. They help out get your dry racing qualifying laps or even wet tracks as well, so they can be able to help you out from any points of there. And they're always crafted by a plethora of the esports stars, so you can be sure that they spent the nice time, love, the absolute fun out of it. So if you want to check them out, definitely check out the link in the descriptions, especially with their more recent setups where they've branched into the hybrid setups, so you can able to switch between the dry and wet setups because they can able to help you blend to that whenever you're doing your endurance racing. And also that as well, we've also partnered with Moser Racing. Moser Racing are one of the leaders in high quality sim racing gear. They always give out some great products when it comes to their wheelbases, the real rims, and especially when it comes to with how everything when it comes to with the how they take care of all their products. So if you want to boost your experience and make the step up into direct drive, if it's your first time or you're looking for a new set sort of wheelbase you're looking for, you can definitely check out Moza as our link in the description below. But we've also got a sponsor for our esports series. We've got IMB, who's also helping contributing to our prize giving as well. So IMB, they are a racewear company. They help out with buying things like your gloves, your boots, socks, anything else, anything that is racing wear equipment. They always offer some of the best options when it comes to that, especially with how high quality their gloves are. I even have a set of gloves myself. They're absolutely amazing onto there. So if you want to check them out, they can definitely be in our description below as well. But yeah, as we wait on to ourselves going on to our drivers are still waiting on the servers to open up. I just want to go back and just recap over the season, Jesse, and we've actually had some pretty good races going through in the last three races, especially with us in Silverstone when it was a completely damp track, and then when we had it dry for a certain period. But it's seemed to be my favorite race of the esports series. I want to say, Jesse, but
Yeah,
what would be yours?
absolutely. Oh man, it's kind of hard to bet against Silverstone because of the mixed conditions. I think Watkins Glen was almost a wild card style race, so almost in the akin to Monza a little bit. But I'm gonna have to agree with you, partner. I'm gonna have to go back to Silverstone. There were so many unknowns going into that race. The weather changed up several times, and 71 Renwelton won that race as well. But as you recall, and anyone who watched that race, they weren't always in control of that race. They had to fight their own strategy. They had to fight through the pack and they had to overcome their own adversity to get that win. And for that reason, I think I also have to pick Silverstone because we had what, four or five different leaders in that race, and any of them
It
at
was just
any point
chaotic.
could have won that race.
Yeah, it was just absolutely amazing with it just like with how close the competition is with all these drivers here, trying to maximize every single second or not even second, down to the milliseconds is what makes racing like this great as well. So especially with the likes of with despite the fact that Renwelton has won the first three races, we've had an absolute banger of the first half of the season when it came to the competition of everybody that's competed so far. So I just want to say, if you're listening into it, I just want to say thank you for being with us and thank you for racing in our series, and especially when you brought us some of the best racing I've seen.
Absolutely concur and echo those sentiments exactly. We're talking about teams and the championship standings. I mean, going back to Silverstone, what might have been for Coach Dave Academy in the 32, it's obviously not over. They're still in the hunt, but if they don't finish outside the top 10 in Silverstone, they're up there competing with 255 competition and Renwelton 71. They're right in the thick of it if they don't have that one bad finish. And the thing is, if it happened to Coach Dave Academy, it can happen to Renwelton 71. It can happen to the 255 competition car. It can happen to anybody. I will mention though, 71 did improve. We last left them in quali. They were up to about 12th or so. They did improve upon that. I think they're starting about 6th or so in today's race. So the drama's absolutely resolving themselves there.
Well, it just goes to show that even though you might have a slightly even you can't expect you can't expect the expected. You have to expect the unexpected when it comes to that, especially when teams can make a jump just like at a snap of your fingers when it comes to that, Jesse.
Certainly is the case. We're just waiting for the drivers to populate the server, strap in their starting driver, and get the signal from race control that they will go out on the pace lap. And while we're doing all that, we're Sitting here talking with you, Jesse Lee and Matt Malcolm with you, with Stewie bringing you the pictures for the day. And we're also reading chat, often do here at RCI TV. A lot of chatters from both YouTube and Twitch out there cheering on their favorite cars, their favorite teams. West Competitions mentioned over here, Gladys and VSR. We've also got the 255 competition and Davi also getting represented in the various chats. And folks, if you are with us here live today, we would very much appreciate it if you would subscribe over on YouTube or follow us over on Twitch. We would appreciate it very, very much. And thank you so much if you do. But not missing anything on the track, as you can see, because they're not on the track. They're in the garage. Malk, now's the time. Final preparations. Get the quick driver in? Question mark. I'm asking you, crew chief.
Well, that's always the biggest question when it comes to just finding out. But no, it's so it doesn't really matter what driver you put into it. It's going to be the first hour is going to be is whether or not you'll be looking for the person that's the fastest but can burn through the tire the fastest, or it could be a slightly slower driver but can handle double stints. It's really sort of dependent when it comes to how the strategy's been playing out for this for today, especially for last week for the community series. The temperature was continuing to increase, so it was better to take your double stints early. So we'll probably see some people double stinting early. We might see people on the alternative strategy. So it really sort of depends on how they want to play it out for the for when they want to do their double stints. Because of course, with this series here, we are having a limited tire set, so you've got 4 sets of tires for the 6 hours. So there has to be 2 double stinted sessions for each of our cars today. So it'd be interesting to see what they come up with.
I didn't really think of it like that, but you've convinced me. I think that you're going to put the driver that you're most comfortable with working through traffic, and that's not always your quickest or your hot shoe. That is the driver who is able to potentially strategize the best out there or make the best
Consistency is key.
decisions. Exactly. I know that some teams have a driver that they would prefer to have in a defensive or offensive situation versus a driver that would be a hot lapper or a hot shoe, as we call it here in the States. I don't suspect you call them hot shoes in the UK.
I think it's just not just hot shots. I want to call it just more saying as hot shoes is a little bit out there for us over on this side of the pond. But currently, right now, that's all our drivers lining up on towards the grid. They still got their formation laps to take on, so they'll be
God,
heading
there's
around.
so many pretty cars.
Oh, the liveries are just outstanding. I just can't believe of how imaginative that some of these drivers are. A lot more imaginative than I am, anyway, when it comes to designing liveries and all that sort of way. But no, as we go through there, just so many colors, so many shading. It's absolutely lovely to see them all. You got any ones that stand out to you, Jesse?
Well, I think the Renwelton Rusty's inspired car is certainly one of them. It's hard to bet against the 255 competition.
Certain favorite one because they all have their unique elements, what makes them their own special kind of livery.
Shout out to all of the teams. I know a lot of these teams probably have a graphics designer that does this for them, and
They're in their basement at the minute.
Shout out to every single one of them for making these cars very, very, very good to look at. And I hope that you all get paid very handsomely for this, because some of these cars, the majority of them, I would say, are just immaculate. And I would love to see some of these cars on a real life grid. I think a lot of these painters, they have the talent to do exactly that. And some of them probably do. In fact, I know in some other sims, they sort of moonlight as painters for the sims, but their day job is actually to do graphics for real race cars. But either way, just a brilliant grid, lovely car. There's the Coach Dave car that is, I mean, quite frankly, iconic. The
It's
black,
simple,
white,
but
and red livery.
it's simple, but it's iconic. That's what
Yep.
makes that one special as well. And I do like the Sky Sim Sport one as well. It's also one of
It's
those
got
ones that's
chrome
just
blue on it. How could you not
yeah.
like it?
Yeah, it's got a nice shine to it as well. But there's just some of them that's got such great like the BMW on the right there. It's got such brilliant angles. It just doesn't feel symmetrical or sort of like traditional sort of racing. It's got that own unique spin that just makes a team. It makes its team own identity when it comes to the when they take the cars on track.
I don't know about you, Malk, but whenever I'm driving a car that I like the look of, even though I'm sitting behind the wheel, I can't really look at it when I'm in it. It extra motivation for me, I
Oh
think,
yeah,
to perform. And when you perform well or you get wins in a car that you quite like, those ones to a driver, strangely, and it may sound weird to people that don't race, but it's extra special because not only did you win a race, which is special on itself, it's extra special because you did it in a car that you really like. By the way, you're about to see my favorite car, the skid mark car, the orange BMW that has a wonderful tire tread stripe down the entire car. What a wonderful job it is. Final preparations, last minute checks for all of the teams on the grid. And if my eyes didn't deceive me, there was a blank spot near the top 10. One car has not made it to the grid as far as I know, unless they have joined in late. But I do believe I spied an empty grid marker there. Malk, though, my question to you is, heart racing a little bit if you're on this grid right now, no matter where you are?
yeah, it certainly is. Sorry, I'm having a bit. I'm sorry, I'm just being distracted by a cat at the minute, so I'm trying to walk it right past me. Oh, especially that's always great when you have screens on there. But yeah, everybody seems to have brings their full love into the racing when it comes to that, Jesse.
Yeah, I think more than anything at a time like this, it's just about focusing up, and the heart rate will continue to go up as the pace lap comes down to an end, and you don't really know what to expect. I think if you're at the very front of the grid, maybe your heart rate's a little lower. If you're at the very back, maybe it's a little lower. If you're in the middle, you're just hoping that you are not the person that sets off a chain reaction here. You don't want to be involved in an incident, but you certainly don't want to be the one that sets it all off. My goodness.
Yeah, I certainly don't have the heart to be in the middle. My heart can't. I get really nervous when I'm driving in some way or another. So I don't know why. It's just sometimes the nerves just take over you when you least expect it, Jesse.
Well, PN Motorsports joined us in the Twitch chat and has said how many will be involved in an incident in the first chicane. Hot take from me in the booth this morning. None.
Zero?
I
Yeah,
think they make it through the first
I'm
chicane. I think the trouble starts at the second chicane.
yeah. That's definitely a good one as well, especially when it comes to high speed braking points as well. But yeah, I mean, for the community series, it was actually relatively clean lap one. It was actually, well, from what you said, it was lap two when we start to see some incidents, and some people, yeah, it's whether or not you're just misjudging the speed on the cars ahead or behind you. It's all sort of really dependent on what comes about in the next few minutes as our drivers are coming round to finish off their formation lap. But trying to see whether or not they're trying to get the heat in the tires or trying to take out as much heat as they can. But the 255 certainly want to keep their tires nice and toasty as they go through into the likes of turn one. But it certainly is going to be an interesting one as we go up towards the main straight towards turn one. So we'll just wait and see what happens from there.
Is it a good time to double stint? You mentioned that briefly as we were sitting in the garage waiting to take to the grid. So my question, is it a good time to double stint? Maybe if you have a clean and mostly eventless first hour, because they only have, what, 4 tire sets. So you're going to have to double stint twice today, as you will have done the previous 3 rounds in this championship. Is it good to knock that out early and have an extra set of tires later in the race? What would you do in this situation?
If it was up to me, what I would do is I would definitely double stint for the first set, because you want to take full advantage of the cooler track, because the track, I think we are still early in the morning here at Monza, so as the day goes by, we're on a green track as well, so it really sort of depends on how well you can able to manage the tires within the first stint. If you feel like you can keep going, then I say keep going, but if you can't, and I say you can't. But what you have to be aware of is when it gets hotter, that's when the graining starts getting in, and you have to try and offset that to make sure you don't grain your tires too much to the point where it's undrivable. So getting it done out of the way early is also good. or when you take a fresh set of tires, you're on clean air as well. You can hit nearly qualifying laps every single lap. That's especially what I did for the for the community series, because we punted off early for double stints, and then that was us taking our full single stints in clean air.
Well, folks,
But
we're glad to have you with us. Round number 4 of the RCI 6-hour Esports Championship. We're live here at Monza, 6 hours of racing. Bryn Welton for future on pole position, shares the front row with the 255 competition car. Your championship leader, the Bryn Welton 71, a few rows back from that. What can we expect from today? Everybody waiting with bated breath as we drive down into turn number 1 for the very first time. Matt Malcolm, take us away.
yeah, it's a lineup. They're going about 69, 70 kilometers an hour, and making sure they don't overspeed at this time. They also, as they line up there, they get going, and it's green lights here as they go towards the lights of turn 1. Remember, for Friends seems to be having a good start onto there. The 255 seem to be side by side, but you've got Bernadette in the Ferrari trying to look on the outside line. There, it's a little bit of contact between the likes of the two Astons there, but so far so good, so they keep it clean. Going on to the likes of turn 1, little bit of door bang there. The Williams going straight on towards the escape road there. A little bit more contact, but all in all, it's not been so bad.
One car spun in the back, and nope, didn't make it all the way around. They were able to save it.
One car, just as I said, it was going all well so far.
Hey, but he didn't go all the way around now, so I think we're good. As here we go down into turn number, well, the second chicane anyway.
And, they're going
to be just about 3 wide at all. Several cars have gone around. They're having to reverse back off of the racing line, and they will have to rejoin in a safe manner. One car further back, I think that's a Bentley taking the escape road as directed. The 99 involved several cars off in the second chicane.
Yeah, you also had our 25. That was between the 255 competition and the Ferrari that was P3 as well. So that's quite a few cars that have been into those incidents there. So the 255 is definitely going to have to get their money back, especially as they go to charge themselves up towards the field. So with that happening, it's going to really upset the likes of the team when it comes to the championship points. But the likes of Bryn Welton also seems to be impacted as well, because I don't see them in the top 10.
Looks like the 45 is the car leading the race right now as we go to the Parabolica for the very first time today, as we'll have a replay of that surely in a moment or two when things settle down here just a little bit. But yep, that's absolutely the case. Gladys now in P2, Veloce number 800 with George Boothby behind the wheel in third place as we exit lap 1. And some manner of major incident occurred at the very beginning of the race.
That's a
and it's
big
gone
hit
wrong
from
here.
the Ferrari. Just digging it just too deep.
Completely missed the corner.
That seems to be that they were trying to aim for the qualifying braking zone rather than the racing one there. Because when you're qualifying, you have to go 150 meters. When you're racing, you want to aim for 200 meters, just so you're able to get not to punt anybody off like we just saw there. You can see a Veloce car behind there trying to duck and weave, but the Williams Mercedes taking full advantage of the Veloce car, making that simple mistake there. But he hasn't secured it yet. You've got the Aston Martin still on the inside line, with the Williams going around the outside so far. A little bit of a bang there, a little special with the Veloce and Coach Dave car going through into Lesmo 2 here. Williams taking a little bit easy off that Lesmo 2, trying to get a better exit onto there, but over contact again between Veloce and the Coach Dave car, Szymanski. But so far it's been an act of aggression for a lot of cars recently.
Yeah, you got to make hay while you can, and it gets no more aggressive than Herbert Szymanski and the 55 Veloce car, as somehow Hubert does get around eventually. And look at these guys all over each other here in the mid-pack, fighting for positions. It'll never be as easy as it is right now to make up positions, but you've got to make sure you're doing it cleanly. You don't want to get reported and have to have the ire of the stewards, the live stewards. Well, they will certainly not like some of the contact that we've seen, but it is the 45 out in front of this field for Visceral Esports, leading the group, and almost it would appear as if they have been gifted the lead and they are trying to get out of Dodge. They actually have a significant lead on the 201 right about now, but and it's gone wrong. It's turn number one again. The number one gets in there, gets involved. Everybody else trying to scramble away.
Yeah, everybody's taking escape roads just to avoid the Ferrari. It's just right in the middle of the racing line there, so it's just not really a great place to...
Did the right thing, though.
Yes, did the right thing of held the... Yes,
no!
There's another spin! Velocio, the MG IGP setup's just been spun by the Renwaldson for friends. It's not going wrong. It's not going right for a lot of the drivers here today, but the likes of the 255, they've made a good comeback so far. I think they were down to P24, already put themselves back up to P7. P17, but Minard is going to have a lot more work to do if he's able to push himself back up into, say, the top 10 where he was.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. If you were a top qualifying car, if you're one of the quicker drivers, etc., and so forth, this is very dangerous, because if the top 3 or 4 cars have all been sent down the order a little bit, like it seems like it has occurred here, that's a problem, because now you're having to fight through this field. You're probably going to be a little upset that you're not up there right now. You're going to be a little upset, and you're not going to be thinking as clearly, and you're going to make more mistakes. And the worst thing you can do is continue to shoot yourself in the proverbial foot and maybe get yourself in trouble with a steward's decision right now. Calmer heads have to prevail. Some of these moves, though, proving that nope, there's absolutely no give and all take, as some of these drivers are coming back through the field. 45 for Visceral, gapping the field, the 201 in hot pursuit of them, but a little bit further back. Probably one of the bigger gaps we've seen all season at the end, or at the beginning of one of these races. Look at this, 2x2 here, up inside the top 10. Everybody fighting for it, nobody giving up. Felix Davinza Hacker for Williams Esports, able to somehow get the position away from the Lamborghini, but my goodness, side by side, 2 Astons in front of them. The Renwelton car for Zimmer trying to fight off Makovkin in the CRT Pro car. He won't do it. CRT Pro takes the position as their single file, but only for a moment. Here comes Davinza Hacker again.
Yeah, Hacker definitely trying to make a little move on the inside line with Renwelton friends. A little bit of still of a tap there, but they kept it still, keep it going from that point there. Still side by side going in the inside line from there, but Hacker's trying to get a better run off towards the likes of the second Lesmo, as he seems to get a little bit of a better run onto it there. But they got the Coach Dave. Coach Dave is moving in on towards the outside line, trying to find a better spot for the likes of there.
Here we go
but
again.
Rotors, PS Plus competition, moving on the inside of the Scary. A little bit of dower banging there again. Losing out towards the Veloce car as well, so they'll be losing out.
No!
It's all gone wrong as well.
Oh,
it's a big smack there between the 2 cars there. It's quite, like I said, the end of the Ascari is a death trap as well, for just as much as turn 1. Hacker trying to make a peek on the inside line there, but he just isn't able to find that just yet. But a lot of work for our stewards today, Jesse.
Yeah, it's of course with the esports series, everything that is reviewed has to be reported by a team. They don't look at every incident independently by themselves. It has to be reported. But I dare say there will be some very upset managers and or drivers leading their cases here, and maybe we just saw another one as Davinza Hacker in the 32. The Coach Dave car has a little bit of extracurricular activity there, but somehow able to keep it all together. Shalansky able to scamper away for the time being, and my goodness, it has been a dangerous couple of laps out there, and this group still together, not done yet. The 89 has brought their machine down pit lane. Now that's an unscheduled stop, and Shea O'Sullivan, what happened here?
Here it looks like they've gone towards the inside. Oh, they just hit the side of the Aston Martin there, just completely just catapult them towards the fire exit there.
PS Plus competition in the pit lane. It's obviously an unscheduled stop, and no penalty was given that would require them to come down pit lane as far as we know. So that has got to be damage of some sort that has led them down the pit lane. Showing some replays here. This is Exactly what I'm talking about. What happened to the 89? This is a different angle of the incident with Veloce and, well, the gantry covering it, but you get the picture. Lamborghini wall equals pit lane.
Yeah, it just doesn't work out for many of the drivers here today, especially if they're just trying to. I mean, some of them are trying to keep it safe, but it just feels like some of them are just taking it as a 20-minute open race, I was say. But again, those things do happen when it comes to that. You just don't expect where people are going to be all the time. There's just lots of different aspects of what could lead up to a sort of collision. Elvin Smith of the Brabham Motorsport trying to make that back and weave towards the inside line alongside the likes of the Ferrari, but it's just a little bit of a tap there onto the like that, but a little bit of a messy one. But again, he's got to place. But I think that'd be something that Stuart might want to look at.
Yep, we'll see a car off in the back here, and they have been able to get it back going. I didn't quite catch the number of that going into the first chicane, but they were able to continue out without any further incident. Elvin Smith for Brabham Motorsport in the middle of a hornet's nest here, trying to navigate the cars in front of them. That's Michael Herman Fry in front, and they've got Long behind them. They've sort of escaped, I think, a lot of the drama has Brabham Motorsport thus far. They may be one of the few cars. Another car that's escaped it is the RCI 769. Christoph Strepe has absolutely got out of Dodge here early on, has benefited from some of the other drama that the drivers have had to deal with. Well, I feel like this could be a saga that doesn't resolve itself anytime soon. Benza Hacker here racing for Williams Esports Academy, and you've got Szymanski for Coach Dave Academy. They're back at it again. I thought for a second Szymanski was going to drive away from the Williams car. That hasn't happened. Benza Hacker has caught him again.
Yeah, I mean, it just all sort of comes down to the clean air or just trying to find it or what's going to happen. And get a chance to have a replay onto turn one with Flightshare for the Coach Dave car. Low is a little bit of tap on the Veloce car, but oh no, it doesn't look too bad there. Just a little bit of door banging here and there. So for the Coach Dave car, it wasn't so bad. We're getting our replay here now on turn one with Flightshare again with a 55. It's a little bit of a squeezing action. Oh, it's just that does not. That always leaves room for disaster when it comes to squeezing cars like that. And we've got another replay of looks like the second chicane here. BS Plus competition on the outside line. Just looks to be just small taps here and there at this time. Just a little bit of misjudging on the braking points there, Jesse.
I think the 255 got into the 74 in the second chicane. Is what happened, and we're going to see that right here. And so the 255 had taken the lead at this point. The 74 into the back of the 255 competition. A Constantina effect. The whole entire top five looked like they had contact with one another, and somehow the Visceral 45 ends up with the lead exiting that corner, and immediately following that a little bit further back into the pack, Lucas here in the 49, a little bit of contact there, but considering how bad it could have been, not really a major concern there. So the 255 took the lead and then had an incident with the skid mark car. Oh, it's an additional contact for the 74. The skid mark car got spun, and they got a couple of collateral cars that ended up making secondary contact with the 74.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, like,
or perhaps the 73.
I think it was 73. But you saw there, just when the car's in the middle of that racing line there, it's just absolutely crazy when it comes onto that. But it's just quite hard to do. It's quite hard when you have to judge it from that point. Where do you go left? Where do you go right? You just hope that they will move out the way. You can't know for any of those things. It's just sometimes that when you try and avoid a car, you might cause a collision yourself. But
yeah.
We're following Herman Free in the dynamic motorsport there. Took a massive swing there towards the
He's
inside
not going to stop
line.
This car, is he? Surely not. Oh my goodness, no. He just about gets it stopped. He gets rubbed on the way out. And here comes the Drive Just Boys car that's going to try and make up a spot, and Wong's going to do it by the time they get to Lesmo 1. Here comes the one of Burnham, who will also try to take on position for West Competition Racing. There is you miss a little, you miss a lot, you get held up, and then all of a sudden you lose a position or two, and you're a little bit frustrated. All of that considering. Well,
I gotta admit though, that was a pretty massive move.
I can't believe he got it stopped.
Yeah, I just couldn't believe, like, because normally when you do that, you just leave yourself in a bit of a vulnerable position on the braking. But it's like, wow, I just couldn't believe he kept that quite clean. But Prino, Gladys competition, currently P5, right now towards the back of the Mustang of Hutchinson, trying to find a way to get past there. But Frail go back onto the 1111 and Wong in the Drive Just Boys in the 996 Mustang. The Mustang's got legs, Jesse, when it comes to the straight line, isn't it?
Well, ponies typically have 4, Malcolm, and I think they're using all 4 of them here as they're trying to drive away.
Wings versus
the competition.
Wings versus legs. So what's got more?
Well, if I had a choice to soar with the Eagles or sleep with the fishes, I'm picking the Eagles every single time.
Well,
Michael Herman Freight.
I was gonna say, it's just like the eagle. It seems like your eagle analogy seems to be right, because it seems like Aston's pulling away a little bit on the Mustang, a little bit of bump drafting on the Aston Martin there. You saw a little bit squirrel when Brenham in the number 1.
Oh, great. We got a third animal in here now. Who's the squirrel? We got squirrels involved. Valentin Berrier has a very interesting position, and he could gain spots, and he's going to. He's going to gain at least one on the West Competition car, and now maybe another one on the Drive Just Boys car down to the inside of the first Lesmo. Valentin on the correct side, and he's going to get clear. More cars trying to make their way through. One of them does clear the West Competition car. One of the RCI cars has to fall back in line. No additional line blocked off by West Competition, and Burnham stops the bleeding for a time being. Jordan Daly driving from the wrong side of the car, trying to deal with this situation, trying to take on all the information they possibly can and find a way around the West Competition car, why they are a little bit vulnerable. Oh, the Drive Just Boys car went incredibly wide up there, but luckily there was enough tarmac and they were able to keep it going the right direction. It's something we haven't said yet, but I think it bears mentioning. As Jordan Daly goes to the inside of Burnham here, and I think he'll just get him here in the curve of Parabolica. Oh, maybe not with the slide there. West Competition back on the outside. Dead heat, a little bit of a touch. A Mustang behind them looking to get by. It's Lay in the 27. No bump drafting here. Side drafting, trying to make it work. Lay goes to the outside. Was that wise? They're boxed in. Who was going to get the better pull? Looks like the Bentley had a little bit better pull, but who's got the better brakes? It looked like they were just about even. Contact there. Daly just about gets it as they're 3 wide behind them.
That certainly looked like that could have been an absolute disaster there. Just
that was a crash that just never happened.
Yeah, you could say that, and I kind of want to disagree on your point there, saying it's the wrong side of this car when it comes to that, because Daly is a driver that likes to pinch on the inside line, and having the seat in there, he can actually see his competition on the left-hand side when he tries to dive on the inside line, when he tries to overtake. So it might be the wrong side for you, but for Daly, that seems to be the right place for him.
I can't hear you. You need to speak more freedom units to me. Louis Fleischer in the number 55 Veloce car finds himself right behind that group we were talking about, and you'll notice that he's driving a British car, but he's driving it from the right side of the car. And what he's currently trying to do is get by Lay, who is driving the most freedom car in the field. We talked about maybe that pony having legs, but getting beat by the Astons, I think, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, with the Aston Martins, you can drive it with 0 wing. You can literally do quality laps and do a full race on 0 or 1. It's, I hadn't had too much issues onto it, and it's still very drivable even after driving for a solid hour. But again, it really more depends on how the car's set up. Yellow flag at the Ascari section for car number 42. They seem to be getting away just fine onto there. But yeah, just to relay back onto that, it really sort of depends on how each characteristics of the car is when it comes to that. But can't see the Mustang yet. Coastfield onto the... Oh, that's a big
okay,
damage onto there. That must have been...
Yeah. I'm not a mechanic, but I can guarantee you it didn't come from the factory like that. You're not supposed to be able to see the airbox and the engine.
Well, unless you're voluntarily taking off your front bumper and your bonnet, but
Mm.
each to their own, I'll say, onto that point there. But Jordan Daly just pulling off a small gap towards the likes of Brenham and the number 1 BMW. He's just trying to make sure, trying to keep himself ahead of the competition, because that's a massive train behind it. But we're going to see a lot of trains today here, Jesse, especially when it comes to the straight line speeds onto what is effectively known in Formula 1 as a DRS train without the DRS.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I know you're right. And the thing is that even if Burnham gets back by Daly here, it looks like Burnham's been able to sort of right the ship, as it were, and that doesn't keep the train from not being there. It's still going to be behind either Burnham or Daly, and these cars are, some of them, slightly out of position, I would argue, as well. And even if they're not out of position, the drafting nature of this racetrack, if you're sort of relative on your lap time, the draft will help make up the difference a little bit, so it's hard to break away, which is why I mentioned earlier on it's so interesting that the 45 is out and away, because they are outside of drafting range, and as long as they have the pace to stay up there, Visceral Esports will sort of have a little bit of a buffer. Now, can Taddy and George Boothby work together? I don't think they will, because the 44 Lamborghini has just went by for Visceral Esports, so we're going to call it a Visceral 1-2 here in the race right now, as Boothby down to third now.
Yeah, definitely. It sounds to be good options going on from there. I just want to point out, you said there was a missing car on the grids earlier on.
Yeah.
What car have we not mentioned this entire time? Which when that is the 71 Renwelton. I've not seen him on track at all. So our championship leader is not currently on the track at all. So it looks to be they might have disconnected or not been able to participate in this race. So going in today, it seems to be the championship might be blown completely open there, Jesse. It might be a loss of their winning streak.
That is such a good observation. I didn't even notice it was a 71. I thought I saw a spot in the top 10, and I believe they qualified 6th. That would have been right where they are. That's very well spotted. Championship leader not in this race, will not get points, and based on my math, will lose the championship lead today to somebody unknown. Who that will be, especially with the lap 1 incident that brought the 255 competition car out of the top 5 or so. But somebody is going to assume the championship lead mount, and it will not be the Renwelton 71.
No, it's unfortunate because they had the potential to get.
Luca.
Oh, is that Luca Licio? Just losing it on the end of a Scary. That's again a common place, just to completely find yourself in a complete death trap there. But it's unfortunate, but those things do happen, especially when you touch your wheels on the gravel there. Jordan Daly flashing ahead with that BMW. Looks
back
to be
through.
Yeah, if I ever let him back through, or just a little bit of naughty, we'll get a chance to see that there. If there was a replay, we'll definitely show you onto that.
I saw Daly flash the lights of that Bentley, but I'm usually really good at reading light language. I don't know why he was flashing the one. Maybe he thought that he was done wrong on the previous lap, or maybe he was saying, hey, I let you in, you know, or something, but don't have additional context. I can't read what Daly was doing, flashing him into the corner. It looked like the move had been done prior to that. In fact, as Burnham back around, both the cars inside the top 20, but this is exactly my point. These cars, I said if they reverse, that doesn't solve the train problem, because here is O'Sullivan still in this fight, still bringing Lay, still bringing Fleischer, still bringing Ziegler, all of these cars still in a line together early on in this race. And I think for a lot of these drivers here, regardless of being involved in a heavy fight early on, as Daly slides it through the corner and just about saves it, you almost count your lucky stars you haven't been involved in a bigger incident here today, because certainly there's a lot of cars in and around this group that will be carrying significant damage that will likely have to repair that, which will mean a longer pit stop time for this first stop.
Yeah, the longer pit stop is something you do not want, but it might be what you want to fix the car. But oh, just a little bit of contact between the 255 and the likes of the Coach Dave car. We'll get a replay of that. 255 having a better run onto it, but it seems to be a little scrape. Nothing more than that, I want to say, from between Minar and
Millimeter precision, I think is what they call it. Oh no, not
yes.
millimeter precision right there. Got him all sorts of sideways. Louis Fleischer in the back of Lay.
Just
That
yeah,
could have
look.
been a lot uglier than it was, but the Veloce car getting it wound up just in time to stop from turning the 27.
Yeah, definitely, especially with all that train of traffic behind them as well. That could have easily have made a pretty big contact there. Lucas Strungberger trying to find a way in the inside line there. Hits the Ferrari, but thankfully, no spinning included with that contact there, Jesse. But that's the flyby by Prime. They're a very capable team, and they made some pretty decent performances over the season, Jesse. I don't know if you've been watching any particular team throughout the championship, or you've just been enjoying it as a whole.
Yeah, I've certainly just, you know, our position is it's hard to pick a favorite because your heroes, they change every single race in some instance or form, and I think that's the thing for me is I typically every single race I have a new favorite or a new team that has impressed me more than anyone else, and we're still out on this week. But I wanted to point something out. Scheckenberger got in the middle of an incident there. Nobody got turned around, but he was having the full LA traffic experience, rear-ending a car while being rear-ended. Very, very common. Luckily, nobody spun around. So easy to do that in ACC, to have contact like that that looks fairly innocuous, but it's enough to spin somebody else around, even in a straight line. Fortunately for everybody involved, nothing of that sort happening there. Huge right here, a little bit wide there from Burnham for West competition. Daly on the outside, but won't be able to convert that down the Curva Grande. Oh, Daly ran into
the
back
LA
of
shunt.
there by Lay.
Yeah, got a little bit of a shunt there on the rear end there, but thankfully enough, he was able to keep it on the track there, but he didn't gain too much from that point there. Hacker the instant there between the Coach Dave and the Williams Academy. Seems to be going on towards the inside line, a little bit of tapping. It's just one of those things that was unfortunate. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's just wrong place, wrong time when it comes to that.
That was once again an incident that did not happen. That was so close. I didn't even know what to say. We're watching all of that going on there. Well, it is a 1-2 right now for Visceral Esports. Two different cars for their team. Two very different manufacturers for sure, but still 1 and 2. What a day it would be for them if they were able to hold this and work this into a fantastic finish. George Boothby, by the way, has not fallen off of Tedai in the 44. They are still basically nose to tail. A little bit further behind them, the next Lamborghini is Zimbel for Vincenzo Racing. The number 6 looking to the outside, now to the inside of Zimmer. Can't quite make the move on the Renwelton car. No overlap there. Zimmer, by the way, trying to get by Szymanski, and sitting in the back is Grungertel in the 49 Aston. Just minding their own business for the time being, letting it sort out for Gili.
Certainly is. It was Zimbal trying to find a way around. I mean, there's a lot of these drivers here are trying to find their way around these the competition when it comes to that, because again, when it comes to Monza, the pace difference is not a lot. You have to try and find a way to get to the get around some other ways, whether it's by drafting, whether it's by the pit stop. So it's going to be hard to fight the way around, especially with these guys here who are quite very consistent, quite fast as well. So when you have skill levels that are almost exactly the same, there's not really much you can do when it comes to fighting the competition. As we sit into George Boothby be right in the back of the 44 Lamborghini here, trying to find a way, but the Lamborghini seems to just be pulling away instantly at Jesse. It just seems to be the speed is just phenomenal there, whether that was netcode or was that anything else.
Well, Toddy was able to get around Boothby, but hasn't been able to lose them, and that's sort of the draft effect a little bit, and the natural ability of George Boothby just to hang in there. Sometimes as a racing driver, it's easier to follow than lead because you can observe the car in front of you and maybe pick up something from them, even if they're in a different car and that the car handle is completely different. And trust me, yes, they're both mid-engine cars. Yes, they're both Italian, but that's where the similarities end. Those two cars drive incredibly differently, but even still, maybe you can pick up something that they're doing that works to your advantage, or something they're not doing in some cases that you can use to your advantage. And also, the draft never hurts either. Prina and Minar fighting over a spot. This could be a huge day for 255 competition, knowing that the 71 is not in the race. They're not going to get any championship points today, not being in the event. So this could be huge, but they've got to play this incredibly calm and cool here and get back inside the top 5 and just have a safe day. It may not be a day where they can win anymore. We're leading in the first lap, mind you. Might be all gone, but they could still be worrying about the big picture, looking at the championship, which is what I'd be more interested in. Would you rather win a race or the championship?
I've not. Oh, I was gonna say
You thought about that too long.
I was gonna say. Oh, I was gonna say I haven't won a race nor a championship, but I actually have won a race and a championship.
I've
so,
interviewed you multiple times.
I've only won one race in RCI and won one championship, so it's whether or not you want the bragging rights or not when it comes to that. But yeah, at the end of the day, the championship is what's worth more, and that's what's. And again, we've got a prize pool here as well, so they'll be wanting to fight for that for a certain particular prize pool. So when it comes to trying to figure itself out, maybe winning the race might be the best way to go at it, but just you have to play the team game and just see what happens.
I want my share of that $7,000 and prize pool considerations from IMB Racewear. That's what I want. And if that comes at the expense of playing second chair to a team all season long, I'll take it. I'd rather have 5 second place finishes and a championship than 3 wins and no trophy, because at least if I win the championship, I get to say I won the championship. If I win a bunch of races and don't win the cup, people are always going to ask, well, how come you didn't have the consistency, or how come you didn't win the championship? I would prefer it the other way around. But for 255 competition, they're fully capable of winning the race and the championship. But one thing's for sure, regardless of who wins today, the champ will not be settled today. And if anything, it's going to be blown wide open. Huge championship implications on the grid today, folks. Your 6th place qualifier and championship leader, Rinwell, number 71, did not make the grid for the race. They qualified, but did not make the grid. We will have a new championship leader at the conclusion of today's race.
Yeah, it certainly has. We do actually, looks like we had a retirement in some way. Lomi has just has mentioned that Megami's PC had died, so I think that was I believe they're the 201 Gladius car, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they're the Gladius competition. They're the 201. So yeah, they're unfortunately had a mechanical failure, which is very unfortunate for those guys there. But we can only wish them the best for if they plan to join back, or if they're going to be joining us in the next race. We can only wish them luck.
Certainly can't. Tim Peck says he'd rather win my heart. You already have it. Shout out
he
to the
won it a
Stig.
long time ago.
Oh, mate, years ago. Love that man, Tim Peck. Hope you're doing well, buddy. And hope all's well in your neck of the woods. Speaking of which, a big shout out to the Fat Stig. Hope you're doing well. Hope the family's all right over in Stigland. And we're thinking about you, and we appreciate you lending us Les Stevenson many weekends out of the year. Shea Sullivan's trying to make their way through this field and maybe doing a pretty good job of it. Lucas Scheckenberger has had a look on the Mustang of late, but has not been able to make the move. He's flashing lights, probably a little bit furious right there, because The Gladius 46 of Alfano has now been able to get around the side of them, around the Curva Grande, but won't be able to convert that. But will they be able to stay in there in the braking zone? Not quite. Line astern as they go into the second chicane.
Yeah, second chicane, even has been threatened by the other Gladius car there with the Ferrari, the 46. Alfredo is almost trying to get into the back of them there, but kept it clean, kept it clean, consistent as what it should be. But you got another one here of Trensky as well, trying to find a way around the outside of the first Lesmo, going around towards the second Lesmo. It's just to make sure you, a little bit almost contact there as well. So it's just all fighting forward every bit there. Take a little bit of gravel onto the road there too. So tires being dirty, it's not something you definitely do not want as you're coming up towards the likes of the Scari.
Nope, certainly not. You want to get a great run out of the Curva Parabolica, though, and get a better run than your competitors down the straight. Even if you don't make a move here, just getting as close as possible is huge, but this is going to be a little bit more than that. Aston on Aston, Kunkertel and Zimmer fighting each other for the spot. Defensive line from Zimmer in the Rinwelton car might be just a tiny bit of a touch there. Oh, and it gets as close as you like. 49 able to make the move. But my goodness, that was incredibly close, as it always is, as it still is here. Every pass, nothing's given. You're not seeing any give here today, and that's very unusual, Matt, and I'm not sure why. Every round thus far, I feel like we've seen some amount of give and take. Today, it's all take.
Yeah, when it comes to that, it's just with Monza, there's nothing you can do with, especially there's no variance. While the track is a brilliant track to drive on, especially when it comes to racing, the pace difference is not that much. You have to find ways to get around it, and sometimes you have to be a bit forceful, but but you can also be a bit too forceful, and that's when the stewards are going to be having a quick look at you and maybe give you a penalty as well. We're still yet to get any penalties through for any of the drivers here today, as our stewards are still working through them as we speak. So with a lot of instances going about, so we might not see them for another short while yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to John Dalton, who has provided us live timing links, and a huge shout out to Justin Stubenrausch and the entire Visceral Esports number 45 team, who coincidentally are leading the race right now. But they're also sharing their live timing with us, so we can share that with all of you at home. So shout out to Visceral Esports and Justin Stubenrausch and teammate Sam Gaskell, why not, who's currently in the car. Thank you all for your help and support here as well. They don't need any support out there on the racetrack. They've just about got it figured out. Early contact between the two leaders ended up, race fell into their lap, and they've driven away ever since then. The 46 Gladys competition car, though, finds themselves in an interesting position. They're able to convert and get by Trinsky in the 62, but that's just about stacked him up. But damn you behind him in Lukabin in the 20, all fighting over this spot. Alessandro Alfano trying to figure out where to go, goes down the inside. He's going to get turned for his troubles, and all the Ferraris go flying. An additional one goes off. Was that Lukabin? I think it is. I saw the yellow nose of Lukabin all the way to the outside of the race. So technically, that's the inside. Let's see. Synchronized spinning almost. No,
there.
It wasn't. That wasn't Lukabin. Lukabin was able to just about get through. 4-1 doesn't go, though, Mount.
No, it certainly doesn't, especially when it comes to a single line. But again, when it comes to that, is you have to be careful when it comes to the likes of turn 1 and the likes of Ascari too, because when it comes to the braking zones, you can't just always assume the person's going to brake at exactly when you're going to brake. So yes, there's some mishaps on there, but sometimes those things do happen. You have the giveth and taketh when it comes to contact between driver and driver.
Liz Stevenson has dropped a very interesting comment in the YouTube chat here, saying that the cream always rises to the top. The likes of Boothby laying back at P3 wouldn't surprise me if they ended up winning the race. You heard it here first. That's a very wise driver making a very wise claim there, as more action here on the racetrack. Able to get it by is Philip Minar for 255 competition. Another one checked off, done and dusted, this time on the Gladius 202. they will swap back around, and it's looking like a 255 competition day again.
It certainly is. I mean, between himself and where P1 is, it's less than half a sector. It's with about less than 5.5 hours. We're still.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance. I want to say. I'm not going to say it's guaranteed because it's not. You're not guaranteed to get a win every single race, nor at any point in the race. But there seems to be another bit of a contact there. It looks like the Williams on the hacker. It looks like returned to garage, I want to say, but no, it doesn't look like it just yet. We'll wait and see if we get a replay of that. But relaying back to the 255, I think they have potential to win because it's only half a sector between the likes of P1 and where they are. So yeah, with 5 hours and 20 minutes to go, anything can literally happen when it comes between now and then.
Well, Stevenson has picked the Loche 800. You've picked the 255. I'm going to be the wisest of us all. It is the season, after all. I'm going to be the wisest of us all, and I'm going to say no matter what, we win, because we're going to get a show one way or another. The gap
Everybody
to the lead,
wins.
Exactly. The gap to the lead has expanded. It was 3.3 seconds about 5 or so laps ago. It's 3.8 seconds now, first to second place. That might be a little bit because the second and third place car are sort of fighting each other a little bit up there for that spot. So behind them, though, it is well, it's anybody's guess for a lot of these positions as we head to the end of the first hour and we start to consider in 24 or so minutes pit stops here early on. We talked before we even went green tonight, Malk, that this would be a pretty decent time if you were able to get through the first segment or the first stint unscathed. This would be a pretty prime time when the speeds are relatively low and you're stuck in traffic to double stint the tires if you had the option. Are we still sticking with that for the majority of the field?
If it's unscathed, then yeah. I mean, look at the track already. We're already up 2 degrees within the first 40 minutes. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Early in the AM here. We didn't really talk about that either.
No, we started quite early. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we hit 40 degrees before the 3-hour mark. So it's definitely going to be something that a lot of drivers are going to have to be careful of, especially when it comes to how well they can play it. Got a replay here between Fletcher and the Mustang here. Going through.
It's a little bit of a nudge there to the Mustang.
Trying to find the inside line towards Lesmo 1. I'm a lot more confident on the brakes than the Mustang. Quite a very nice clean overtake there, Jesse.
Yeah, I think they just decided to not fight that as hard as they possibly could. Could they have contested that more? Sure. Was it on? Maybe or maybe not. I think the Drive Just Boys Classic team did exactly what I would have done in that situation. And like, all right, I get it. You may be quicker than me. Just don't make this particularly difficult. Lesmo won an excellent place to just let them go through and preserve your race. Toddy's still out in front of George Boothby, and it's 4 seconds to gap to Gaskell out in front. How much is Toddy just holding up George Boothby here, do you think? Or is Toddy fighting for his teammate, or is he fighting for himself to stay in P2?
I think it's for the team. Boothby, I just saw last lap gained about 4 tenths over to Tidy, so I think they're playing the team game and trying to hold him back. Because I think, look at it, the gap is extended again to 4.1, nearly 4.2 there. So I think they're trying to play the team game here, try and get because I mean, again, it's Visceral Esports 1 and 2, so Visceral and Veloce, I believe. Are they rivals? I'm not sure. I'm not remember if they are rival teams to each other, but they'll certainly be wanting to try and get maximum points here for their teams anyway.
Well, it's interesting. Our broadcasters brought up something quite interesting. If Toddy was holding up George Boothby, he would have made the move already, meaning George Boothby would have been able to make the move on Toddy, but he hasn't. Boothby appears to be lifting and saving tires and fuel. That's the observation from our broadcaster, Stewie. I'm pretty confident he knows what he's talking about. So based on that, I think your theory of double stinting is right. Oh no, the West Competition car heavy into the wall, exiting Ascari. Was it assisted?
No,
No.
just hitting the curbs at the wrong point there. BMW is great on curbs, but it can only take so much of it. And that just seems to be another case of that's been happening there, Jesse, when it comes to the way that the physics are when it comes to that BMW in particular. And it
This
also,
is this is the added gamesmanship, though, Malk. What we're seeing right here from George Boothby, if he is lifting and coasting a little bit, he's going to take. If he's not going to change the tires, then you're saving time in pit lane. If you're lifting, you're not going to be using as much fuel as you otherwise would be if you were on at 100%. You'll have to take less liters of fuel than normal, which would mean a quicker pit stop as well. Looks like the Veloce number 800 playing the long game. They've got a long history of using strategy to their advantage. They seem to be doing that right here. They're going to probably not take tires. They're probably going to have less fuel that they need to put in the car for the next 65 minutes. If they can continue doing this, they could end up jumping the 44 just by having a quicker pit stop.
yeah, it could easily well be, but at least what I've noticed is when it comes to pit stops, everybody uses a full tank per stint. So what the times gained is not a lot between changing tires and just taking fuel. Let's say, like, for example, because like we've seen with Kyle Lamy back then, a stint would usually use about 100 liters, but you can fill up 120 and use less time on the pits. But you can't do this here at Monza because your foot is always on the floor. So while the time difference between tires and fuel are minimal, it's certainly going to make a good impact when you're trying to get yourself into clean air.
Yes, indeed. Cars already coming out of the pit lane. That was one of the cars that was involved in an incident a few laps ago in turn 1. You will be reminded as they will blend back into the pack, and everybody else will go back around. A couple of penalties have come into the booth, and here are some of the early lap 1 incidents as provided by McKenna McConnell. Warning for car 32 for avoidable contact into turn 1 on lap 1. Warning for car 777 for leaving the track and gaining an advantage lap 1, turn 1. Racing incident between, and I've never seen this before in my life, between the 99, the 177, the 27, and the 62. That's a racing incident, folks. Lap 1, turn 2. Everyone deemed it fault. So they've given it a racing incident because everyone was equally to blame. Now, I have seen that before, but not worded quite like that. Everyone at fault. Lap 1, turn 2 still between the 255 and the 74. That's a racing incident deemed hard racing by the stewards. Lap 1, turn 4 between the 99 and the 27. 5-second time penalty for car 99 for avoidable contact. Lap 1, turn 4, this is the second chicane still, between the 800 and the 45. 5-second time penalty for car 45, not using the escape road, going off track in the second chicane. Now, they were warned in the driver's briefing that if they went off the track in the second chicane, they had to re-enter a certain way. And if they went off to the right, like I believe the 45 does, they have to use the Formula One style escape road to get back to the track in a safe manner. And apparently the 45 didn't do that. Your leader has a 5-second penalty. Lap 1, turn 4, still between the 27, the 99, the 42, and the 62. 15-second time penalty to car 27, not holding brakes after contact, leading to multiple instances of avoidable contact. Racing incident between the 74 and the 202 in turn 4. 10-second time penalty for car 73, causing avoidable contact versus the 255, still in the second chicane. Racing incident, unavoidable contact in the second chicane between the 45 and the 73. A warning for car 74, not using the escape road, going off track in the second chicane. 5-second time penalty for car 201, not using the escape road, going off track in the second chicane. 10-second time penalty for car 255 for an unsafe rejoin, causing a collision. So that is going to set the 255 competition car back down the order. They're going to have to repass the same cars again. It's going to be like Groundhog Day all over for them. That was on lap 1, turn 1, or lap 2, turn 1, I should say. And finally, for right now, warning for car 74. Gained unfair advantage into turn 1 on lap 2. Increased to a 5-second penalty due to having multiple warnings. It's been busy in the stewards box.
Certainly has, Jesse. And I mean, all these penalties here you see here today, they're going to have to be serving it in the pit lane as well. So that's going to give Boothby a good chance to overtake not just Tidy, but also the likes of Sam Gaskell too. So that's going to give them a good chance to be able to try and push themselves towards the top of the top step. But again, it really sort of depends on how well they play their strategy onto that point there. But again, it's just some of them are just unfortunate when it comes to that, especially when it comes to well, instance maybe in Follows Fleischer tries to find a way on the inside line there. Does a really great braking opportunity there, taking the overtaking towards the likes of Jordan Daly. But Daly, he doesn't like to give up that easily, so he's currently catching the likes of the back of that Aston Martin. He's right in his back bumper. Maybe like be given a little bit of a bump draft too, to maybe find a way of the inside or a way of the outside. But I think Daly's just going to keep it safe for this time round, and maybe try and attack at a different point.
Could very well be reading chat and trying to fill some of these plot holes for you. Well, what happened to car 777? Well, the last contact we have for him was back on lap 15, if that's what you mean. They're in 23rd position.
I found out what happened. So on lap 22, it was the exact same corner. It just took too much curb and just spun on their own. Not really too much on that point there. So I knew there'd be somebody asking for. I saw somebody was asking for it. I just figured I'd have a wee look myself and see what we got onto there. But doesn't look to be too bad. It just took us a bit quick spin. Slight small tap on the wall. Nothing too major on that point there.
Now, the unfortunate part about the way ACC works is that if a car has an incident unto itself, it doesn't necessarily get reported as an incident, so we have to go digging for it. And Matt Malcolm has done that for you on this occasion, and that's what happened to the Williams Academy car. That's taken them outside of the top 10, quite far down the order for the time being. The positive is, car currently pictured, Alexander Lay for BF Racing, has that 15-second time penalty, but certainly they would like to get around anyway. Right in front of them, though, Alvin Wong for Drive Just Boys trying to get around Jordan Daly here. Unable to do that. Stacks up the field. Ziegler right behind them with Lay in tow. Is just because you get out of one pack or one train, Malcolm, you just end up in another train, it seems like.
Yeah, you just get you get stuck no matter where you are. So when it comes to that, so it's really just a play on the strategy when it comes to just trying to find the best way around onto that point there. And it's just how well you can manage that second double stint. Already, we're coming up to the end of the first hour, and we're already at 3 degrees again. So it's just going to get much hotter. So I wouldn't be surprised by the next hour, we'll be up to nearly 40 degrees.
Yeah, and I don't care who you are or where you live. 40 degrees C, that's hot.
Yeah, that's far too hot. It's nice if you're on the beach, but not when you're out driving in these conditions anyway.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great for the tires. It's not conducive to grip, and especially if you're an engineer here today. A lot of these teams do have a bespoke engineer that will be dealing with it themselves. They don't just leave the drivers with their own devices at this level a lot of the time. Some will be, but a lot will not. That drives the engineer crazy as well, because you're chasing a moving target, which is always not good. You're trying to predict what it's going to do, how bad it's going to be. And you have data points for that sort of thing. We have practice servers that are up basically the entire month, and it gives you a general idea, gist, if you will, of what you can expect, or a range of variables that you can potentially plan for. And they'll be aware of that, but hitting it on the race day is a lot harder. We've heard drivers come in post-race and say that, yeah, we just missed it a little bit, or, oh my God, I can't believe we nailed it. Silverstone was that, contact here between these two, and they're just going to sort it out almost amongst themselves. Ziegler and Lay. No further contact as they exit the first chicane. But we had that a lot at Silverstone. We had teams coming in. One team in particular said, yeah, our success was because we guessed and nailed what the rain and the temperature was going to do. And that is ultimately important. Contact back there with the 777, I believe it was, and Ziegler, and they're still there. So no spin, but certainly contact between those two. Is a little bit of space for Alexander Lay now.
Certainly is, as we got the likes of Hacker and the like Ziegler. They're certainly just trying to fight every single tooth and nail here. As Zimbal still on the back of the Coach Dave car. He's been at the back of it for the last few laps now, so he's just trying to maybe either take full advantage of the tow, or maybe he's just trying to find himself a way to get around him quite in an easier position than before. But for the number 6 Lamborghini, it can all play out here when it comes to that, because they both got the same amount of power down the straight. There is no much doubt onto that. It's just the way of how they're configured, and just the way of who has the better aero efficiency when it comes to the straight line speed. It looks like the Lamborghini of Zimbal seems to have better options. Looking on the inside line, but it doesn't look like he's going to try and go for it just yet. So it's interesting to see what Zimbal's plan is for the likes of Szymanski in the 32 Coach Dave car.
Yeah, everybody now certainly plotting it. You know, the last couple of weeks, Mac, we saw cars come in, especially at Watkins Glen. It was a bit perplexing. We had cars come in 15, 20 minutes before the stop that weren't involved in incidents, that just came in way early. I thought something must be wrong, but no, that was just the strategy to come in early. Today, we've not seen any car go off strategy or off script here. 10 minutes, actually a little bit less than that now, before everybody has to come down pit lane. Oh, the Mustang getting completely off of the racetrack there. Jade Hutchinson nowhere near the racing surface, having to take avoiding action of themselves. That's going to drop them down the field quite a bit. How far did they go?
It's just not updating just yet, but once we do
get
Hutchinson? I don't think it was Hutchinson. I think that was the back marker of I think that was the 27, if I'm not mistaken, Jesse. So look, isn't sure just yet. But yeah, so it was actually in fact the 27 ALE. So yeah, so obviously we are getting lap traffic now at this time, because of course people have pitted to do like some repairs or anything like that. So there's going to be some people that will be unexpected. But going back to what you were saying about people taking early pit stops, yeah, sometimes it's worth taking an early pit stop. Sometimes it's worth taking a long game. And like, I know if you remember last year in the World Tour at Red Bull Ring, the Ferraris couldn't go any further than an hour and 40 minutes without the tires popping, like literally exploding out of it. So of course you have to play to the certain strategy of knowing how long you can push the tires to the limit, but it's just a matter of what tracks it is. And with this track having lots of straight lines, very easy corners to come up towards, I don't think there's going to be many people that are going to be taking early pit stops here. But as I say that, it looks like the 7 seems to return RTG. Might be because it might have gone too fast. Oh, hold on. It looked like a bit too fast on the.
No, something happened there, and they have.
Do you know what I think they've done?
Garage.
I think they might have gone too fast onto the pit entry. It looks. Or is it?
I have no idea. I mean, that wouldn't cause. You would just do your pit stop as normal, because you wouldn't know what
unless
exactly
that's out of fuel
has befallen you. I mean, you could lift it, you could clutch and coast from there, surely. It's very strange. He had an early pit box as well. Something happened to the Williams Academy car coming into pit lane. They might have had some sort of mechanical issue, and they were trying to come to pit lane, because they looked like they intended to come down pit lane. I thought they got down to pit road speed. They were at 49 kilometers on the limiter when they hit the line. They pulled over into the painted area.
Very strange. Yeah.
It's very strange indeed. A strange day for Williams Academy continues here as they're sitting in the pit lane. Now, they went up on jack stands because they RTG'd, or return to garage, as we call it. And that's going to be more time in pit lane, because now effectively they're being towed to their box. On top of that, I'd love to know exactly what's happened there is Brabham Melvin
Alvin
Smith.
still just making a good overtaking position there onto like the Bentley of a strip, and so that was a really good braking opportunity for that Ferrari, because I know the Ferrari is very good on the braking points there, a little bit more sensitive on curbs, but it's still a very great all-rounder car, I will say.
Chris Winkler's asked about the 89 and can BS Plus competition make a comeback? I learned a very, very long time ago to never count out BS Plus competition, and I won't today. I think Seb Brunier has made an excellent point about them still being on the leader's lap, so anything's possible. I'll reckon a top 20, absolutely doable. Top 15, that'd be a shot in the arm for them today on a comeback drive. It'd be a difficult pill to swallow that's all that they can do, considering we know how potent they are as a team, but I certainly don't feel like they're out of it yet. And I may have, a long time ago, bet them out of a race, and they come all the way back to win it from just about a lap down. So never again will I bet on the wrong horse there.
No, I mean certainly when it comes, and I mean they could easily be now on an alternative strategy where they could be now racing full hours from now.
Ooh, 52, Elvin Smith just made that pass on Vestrepa, and I think they've got curbed.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, ride him cowboy.
Like I said, the Ferrari is very temperamental on the curves, and you just saw it there. I think a lot of the time it just bottoms out. It's just very close onto there, pulling right onto the racing line too. So they got away pretty unscathed, but that was a pretty close call. Just trying to put themselves back onto the track there. That could have easily ended in a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, even if BS Plus competition is a lap down, I still think they could get back inside the top 20 with the pace of that car. Makovkin's in the pit lane, and I didn't see them drive in. That doesn't mean they didn't, and they did drive in because now they're leaving. So this is the first of the lead lap cars to come in. We'll pit out of the top 10. Makovkin for CRT Pro, and that will likely start the cycle of pit lane. Keep in mind, they got 65 minutes. You don't have to change driver. You technically don't have to do anything to the car other than come down pit lane. You don't even have to stop. You just got to break the timing beam at both ends to reset your timer. But obviously, the fuel tanks on the car and occasionally the tires as well do require fueling and changing respectively, of course. A few more things coming in via the stewarding department. 5-second time penalty for car 179 for avoidable contact on lap 2, turn 1. 5-second penalty for car 49 for avoidable contact, lap 2, turn 1. Not like a broken record. 5-second penalty for car 769. Avoidable contact, lap 3, turn 1. That was against the 20 and the 1. I believe we saw that earlier on today. Warning for car 73. Cuts the chicane, leading to an unsafe rejoin on lap 3, turn number 1. Stewards are absolutely getting a workout, and I can still see they are hard at work down there.
Certainly are. There's a few more. It looks to be a few more that's come through since then. Revolving, still on lap 2 towards lap 3. So the 74 and 179, 5 seconds between 179 for avoidable contact on lap 2, turn 1. The 996 and the 49, there's a 5-second penalty for 49 on lap 2, turn 1 for avoidable contact. And on lap 3, turn 1. What would you be holding your breath on? Oh, yeah, it's between the three cars.
No, they sorted it out. It's okay.
Okay. You always when it's 3 wide, you always want to hold your breath onto there. Yes, so going back over to lap 3, turn 1 involving the 2769 and the number 1, a 5-second penalty is given to 769 for avoidable contact. The 73 has been given a warning for cutting the chicane to lead to an unsafe rejoin between themselves and the 51 at lap 3, turn 1. And on lap 3, turn 4, we have between the 179 and the 74, a 10-second penalty has been given to the 74 car for avoidable contact. So that so far is all the penalties we've got at this moment. So yeah, Jesse. So when it comes to as people come up to their stops within the next minute or so, we're going to be we're going to be a bit of a shift and change for that. But yeah,
if I'm anybody in this pack, I don't think it matters. I think they got to come in here. I don't think they'll be able to make it another lap.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, so they're going to need to come in. But by the way, we do apologize. Some of those were not additional penalties. Those were the same ones that we read just a moment or so ago.
Oh.
So don't think that some of the cars got a double penalty for the same thing. Some of those were rehashes of penalties that were previously read. So don't worry about that. Everybody has to come into pit lane this time, though, because there's not enough time. It's a minute 46, minute 47. Well, actually, it's a minute 47, minute 48 around here at race pace. So everybody's going to come in. This is going to be a madhouse. And Seb put it mildly, but also very nicely. Pit lane soon crowded. And indeed, very crowded. The exit's going to be crowded. They were told about this, Malcolm, in the driver's briefing as well. You cannot leave pit lane or leave the actual exit lane to overtake another car outside of the lane just because they're slow. Not an issue here, but look at this. Saving fuel, saving the tires has worked for George Boothby and Veloce Esports. Boothby stays in the car. They don't change tires, and they are able to drift it or to lift and coast and have a shorter pit stop. New leader of the race, it's the Veloce 800. Excellent strategy early.
Yeah, so like I said, both pulling the double stint game early is what is needed for here. But again, it really depends on how well you can pull off the pit stop. And the likes of Gaskell too, having that penalty certainly has helped them too. So when it comes to that, it looks like the drivers are still in the same cars. Maybe it's pulling off the same strategy, but it just looks like Boothby's just pulled off a much better stop overall when it comes to that. So yeah, very good on merit to them. We actually got the pit stop times on here, with Boothby doing a 58.599, pulled 210, pulled a second and a bit over Tidal, and with Gaskell taking a 1 minute 6 because of obviously taking the penalties. But so far, so good on the pit stop so far, with it we're roughly between the 1 minute to 58 seconds of being our more faster runs today. But with all our drivers here, some of them might be longer because they might be taking tires, or they might be doing some repairs on top as well, Jesse. So it's really interesting to see what the grid's going to shape up to be once everybody else finishes up.
One thing I think we need to make a note of, Gaskell, remember, they had the time penalty, so they didn't take tires. That's roughly the same amount of time it would take to take tires in addition to fuel, but I can almost guarantee that Gaskell did not take tires on that 45. That was only the time penalty that they got. Shea O'Sullivan might be going for a ride here. Oh no, it's the car in front of them going for a ride, leading to a little bit of contact, but they're able to just about save it.
Very squirrely there, I will say.
Oh, so close. Everything is death defying around here because these drivers are on it every single quarter of every single lap. It's all take, no give today. I don't know what all of these folks had for breakfast this morning, but it's different from what they had the past 3 rounds of this championship. It could be the track too. Maybe it just brings out something. Could have something to do with Friday the 13th being yesterday. Who knows?
Certainly is. I mean, you just don't know when it comes to that. But we've been four people going into turn one. There's contact between the Sky Sim Sports there and the likes of Verstappen trying to take full advantage of that as well. Side by side action here. It's whether or not Verstappen is able to take the better run towards the second chicane. It looks like he's etching out over him, but the Aston Martin does have more legs than the Bentley, just ever so slightly. But it only really depends on what Verstappen can do. Christoph is just moving into it, just pushing himself out the way. But again, he secured that position in there, nice and tidy there.
That's very interesting indeed. I didn't expect Verstappen to be able to convert that from the inside. He hung on side by side with the Aston, is able to get the position, or keep the position, I should say, in 13th place. 3 different leaders, actually technically 4 different leaders today, I've just realized. The 255 took the lead from the 73 or 74, one of the 2 of them. I get them mixed up, I do apologize. And of course we had the 45 out front for the majority of the first stint. Now the 800 shaping up to be a fantastic race. Now that they're out front, they're on the scuff tires, or the double stinted tires. Be quite curious to see how well they do up in front and how much they were just saving fuel, that being the Veloce 800 early on in the race, and how much were they able to save, if any, as far as tire tread is concerned, by not abusing the tires as the track temp continues to increase here.
I know. As we've gone through the first hour already, we've gone through the first pit stops, and it's already at 34 degrees. That's already too hot for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're approaching uncomfortable at 10 a.m. Rather unfortunately, that's very warm. I wouldn't be complaining at 34 degrees C because that's very common indeed. Sam
Sam
Gaskell's off.
Gaskell's off.
He's off in a major way in Lesmo.
These go round towards the first Lesmo. They seem to have left. I was just seeing they disconnected from the race as well. They've gone onto the grass patch here. Looks to be. Oh, is that some sort of failure?
What was that? What was that glitch in the replay right there? As if they disappeared for a moment. They have returned to the pit lane. Visceral Esport, the 45. This has the hallmarks of some sort of mechanical or internet-related issue. Justin Stubenausch, the second driver in that car, has been installed, and that's where
it just feels like it was like a hardware failure, if you want to say, I don't want to say, because that just felt like he just continued on going straight.
There's a glitch in the matrix there, and that doesn't happen normally either.
Because Friday the 13th has been pulled over to Saturday the 14th for some of our drivers
you heard
today.
About that Saturday the 14th, the new scariest day, especially if you're a sim racer, because that is another leader of this race that has had issues.
Just too many issues onto that point there, anyways. But look, Linus is also trying to make on to that point there, but we're going on to Taddy. Second place on for himself, trying to get behind the likes of Boothby, but Boothby seems to keep it clean and consistent onto that point there. But it's whoever who can hold their double stinted tires the best, I want to say, Jesse, because when it comes to how they work out, I just want to say the Ferrari has a slightly better outcome when it comes to holding their tires a little bit longer.
Yeah, I was wondering if Boothby was going to be able to pull away here, but it doesn't look like that. Kevin Toddy for Visceral Esport, the lone Visceral car now up at the front of this field. If they're going to win it for Visceral today, it looked like it could have been a 1-2, but now they're the lone sentry for their team up here, and they will try to take it to Veloce. This is a common fight. We've seen this over the years as well. These two teams going at it. Makovkin up to third for CRT Pro, by the way. Oh my goodness, and right into the back of Benson. Big shunt indeed, off in Parabolica.
This seems to be about, I guess, a misjudgment on the braking, or just misjudgment of where the other drivers were.
Certainly looked like it.
But currently right now, with 4 hours 48 minutes to go, everybody's done their pit stops there, and then the penalties have been applied. But from us, we're going to take a quick break here, but I won't go anywhere just yet because we're going to be right back soon enough. We'll see about popping you into one of the cars to get to hear the roar of the engine. It seems to be that Stewie's going to put himself into Tidy's car, so we might be able to listen out towards the roar of the Lamborghini. Personally, one of my favorite ones that has the sound of an engine. But we'll take care. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 4 of the RCI 6-hour esports series. Where so far we've had quite a lot of action and quite a lot of drama here at Monza, with the likes of first place being up in the air with a few contenders fighting for the win so far. It could go either way for any team so far, but currently right now we've got George Buffy for Veloce Esports in the 800 Ferrari taking the lead after a phenomenal pit stop, dragging them up from third to first. Currently got a replay of Javi in the lap. Oh, Aston Martin just could
Ooh,
not take the Ascari section all too well. Just taking too much of that final curb. It just absolutely ruins the car and through the walls. It's
that
unfortunate for
was
them, but they still
steering
can't give up.
damage on that. It's
No.
it's about as bad as it can be. 90-degree. Well, actually, that's not true. That's not as bad as it can be. I've seen the steering wheel turned completely upside down, but immediate attention of the team is necessary. I just saw Luca Lassio come down pit lane as well, and
A little bit of a shake there. Is this a friendly shake, or is that a...
no, Florence is upset because they got a drive-through for track limits. They got that for extending Ascari too much. They got 3 laps to come serve it, and I think he's going to come and do it right now. Rip the Band-Aid off. Max Florence, flyby prime 595. The first victim today, Mal, of drive-through for track limits. The first
Yeah.
of many, I'd guess.
Yes, well, I wouldn't say first of many just yet, because there's a lot of places there's actually not too many, I would want to say, you can gain track limits on. I think the only place I've really ever got them more recently was the exit of Ascari, when you take a little bit too much of the gravel. So it's definitely going to be a little interesting to see how many people are on their first, second, or even on their final warning when it comes to those track limits onto there. Currently, you can see there's a few penalties being applied onto there just now. We're just going to go over them with you just now. On lap 5, turn 1, involving the 32 and the 777, a warning's been given to the 777 for avoidable contact, but it's been increased to 5 seconds due to multiple warnings. Between the 20 and the 177, they've been given a racing incident for hard racing on lap 7, turn 2. On lap 7, turn 4, involving the 595 and the 39, there has been a 5-second penalty for car 39 for avoidable contact. And the 1 and 96 had a racing incident for hard racing on lap 9, turns 4 and 5. And on lap 10, between turns 1 and 2, involving the 1 and the 799, the warning's been given to the 799 for aggressive driving. The 27 and the 55, there has been a racing incident for minor contact on lap 14, turn 1. And on lap 21, turn 1, involving the 51, the 20, and the 46. The car number 20 has been given a 10-second penalty for a multi-car takeout. And finally, on lap 31, turn 1, involving the 99 and the 51, a 5-second penalty has been given to car 51 for avoidable contact. And that, folks, is all the penalties that has been going through so far. So, with us being the 4.5 hours to go, there's still a lot of time to gain, especially when it comes to the likes of our competition here with George Boothby.
It's a violent angle, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very violent when it comes to the Ascari section, but it's such a cool angle when you're just trying to take those little snapshots as well, because, I mean, all of our cars here have got brilliant liveries, and even then, even though that Boothby's got just a full black car, I'm not sure if it's due to an issue with their livery, or they decided to go for a full black car. There's just something about it that just makes it...
Innocent.
Yeah, it just makes it so angry looking when it comes to fighting on the track so far. So,
Well, I tell you what, anyone who's ever met or knows George Boothby knows that if he was a Star Wars character, he'd be a Jedi. But he's playing a really good part for the Empire right now with that very Empire-like car. But I will say, when we left you and went to break, Kevin Toddy had caught up again and was right on the back of George Boothby, and they were actually side by side when we left you, and it was more than a second's gap. 1.3, I think, is as big as it was between the visceral car and the Veloce machine. Now that gap, when we came back to you, it was a second. Now he's gained an additional 2 to 3 tenths. It's reeling him back in for the lead here.
And someone else as well, the 255 competition as well, they seem to have get themselves back through the fields there as well. Because originally they were given a 10, was it a 10-second penalty if I'm not mistaken, that sent them straight back, but they seem to have pulled their way back up into P8, so I wouldn't discount them as well. So there's a lot of drivers here today that are fighting for this win, and so far it's all been good with Penske trying to defend on the likes of Brennan with a side by side between the two Ferraris, but the Ferrari of the likes of the 73 just got more legs onto it. So just more. Would you say that's because Brabham's got a bit more damage, or would you say that just the car set up better?
I think Trinsky just sort of let that happen. I think they know that Leon Burnt is probably a car that could have potentially won this race. I think we could all agree, and doesn't a little bit more pace, I think, is what's going on there, is what I'm trying to say. And there's no reason to fight a car that you're not going to do anything but damage your own race by fighting there. So Leon Burnt gets through. The 73 will continue their march back up through the field. It's going to be a long 4.5 hours for them. Heck, it's been a long 6 hours for the 73 thus far. So we'll see how far they can get up through the field, but that's one more inside the top 25 now for the 73. Back behind them, another driver where it's going to be a long day. We saw the West competition number 1 end up head first into the wall a while ago, about an hour. In fact, they've made up 33rd place and made up, I suppose you could argue, really made up a ton, but that is Welters in the BS Plus competition car right in front of them. So West competition and BS competition racing each other again. This is the opposite end of the field, though, Mauk, from where they're used to racing each other, though.
Certainly is, but again, you can't discount them for having great racing between each other anyway, because West Competition and BS Plus, they're two very capable teams that can do a lot. I mean, you saw from the likes of the last round of BS Plus, they managed to drag themselves from P13 all the way to P2 at Watkins Glen within before the first half of the race. So they definitely do have the pace to show what it is that they can prove, but we're currently on Shea Sullivan right now on the Vissel Esports, trying to catch up towards the likes of Valentino Barrier. With Barrier, he's a very capable defender when it comes to fighting for positions here, so it's going to be very difficult for Sullivan to find the right place to come by. But Ferrari does have enough legs when it comes to him, because it looks like he's slowly gaining onto him. But behind him, he does have Podens in the 49 Aston Martin there, so he can attack, but there's a risk that he might end up losing his top 10 position.
Certainly is. Everything is sort of in limbo right now. We've seen so many cars thus far take a harsh exit, stage left and right, into the walls or into each other in certain cases. And if it happened to them, it could certainly happen to you. You got to stay sharp. And now this is the point in the race where some teams kind of get lulled into a false sense of security here. Get lax, you get complacent, you get comfortable, and it can all go wrong. And especially too, if you're still in these groups that are fighting with each other, maybe you're double stinting your driver here as well as your tires. You get a little tired. Even though it's Monza, it's not the most demanding racetrack. It becomes one when you're in these groups. Whenever you're fighting the car, you're fighting everybody else for every single scrap out there. And especially here for a top 10 spot, not small marks here for these drivers. Huge points on offer here for everybody. Valentin Barrier holding on to 9th place, of Sullivan in 10th, and Podens in the 49 for G League, racing for that spot. Matt Florens, the flyby prime car, the 595, back into the pit lane, unscheduled stop. What's happened to the flyby prime car?
We'll just see if there's any replays of that, but it's just a bit of unfortunate if it's something that is caused them to outside of their control, which is just unfortunate. But Odin's still in the back of the other Ferrari here, so he's just trying to find a way to get past it. It looks like he's right at the back of him, going towards the Scary section. He needs to maximize the exit here if he has any chance of trying to overtake him down towards the straight towards Parabolica. But he just seems like he lost out a little bit towards the middle section there, so he's not gonna be able to get past him just yet. But having the tow, it really does help when you're just trying to maintain your pace and try and maximize your speed.
Yeah, it certainly does. This toe is certainly important, and if you're in an Aston, you have a sort of an additional advantage, I would argue, on top of that, because you can get just a mediocre or average run out of the corners and still gain a little bit because of the straight line speed of the Aston Martins here. And you're actually seeing that here. Christopher Potens doing pretty much exactly that. The problem is they're the third car in line. The Ferrari in the middle there got a really good run, but now Potens is the one that's going to be backed up a little bit, nowhere to go, going down into the corner. O'Sullivan under no particular threat there as they're being towed along by Barrier. Barrier, though, because they're in an Aston, couldn't get gained on enough. They were also safe. That is all to say, nothing changed, though. Everybody was looking for an advantage. Oh, and he's going to go into the corner. Does he have enough? Yes, he does. But for a second, he was going to overrun the corner. He doesn't. Slight contact there with O'Sullivan as they will switch position. Christopher Potens for G-League up inside the top 10. A very late move. Scared me. He pulled out like he thought he was out of control, and that might have scared O'Sullivan a little bit too. But nevertheless, position changed.
It certainly was, and that was a pretty great overtake on that point there, especially how clean that was for the most part there, as you see Benson, the five-star racing in the 24 Ford, going into the pit lane right now, so we'll see if they're taking their early stops from what we've talked about earlier on, so it really sort of depends on how they're playing the strategy out, Jesse. But as we go into Brendan for Renwalton for Ignite, currently in P73. Sorry, just lost the screen for a second there. Currently in the back of one of the Mustangs here of Wong, but he's just, the Ferrari just doesn't have as much legs as the Mustang when it comes to straight line speed. So it's just trying to master the exits and just trying to get yourself find the right place to overtake, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, you got to set it up. And the thing is a lot of the times around here, this track in particular, is your move is going to come at the expense of somebody else making a mistake, or your move is going to happen sort of very quickly. You're not going to be able to set it up a lot of the time unless you have a mechanical or an aero advantage like some of the cars do. You're not going to really get to pick when it happens to you. You're going to take advantage. I think that's why we've seen so many of these little incidents today, drivers just on top of each other, because they know they have to be, because they might be the one shot that they get to make that position up or make that position change.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just taking a quick look into the YouTube chat from Sebastian Brunier. Jordan Daly squeezing as much speed juice as possible from the boat. 21 positions gained since the start. So biggest, I would say it's the biggest progression from any driver, any team so far today. So really great on Jordan Daly's end to just push that Bentley right to its absolute limits there, Jesse.
Yeah, well, you know, there's this whole big mystery on what speed juice actually is, but you know, it's speed and juice, and you know, it's the breakfast of champions. Certainly, a couple of the drivers, Jordan Daly in particular, is hooked on the stuff and makes it work out here on the racetrack. Good run for both the RCI teams today. Both cars up inside the top 15 right now. They didn't start there either, Malk. They had to come from, I think, outside the top 15. Certainly, one of them came from outside the top 20 or so. They've made it work, and they were sort of beneficiaries of the early chaos, but they've also driven by several other cars as well. You've got 13th place held by their teammate Vestlepa in the 769 Bentley. Of course, Daly was in the community race, I'm pretty sure, 1 week ago. Some of these teams do the double too as well. They race in the community race to kind of get their head around the pro race. And even stranger still, some teams use different cars and they don't gain an advantage on having run the race. They just do it, just like to do it in different cars, I suppose.
Oh, so I mean, certainly does. I mean, it gives you a bit of a challenge as well when it comes to just fighting it for any sort of community series. But I mean, when you're driving both the community and the RCI Esports, is it gives you a good insight as to what the track's going to be like, but it isn't going to be guaranteed, though. I mean, we saw from Silverstone for ourselves, we had a very wet to a point where it was actually nearly flooding for the community series, but For the guys at Esports, it wasn't too bad, and yes, the server had to restart it, but they had a bit of a dry session too, so there is some variance when it comes to both how those two different races play out. But that's because of just the randomness factor of the weather when it comes to ACC like that, Jesse. But Arena Galaxy competitions for the 202 Aston Martin doing a really good job trying to pull himself as close as he can to Hutchison, who currently has the fastest lap. Would you like to know what that is, Jesse?
I would love to know what the fastest lap on this hot track is.
Currently, it's a 47.565. But that's because they took a monster of a first sector of a 47.565, which I don't think anybody else has got anywhere close to that first sector time from what I'm seeing on my side of the screen, Jesse.
For those of you that were with us for qualifying, that's 1.4 seconds slower than the pole speed is the race pace here, but you would expect that with a full fuel load and having to take care of the tires just a little bit more around here. It loses you about 1.4 seconds, but that is the difference between quali and the race pace. Still not hanging about, as the British would say. They certainly are not. Everybody well within just about everybody's running a low 48 to a mid 47. They're about most laps when they're not impeded. And that kind of echoes what we saw in qualifying. 30 plus cars, wasn't it? 34, 35, around 1 second from pole to 35th. And that is carried over into the race here today. Over 4 hours left to go. The heat's continuing to rise. A couple of things that our stewarding staff and our broadcaster have noticed, that the 595 where we saw make that unscheduled stop, they have pulled the garage door down. We believe the 73 is on fresh tires currently. They had a 1 minute 22 second pit stop. You wouldn't really need to take that unless you were serving a penalty and taking tires. That would sort of round out to serving a penalty and getting tires. That's the only real explanation for a pit stop that long. Some of our stewards have begun to talk to us and have said that, yeah, if you've not double stinted, that is going to be horrible to try and do at the end of this race. Yeah,
we're in literal hell right now. It's 36 degrees.
Double. Well, no, we're in Italy, a very beautiful part of the world. The opposite of hell in many ways.
Oh no! If you were standing on the track right now, your shoes will melt.
If you're standing on the track, that's a safety violation. There's 34 cars going around very, very quickly. I wouldn't recommend that.
No, I can't endorse that. I'm afraid we have to. Our safety is priority when it comes to not just RCI, but for racing as a whole. Because you see with this track, this track has evolved so much through all of the years. Like I mentioned earlier, just obviously a lot of it was based upon safety. A lot of it was, but they haven't got rid of what made this track fun, which was all the high-speed action. But they did it all. But any of the sort of the changes they made to make it safer didn't really impact the best kind of racing we have.
No, this track, it mostly is the same as it was in the 60s, with a couple of, what would we say, safety chicanes added to it, of course. Of course, the woods are a little bit further back than they used to be, and we've got a few more curbs than there ever was back then. But yeah, I love it when you're able to modify a track, and we've been to a couple this season. Watkins Glen, for instance, is a great example of that, of tracks that have modernized throughout its history, but it's not lost what made it great. Monza's the same thing. It's a very modern circuit now, but all the things that made Monza great in 1967 are still here in 2024.
Yeah, I wonder if I wish that they can just find a way to revitalize the oval section as well. That was always what was a key point of the Monza itself. Maybe we can have a is it NASCAR that does ovals as well? Does it have a European have a European have a European race at Monza of the oval section?
Well, you have a NASCAR series in Europe, and hey, if they revitalized it, I think it'd be too dangerous. The banking is I would refer to it, as an American who loves oval racing, I would refer to the banking here at Monza as stupid steep. And if an American is telling you that the banking's too steep, you can probably rest assured that it's too steep, right?
Well, yeah, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's 21 degrees. So
No,
it's
it's gotta
quite,
be. It's way more than that. It's gotta be way. Daytona is 25 degrees, and Monza isn't Monza near vertical.
it's near vertical. I'm sure it was, I remember reading
The
something that
bottom
was,
might be 22
yeah, it could easily
because
well
it's
be.
progressive as well, isn't it? The
Yeah,
banking here.
yeah, it's progressive. It doesn't cut off because obviously, if it did cut off, you'd be going into the tree line there. So, as Stewie Harmon said to me, it's not 21. Apparently, it says it's 30 degrees.
Yeah, that sounds more.
Which that is quite a very steep incline, especially if you want to drive straight up it.
Well, here's the problem. If you wanted to race around here, you'd have to have safer barriers and stuff like that. You'd have to have safety. But the speed at the Monza Oval here, and even when you ran the combined layout for endurance and stuff like that, Formula also ran it at some point as well. But the speed's at the top because you can go the fastest and you got to be right up at the top. It's the most dangerous, etc., and so forth. They would still want to do that. And oh my goodness, is that Tugel in the 177 that we just saw go off into the dirt in the background? I'd be quite curious how many cars are doing that, because we're going to see here, yeah, this is Jan-Erik Tugel, and I think they just misjudged the curb here and spear off into the dirt. They're going to bang off both of them for good measure. Doesn't make it to the wall, but Malkin, your experience racing here in ACC, is that a track limits warning that he could have gotten right there?
I think that could be. I think that could just be easily a track warning. But again, there's no easy way to tell where the true track limits are. There's not a magical wall that tells you, no, you can't go any further than this, because it could be, might not be. But whether they have it or not, that could certainly lead them to worry if they're on their final warning.
Yeah, I think the biggest worry is that if you do that one or two times, then you're putting yourself in danger. If you're unfamiliar with ACC racing, you get 3 track limit warnings by violating the bounds of the racetrack, which is very obviously displayed by the white lines on either side of the tarmac, or the green just beyond it, which is not raceable surface in a GT3 car. It is in other forms of race car, but not these here today. Leonid Makovkin for CRT Pro, they had such a great run. They are in early by anybody's measure. They're in early. Now, is this strategic to get off those double stinted tires and change driver? It may be. This would be the outer limit of what I would consider doing that as, but I believe that is to say this is a scheduled stop for CRT Pro.
Yes, because CRT Pro, I'm just having a wee look at the stint timers. It's looking to be that a lot of the drivers here are currently in the 45 minutes, but there is quite a few of them that are currently. Momentum is also at the very end of their stint timer, so they're currently in the pit lane changing. Yeah, there's about 3 or 4 cars currently right now that are right at the end of their own stint timer, so they're currently trying the alternative strategy, as I would say, or had to make an unscheduled stop at some point in the race. So it really sort of depends on what the rest of the strategy is going to play out with. Are they going to take their double stints now? Are they going to take it later? Just who knows? We'll see what happens within the next 5 or so minutes when they come back out the pits.
Remember, any team, and the majority of the teams went to the maximum here today. Almost nobody decided to come in early, even 1 lap early. They all pretty much went the maximum, so we won't expect to see the majority, if not all, of the cars on the lead lap in until the 3-hour 50-minute to go mark, or as near as close to that as you can get. If it says 3 hours 49 minutes and you're coming to pit lane, you're going to get a humongous fine for violating stint timer. But anything short of that, we expect them to be within a minute or so of 3 hours and 50 minutes down. Seb Brunier, heading on to a point we were talking about earlier with the RCI Esports, Christoph Estrepa gained 15 positions in that opening stint, according to the live timing provided by Justin Stubenausch. We appreciate that. Sim Race Life has asked, and it's already been answered, but how many sets of tires do they have? They have 4 sets of tires for 6 hours, which means that at some point they're going to have to double stint 2 sets of tires. And with this race starting in the
Alvin
AM,
Smith. Sorry, I'm just butting in. There was a little bit of contact between Alvin Smith and the Melton for future of the car 74 there. Just a little bit of that parabolica where they just were a little bit bumper touching. So that could have ended very disastrously as Lucas Ziegler trying to take full advantage of trying to get them to go in for a remittal for friends. But again, they're just not able to take full advantage on Smith's exits in there. So sorry for that, Jesse. I'll let you continue on what you were saying.
no, absolutely not. We're just talking a little bit of strategy. This is the strategy. This is just racing between the 51 of, well, you got Wong and Manani here racing each other. It looks like Alvin Wong for Drive Just Boys is going to win that fight. Muscles out in the muscle car just a little bit. Agioni looks a little bit dead to rights here. Don't know if there's something wrong with that car, but here comes Jenner Tugel, who's going to go around the outside, and he might be able to get this in the second chicane. Still side by side, though, is the 51 of the 177. Prime E-Racing looking down to the inside of Lesmo 1. He's going to get it somehow in 2 corners, 2 positions lost for the 51.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate. Like, sometimes if you just lose your groove, you might lose it for a few corners, you might lose it for a lap. So, all really sort of depends what goes from there. As the likes of Verstappen are right on the back of Frey, trying to find a way to go around. He's got more legs than that Aston Martin, whether or not he's just letting them through, but it's just still side by side. Trying to go through towards turn 1. Who's going to be better on the braking point here? We're still eerily side by side there. Verstappen has the better inside line going towards him there, and he secures that position right up to P11. So good on job for Verstappen.
Very good job indeed. Everybody now settling into the race a little bit, or at least you would hope that everyone's settling into the race. Restrepo would very dearly like to be inside the top 10. Certainly trying to get that accomplished right here, but there's a couple of cars are still one car in between him now. Here is Jan-Erik Tugel again, making the move this time on Alvin Wong down the inside. A lap car getting out of the way quite nicely there to allow these two, the Drive Just Boys and the Prime E-Racing car, to take blows at each other, and nearly running out of room is Tugel. That's going to compromise his exit. And Manani going around the outside, the 51. Manuel won't be able to do it. Down the inside now is, I believe that is the lapped car, so no position gained there, and they'll stay out of this. On it again is the 177 for Prime E-Racing. Can he get it? No, he can't. Drive Just Boy survives another turn as they all come back together, single file again.
There certainly is an interesting battling going on here, but we saw from the McLaren had dipped its tires in the gravel at turn 2, so that's what gave him the bit of the poor run going towards the second chicane there. I see there's another car that's off at the minute, 72. Lucas Ziegler out at Scary again. Looks to be too much curb.
Lucas Ziegler.
Yeah,
oh,
just ran right
thing.
the middle of it.
Oh, he's going to ride him cowboy, and didn't stay on for 8 seconds. And luckily, he didn't hit anything. The only thing hurt here is his pride and his, running order position.
As Lando Norris will call it, just a loss of talent onto his perspective. I wouldn't clearly call it for that for this one here. Just a little bit of confidence onto that curb.
They're still going at it. Look at them.
Yeah, still going at it, but the McLaren seems to be having a little bit of better edge on the turns than the likes of the Mustang. But in my opinion, the Mustang.
Gotta get back in line.
Get back in line there, Jones. Don't let them through. But the McLaren, while it does have legs, is a lot better on handling.
Oh my goodness!
Gee whiz, the McLaren has legs onto that point there. Side by side, going through turn 1, but it's getting squeezed about there. Got this lap car trying to get through. But the lap car is one of the ones that I think had a bad incident near the start of the race, but he can't get too involved into this as it. If he does get himself to an incident with those cars, the stewards will definitely be keeping an eye on those group cars here to make sure they keep it nice and clean and tidy. But Dougal is definitely going to be starting to get frustrated, I want to say, Jesse.
Very well could do, as everybody is able to sort themselves out just a little bit there. And Alvin Wong has survived a couple of laps here of the onslaught of Tugel, and the 177 has not been able to make their way around here at all. Trinsky is the car in the background. You could almost see them. The white hood way back there is, in my opinion, the best position they could possibly be in, far enough away that if anything happens, they'll be able to shortly be able to pick their way through. This has calmed down for the time being. Dougal now has a car in between them. That, I mean, they have a right. If you're a lapped car, right, Malk, you have the right. It's in the rules that you can make your way back through. It's Del Fonte, by the way, and as long as you do it safely and smartly, and you don't impede a lead lap car, you can unlap yourself, and that's all Del Fonte is trying to do here. And in my opinion, they haven't done anything wrong. They've capitalized on this group fighting and being stacked up, and now pressuring to get by. If I'm Alvin Wong, I'm giving him the inside, which is exactly what Wong's doing here. Just letting them get out of the way. And yeah, that's going to allow Tugel to catch up, Magnani also to catch up, Trinsky also to catch up. But you don't lose anything. You lose a lot less by doing that than trying to fight them or saying, why are you fighting me? Get them out of the way. Clearly faster. Del Fonte's already gone. Battle back on. Game on for 21st again.
Yeah, certainly, especially if
Or
Del
20.
Fonte. Yeah, especially if Del Fonte is on fresher tires as well than the rest of the competition. But Tugel has a better run up on the second chicane there on the inside line of the first Lesmo corner. Still a little bit side by side, but he edges out just ahead. But that leaves the likes of Wong and vulnerable to the Ferrari of Magoni at the 51. But he just keep it steady. He has a little bit of a slide there from the McLaren. That's going to impact his run towards the Scari. But he's able to keep it clean enough just to keep his distance from the rest of the cars there. So he just better hope he can keep it clean through Ascari, because he does not want to make the same mistake that the other competitors have made of going through these curves, because they'll launch you off and into the wall if you do it wrong. But that Mustang there just ate that curb like it was nothing, Jesse.
Yeah, if you are a Ferrari, you've seen struggle with that sort of thing, you will look on in extreme jealousy of that and be a little bit frustrated. You might mutter a little something to yourself. All these cars handle very differently. It's hard to see it if you're just watching at home on your television, but they do handle incredibly differently. We've seen the Ferrari not be able to take curbs. Some of these cars might as well be monster trucks for as well as they take the curbs. Others might as well not be anything like that. Quite frankly,
I remember
they can't take them at all.
I remember the in 1.7, the Mercedes just ate every single curb you just threw at it. Like I say that, like the Monza at the second chicane just went through it just like it was through butter.
Yeah.
Just absolutely. So, but I know obviously the physics has upgraded since then, and obviously cars react slightly differently between now and then. But a lot of the time, these cars, they've changed so much from what the old days of ACC, and a lot of drivers say, "Oh, they drive almost like the real cars." Some say they don't, but everybody has their own opinion, and for me, they all drive great.
Well, I will say this: David Perel, longtime Ferrari driver, he says it's pretty similar. Niki Team, Aston Martin driver, said the same thing. He goes, yeah, it's pretty close to what it's like to drive the Aston. I remember he was driving Spa that particular day. I miss Niki Team streaming. Obviously, everybody has a life they have to get on and with, but my goodness, major talents and two ringing endorsements, in my opinion, of real world racing drivers saying, yeah, it's pretty similar to the real thing. It has some of the same handling characteristics and quirks of the real cars as well. I think ACC does GT3 racing about as good, if not better, than any other sim. And well, if that's the basis of your simulator, you would hope that's the case, but there's many like it that don't achieve that same mark. George Boothby in the pit lane. He could have possibly stretched it for an additional lap, but double stinting the tires, he's elected to come in. The Veloce driver in. Kevin Toddy for Visceral, though, in the 44 Lamborghini, will take the lead of the race and become our 5th different leader of the day. But surely they will be in this time by.
I just hope the curse hasn't turned on to them anytime soon. But yeah, it's normally a good option to take the overcut, especially for this track here, because again, he's going to be coming out into some traffic here. So it really depends whether or not he can able to fight through the traffic, or like what what the 44 Bristol Esports car is doing, is overcutting to let the rest of the competition pit so that they can pit into clean air.
Yeah, this is an interesting part of the race for strategy, because so many cars are on a double stint. We believe the 73 took new tires. They may be the outlier, one of the few, if not the only car that elected to do that particular strategy. Everybody else certainly now, I think, Malcolm, we're right in saying they're going to be changing tires here.
Certainly are, and as they going on to that point there, I mean, there's some people that might be on the alternative strategy. We won't know until we see the next pit stops there. But for the majority of them, they will be changing to fresh boots and getting those times down. 36 degrees, though. Do you want to double stint now, or hope that the temperature will come down later? But you just don't know. So it all really sort of depends. With just less than 4 hours to click off towards the end of the race, it more sort of really depends on what how they feel about the heat.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to get hotter, and we saw some chatters talk about it earlier on, and we also had the echoed sentiment of some of the team here at RCI that were in the community race a week ago, talking about how it's not going to be good if you're trying to double stint now. What was the chatter? Was it Simrace Life? It was Simrace Life who said that, you know what you could do? You could save the second double stint for the end of the race, because it's normally a shorter stint. Very wise indeed, and I reckon that might be what a lot of the teams do.
It certainly is an option to go from that point there, but what you have to consider is there'll be a lot of people that'll be on fresh boots at the end of the race, so it's whether or not you can maximize your single stint to a point you can build a big enough gap to hold off anybody that's on the fresh boots. But yeah, it all sort of really depends on what works best for the team and what best works for your own driving style when it comes to a track as hot as this and track as with this many straights. But as we go across towards the likes of Parabolica for Tugal for Prime E-Racing here, right in the back of the 255. He's going to try and see if he can find a way to get around the likes of the 255 competition here, but like with the McLaren, it does have the legs, but and has the somewhat better handling than the Aston Martin. It is a little bit trickier to drive it once it's on the end, near the end of his double stints, Jesse.
It certainly is. I think a lot of these cars, they change dramatically, none more than the Porsche. We don't have one of those today, but the Porsche, it changes personalities halfway through a stint. Now, I don't know how else to explain that. It just completely, based on how much fuel is in the car, i.e. weight, because that is calculated correctly in this sim, just changes. It's like a complete tonal shift when you're driving the car, and it can catch you out if you're not familiar with it. Some it doesn't bother them at all, especially if it's the one car that you drive. Others, it is quite frustrating indeed. I will say it is a shame that we don't have a Porsche in the field, because believe it or not, on current patch with standard balancer performance, of course we use custom balancer performance, but with standard BOP, this is actually, and this is the part that messes with people, this is actually one of the most potent tracks for Porsche for some reason now.
It's just unusual for it to see a Porsche, because normally Porsches are normally capped when it comes to top speed. So, because I think they have the worst in the top speed, if I'm not mistaken, for quite a while, until the 992 gave them a little bit of a better one. I'm not sure if I'm right on that, Jesse. But
we're gonna give our broadcaster Vietnam flashbacks if we don't stop talking about Porsche straight line problems. But no, it's true. For whatever reason, the current standard BOP favors the Porsche around here quite a bit, and it is quite bizarre to see it overtake Mercedes and McLarens and the like down the straights here, but it will do it on that. But we wouldn't get to see that anyway because we have custom BOP, and of course, alas, no Porsches field. Just checking down into the steward's box. Yep, everything's nice and quiet, folks. Everything smooth sailing here.
Just
right
hope
now.
you haven't jinxed it, Sir Jesse.
Everybody else. I'm going to blame Ryan Gill if I did. Stewie's pointed out that the McLaren had a long pit stop. It was 1 minute 23. Certainly changed tires, but even still, it would have been a slightly longer stop than need be. Jade Hutchinson down the pit lane. And everybody else that hasn't come in certainly have to come in here. Christers Pondens into the pit lane. Veslepa will also have to come in. The cars that have not stopped yet, they cannot do another lap. They do not have enough time anymore. So the final pit stop, or the final pitters for this sequence of stops, I should say. Everybody safely into the pit lane. You know what else we haven't had through 2 pit stops? That's a pit road speeding penalty. That might be a new record for this series.
Well, yeah, we wouldn't put it out just yet. We're still only not even halfway through the race yet, so there's still plenty of time for somebody to make that mistake. But for Monza, everybody knows Monza. Everybody knows how to drive the track. It's basically the first track for many if you're new to ACC, because that is probably the most popular track on open lobbies, I want to say. Not that I'll say it's the most safest track when it comes to public lobbies, but it certainly is the most popular one when it comes to that. There's lots of, obviously, like we said, lots of speed straights, some variation on corners. It's a good starter track to get to know the car and get to know how everything for how ACC works through the physics, how it handles and that. You get a replay as we switch over towards the pit stop times here. Currently, right now, it looks like everybody's sitting around about 1 minute 1 minute 6, 1 minute 7, with some people going as high as 1 minute 28. I'm not sure if that was from the additional penalties that may have been applied since then. So it looks like a lot of the drivers here have at least applied fresh boots here, Jesse.
Yeah, it certainly does, as we sort of expected that. So there's no reason to triple stint. You wouldn't really want to, you really couldn't do that anyway. You'd get a puncture at some point. So just about everybody there. Remember, we were in the 58, 59 second bracket thereabout for a fuel-only stop. And typically, if you pack their car with fuel, it's an additional 5 seconds to change the tires. And that's kind of what you're seeing here, a little bit longer than that. Of course, a lot of driver changes happening as well. But pretty much everybody in the same ballpark, 108, 107s. Then you got the 122 for Till and the 32 Ferrari. That was quite a long stop as well. But a couple, as we go further back into the pack, you're going to see cars that are repairing damage. One car there definitely didn't take tires. Tadej Juknavicius in the 55. I'm pretty certain they did not take tires, but they certainly would have back on lap 34. They pitted on lap 69 2 laps ago. So they are double stinting now, which we'll have to pay attention to that 55 and see how that works out for Tadej, because that could be a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, it could easily well be a mistake for some, but again, it really sort of depends on how well it plays out. I mean, there could easily be mistakes by other drivers or anything like that, but it's a risk that might be worth taking.
Very well might be, and here we are. Pit stop cycle complete for the second time today. George Boothby out in front, 2.5 seconds in front, leading for Veloce. And behind them, everybody playing catch up. These cars on top of each other, a little bit of contact, shoving the Grab-'em car off of the racetrack a little bit. They'll rejoin, but they're going to lose both of these positions. Julian Sauer for Rinwelton is going to take at least one of those positions away, and they will be back in line behind the the other Aston, I should say, of Tadas Juknavicius for Veloce. And this is what I was worried about, not taking tires. Maybe you're sort of dead in the water a little bit. Look at this. Fighting all the way back is Warren. Oh, my goodness.
Just a very opportunistic, maybe, but he just played it safe until that point there, just making sure that if the gap did exist, he could have easily gone through it with Felipe. Also at the back of Hutchison as well, but not that long. You've got Schubeck and the number 6 Lamborghini also trying to take full advantage. But is it me or is that Lamborghini just has some sort of top end speed jump at some point? It looked like he was just gaining a lot there for that last second.
Could have been. Could have been indeed. Just sometimes we get sort of tricked. It's almost like it's an optical illusion, because if one car or a line of cars gets a bad exit out of a corner, it makes it like the car that's passing them is superhuman almost. But for Julian Sauer, Rin Welton for Future, they have done an excellent job of getting that position. They're back inside the top 15 now. You'll remember they had the issues to start this race down in the second chicane with the 255. So they're back inside the top 15 for the first time today in a while. Well, that is all but taken care of the second pit cycle of the race. We're going to pick a car. We're going to bring you the sights and the sounds of the onboard as we go to a little bit of a break here on the broadcast in, but don't go away. We'll be right back with you for more commentary. And until then, the broadcaster's going to pick a car. Please enjoy the sights and the sounds, the 6 hours of Monza. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to round 4 of the RCI 6-hour esports series. We're currently coming close to the halfway point here. We're currently sitting in with Martin Grady for RCI Esports Red, currently chasing down a Veloce car, a Youngtivets in the 55. Currently Grady on newer tires with a Veloce car, currently on the older sets there, so he's going to try and see if he can make his way around onto that point there. Currently, you did see a spin earlier on from the likes of contact between McLaren and the Ford. There's just a little unfortunate braking there for Turgo for the 177 there. So we'll see if all of our stewards will have a look into that and see what the outcome of that will be. But so far, all of it's been all nice and calm. Besides that, we've all enjoyed it. So we hope that you sit back and enjoy the experience. You're joined here with myself, Matt Malcolm, and alongside with me, you've got Jesse Lee and Stewie Hallman behind the cameras. Currently, right now, we're in Sturbin with Dynamic Motorsports here, going on towards turn 1 there. Right behind them, we have Martin Lawrence for the RCI Esports Blue team, with Sturbin almost trying to avoidable action there to avoid the other Mustang there. There's no Aston Martin, sorry, as we get a chance to have a replay of that through Martin Lawrence's perspective of the helicam. Goes into a little bit too deeper point there, tries to take a look. Yeah, it looks to be a little bit avoidable action there, Jesse.
Yeah, it certainly was. The two cars in front of him there didn't know if they were going to. They both sort of gave way, did Potens and Stubing, and I think that kind of confused Martin Lawrence there a little bit as well. I think Martin came in a little hot and missed his braking point, but even adding insult to injury, he had to go a little bit further out than he would have liked to because the other two cars. That was the first instance today. We've seen that before, but that's the first instance today of two cars, Stubing and Podens, who were a little too nice to each other. We haven't seen that at all in today's race, but that certainly threw Martin Lawrence, who had already missed the braking point a little bit. That could have been way worse, is what I'm getting at, for all parties involved. But the fact that that was absolutely nothing in the end is sort of a godsend for everybody involved. And now Stubing gets to drive away. Podens will recover, and Martin Lawrence can get back to trying to get by for 12th place.
Yeah, Martin Lawrence trapped in a wall of Aston Martins, as you can see there. He's just trying to find a way to break through that barrier that he is in. But if he's able to stick through it, he's able to get himself into a nice few positions onto there. But I think from that point there, if we get to see a replay of Leon in this number 73 Ferrari, looks going through the Scary section, looks to be a clean overtake on, yeah, very clean overtake on that part there. Martin Lawrence got a few cars behind them there, but you got to see a narrow replay of Martin Lawrence going down to turn 1, goes through the inside line, but once you're on the inside, you're on the outside, but he's able to secure that position onto that point there, and there's quite a solid overtaking into turn 1. But with Martin Lawrence, if he's charging that, yeah, he's going to be charging it, yeah, with everything he's got.
Well, there's a few drivers in esports that I wouldn't want to have to drive against, and Martin Lawrence and that Bentley is definitely in that top list, because just I would use the word unsufferably good is Martin Lawrence, and he
enough
knows,
to scare.
Yeah, I wouldn't take the car out of the garage, honestly, if I knew he was entering the race. I would sign out if he signed up. What I'm getting at, he's just that good, and he knows every millimeter of that particular race car, and he knows how to get the best out of it. He knows where to put it, where other people can't sort of fight back as a retort to a pass being made. And that is the most annoying thing. That's the worst thing and the best thing you can be as a race car driver, and that's annoying to everybody else, because you're doing something right most of the time if nobody wants to have to race you one-on-one, and Martin's that guy in that car. A pig in, well, Gardier inside the top 10. They were 9th a little bit ago, but the number 39 has fallen back a spot. We saw whenever Valentin Berrier was in the car, they were up in 9th, but down to 10th now, but still inside the top 10 for that team. Doing quite well indeed. George Boothby for Veloce sister team still enjoys the lead. Novikov in the 138 is in P2 now. They have been for quite some time. That's the CRT Pro team. And Zerbin installed into the 44 on the most recent cycle with pit stops in the 3rd place position. That's your top 3. Behind them, Jade Hutchinson in the top 5 and Felipe in the 202. Right behind them, this group, Luca Schulbeck for Vincenzo Racing. They are chasing down Filippi for 5th place. This is the battle for that spot. About the top 5. Big points here at the pointy end of the table, wouldn't you say?
Certainly is, and I would also like to mention the 255 competition making the absolute charge through into the competition right now. They're sort of trying to catch up towards that back there. But yeah, great deal of points being spent out between all the teams here today, especially with the likes of, like the championship leader, the 71 Renwalton, who was here for qualifying but didn't come into the race at all. So it's very unusual for them not to be here today, but that has certainly blown the championship out of the water. So it's all to come down to play for us to how much of that gap that's the 255 competition can bring it down, or will another team take the top step in the lead?
Lots still to be answered for, with a little over half of the race left to go here today. I don't think, even at 6.3 seconds, that gap first to second is all but solved. I think that there's a lot of racing to go on here and some strategy left to play out. A couple of teams are on an alternative strategy, and only time will tell if that's going to work. But what we do know is, as we get closer to noon here in sim time here in Italy, it is 38 degrees C, 32 degrees ambient, and we're getting to the point where even a southerner like myself going to start to argue it's a little uncomfortable out there.
It certainly is. 38 degrees, and as we haven't even hit the 3-hour mark. Do you think we'll hit 40 by the end of it? Well, you never know. We've got 22 minutes to find out about that one, Jesse. But Sherbeck is 6 for 6 in P6 for the car number 6. Joined following the Gladius car of the 202. It's a hard car to follow with the Aston Martin. And sometimes, if you can set it up right, it just has legs to go on through the straight part here. But if you can get the corners right and get your exit done right, then I don't believe Schubeck will have any doubt on trying to catch him.
Yeah, this is one of those things. We talked about this earlier. You actually asked me, sort of the anatomy of a pass around here. It is different than most other places, and what you really want to do is you want to be close but not too close, and what you really need is for the car in front of you to be uncomfortable or to be looking in the mirror too much or to make a mistake. The problem is, these are esports drivers. They do this is their bread and butter. Some of them, this is what they do as a profession, so they're not really as susceptible to that as most people, you or me, would be. The cars following behind, they're going to run their own race. The other part of that is that you are at Monza and anything can happen. The margins are so finite a lot of the time, anybody can still make a mistake. So what you're really hoping for is a mistake. What the other thing you're hoping for is that you just have the overall pace or enough motor, potentially enough aero or lack thereof, to get somewhat beside them and make life difficult, like Martin Lawrence is doing here, or Stubing. Just making life difficult, living in the mirrors, getting right behind them, probing for weakness, trying to find any avenue to get up beside them, get around them, anything. Make them make a mistake. You don't have to. It's easier if they make a mistake. But just look how close Martin Lawrence is following him, putting the pressure on here. Usually, only good things happen whenever you do this, unless you're the one that misses your braking point. And then, well, we all know how that ends.
Oh yeah, definitely is. You don't want to end it out on a disaster from that point there. But with Martin Lawrence, you don't have to worry too much about that. He's always been a very capable driver, and there's one that I tend to fear if he's behind me, because he always likes
insufferable. Martin Lawrence,
yes.
Lovely human being, love the guy, Czech guy, one of the sweetest human beings you'll ever meet. Unsufferable on the racetrack.
Yeah, put him in the car, and then you'll be worried if he's on your rear bumper. But oh no, he's always a person. I mean, the last few times I've raced against him, he's always done a last to first challenge too. He quite likes to do that sort of stuff. So usually racing in the mid pack with some slower or drivers who have a very similar pace to him, he just loves doing that more than just leading out front.
Yeah, you know who else occasionally likes to do a last to first challenge? That's George Boothby, leading the race currently. I've called him disgusting in the past, not because he's disgusting outside of racing, but on the racetrack, what he can do with a race car is absolutely disgusting. He can get away with things on the track, put his car in positions that you'd think there's no chance he's going to come out on top. He absolutely does. And some of the most thrilling races just been him going to pub lobbies, having a little bit of fun, seeing how far he can get up through the field. More often than not, though, he can win those races, can't Truth be. Pass made there, by the way, for Martin Lawrence up in to P11.
Yeah, certainly great result there for David Patel for Coach Dave Academy, still on the back of Singh as well. Just trying to find the right place for it, because again, these cars are exactly the same in every way. There's just set up to make the fine adjustments of what makes them a slightly faster car or a more reliable car. So when it comes onto that part there, David Patel is going to try and find a way to get around in the best possible place. Normally it's down at turn 1, normally it's down at second chicane, so it all really sort of depends on how well he can manage those straights. But there's also those curbs, which we've talked about quite a few times already. There's been a few Ferraris that have already suffered from the likes of those curb points there. So for Patel, he's in a good spot there, as well as Luca Scherbeck is also gaining on the likes of the Aston Martin right at the back. He's just a couple tenths behind, but not going to be able to get enough run on him. But there's a backmarker car right ahead. That's Tulla, the 177 McLaren. Maybe that might throw a spanner in the works for Scherbeck to get ahead.
Backmarker, you say? That's interesting. McKenna McConnell's handed me a piece of paper. 10-second time penalty for car 62. Blue flag infringement across 3 sectors, so that's an entire lap. That back on lap 76, so a 10-second time penalty to the lap car 62. 10-second time penalty also for car 996 for causing avoidable contact with the 177 on lap 81, turn 1. And no further action for reported cutting of pit lane. Tire did not cross the pit exit line, so it's no further action. That was reported on the 800 back on lap 36. That would have been the first pit stop of the day, so they reported the 800 for that. The stewards investigated and found no wrongdoing, though. He was on the line, Malk, but wasn't over it. Goal line technology says.
To show Rebecci, by the way, just going over the Ferrari. That's another one that's claimed the Ascari curb. I
Didn't hit
as I
anything.
said, didn't hit anything. That was very lucky on that part there, but yeah, no, it's not. It wasn't that good. But you're right, Jesse, on that part there.
Well, goal line technology says the 800 did not violate. They were onside and the goal counts. So no issues there for the 800. That's very rare. We've had many reports of pit lane infringement. That might be the first one this championship that has not led to a penalty. Vestersport, the 51, very nearly got into the back of Tugel. Was able to get it woed up in time, but only just. Stubbing got passed by Martin Lawrence a lap ago, but that doesn't mean Luca for Dynamic Motorsports is going to give up. He's right back on the back of the Bentley, and my goodness, is there a lot of back of that Bentley to look at.
Certainly is. I think it's one of the widest cars in all of ACC. If I think of the Mercedes or the Mustang takes the top spot on that part there, but the Bentley is such a gorgeous car to look at. You can't go wrong with from any angle from this car. It's just an absolute stunning car, and I just wish there was an evolution of this car, even in real life racing or even in any sort of sim racing.
I'll never forget, right before COVID happened, the final major motorsports race was the 12 Hours of Bathurst. Jordan Pepper won it for the Bentley team whenever Bentley was on the way out, and they won that race. And then COVID happened a couple weeks later. It shut everything down, motor racing included. But it was an excellent swan song.
A perfect end to basically a legacy for that car.
And it went on the mountain of all places. One of its final races. How incredible is that? What a story.
One of the hardest tracks. But then again, But then again, for a car like that, it could block the track no matter where you go onto that part there. But it is such a brilliant car.
I have an incoming text from Callum Kerrigan, who you'll hear the lovely voice of here in just a little while. Callum Kerrigan has corrected us. He said that the widest car is whatever car he is currently driving.
That's a very bold. That's a very bold statement from Callum Kerrigan there. Because again, what car? Is he in a Mini? Is he in Is he in a transit van?
Basically, he might be in a combine harvester for all we know if he's talking about making it wide. I will say, Callum Kerrigan has insinuated that whatever car he is in has a booty that would make Kim Kardashian jealous, is what he said, basically.
Well, that's for him. That's for his opinion of what he wants on that. But it looks to be a little bit of skidey parts on the back part there between the 255 and the looks to be Singh, as 255 is able to get past the likes of Singh. So good overtaking point there, but Martin Lawrence still trying to defend on the likes of Stubing of the 1111 Aston Martin, but he's able to start pulling off a gap onto it. So his next competition is Yardier up ahead of the car 39 for Veloce Esports. So do you think that's well, I think Yardier is on older tires, if I'm not mistaken, while Martin Lawrence is on a fresh set, so he might be able to kick it up a notch and get closer down over to him. You can see the gap is closing in, but do we think Martin can do it against Yardier, considering how talented both those drivers are?
I think Martin's closing the gap. I think it'll be an all-time fight, and it won't be an unusual fight. I'm pretty certain these two have raced each other in the past at one point or another in competition, and we may be leading to that once again, and certainly for meaningful spots here, top 10.
As long as it doesn't get too heated between the two, that's what matters.
Well, here's the thing. I can guarantee that what they'll both try to do is avoid conflict, but they're not going to give it away. And I can guarantee Jardier is not going to give up a spot. I can guarantee that Martin Lawrence is not going to give up a spot either. So you're going to see a spirited battle if they do come together. But hopefully it is, it's all on, because I'd desperately love to see that. Two drivers that probably haven't seen each other in a very long time on the racetrack meeting again.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, when it comes to these esports drivers, they probably see each other all the time. But with these drivers here, especially if you meet with somebody you haven't seen for a while, it just makes you excited when it comes to that. I mean, there's been plenty of times where I've raced in RCI where I've seen a name where I haven't seen in a long time, and I get quite happy for that. But as Stewie, as our broadcaster says, Martin's gaining by 4 attempts to half a second a lap on the likes of Yardier. So we'll probably see that it will come up to him in the next couple of laps onto that part there.
Yep, very close racing, and as close as you like there into the back of Roberto Rebecci very nearly gets clouded into the back of. Tugel's he's gonna go wide on Parabolica simply because he had to brake and change his line there. That's gonna allow another car through there, or at least get side by side with him for the time being. Everybody else, no real contact. I didn't think they made contact, but they got close. You could barely fit a piece of A4 between the two of them there. Folks, while we got a minute and before we do the broadcast change, just want to bring up a couple of things we got going on, and maybe the end of the year. Happy holidays to everybody out there that observes any holidays this time of year, as Julian Sauer for Renwelton for Future is about to gain another spot here, or certainly is going to try to gain a spot on Podens, and will just about do, not quite clear, but should have the run down into turn 1. Happy holidays to you. We're still racing around here. We will do for one-offs most of our major competitions. Well, in fact, today is the last day of major competition here at RCI for 2024. Don't fret, a full slate of races coming at you in 2025. But between now and January, a couple of one-offs we got going on, including this Monday, the Monday Cup one-off. That's how it's pronounced. It is all the Cup cars. It's the Porsche Cup. It is the Ferrari Challenge car, and the Lamborghini ST, I believe it is.
Yes, it is.
3 different categories. Pick your favorite Cup car. and race it here on ACC with us. We are going to be live on Monday in sight, sound, vision, and of course on the racetrack. We're at Valencia for that round. That's just a one-off race. And on Wednesday, back to iRacing, the newly released BMW M2 and iRacing. We'll bring you the race live from that as well. Orin Park, never been there in iRacing. We'll be there live on Wednesday. And you can join our Le Mans Ultimate Winter one-off event. Very first Le Mans Ultimate race this Friday. Go to the website, racerci.com. Check out the schedule. Sign up for the exciting one-offs before the season's end.
Yeah, certainly plenty of good options here to round off towards the end of the year. But there'll be some exciting stuff coming into the next year as well. But I think for me, I'm definitely most excited to try out the Le Mans Ultimate this coming Friday, because the one that certainly is a newer sim onto the market. But again, it's definitely one I haven't tried all Le Mans Ultimate myself, but I'll certainly be excited for that one, Jesse. But turn back to the action. We've got Leon from Remmelton for Ignite, right in the back of Grady for the RCI Esports red team. Just trying to make sure they can get around, but he seems to be gaining a little bit more speed advantage going towards turn one. He's going to try and look at the peak on the inside line, outbraking Grady slightly onto that inside line, and just making it tight and neat towards the end of that part there. So great overtaking part there, even though it didn't look like it was intentional.
Yeah, here's the biggest problem with Martin Grady, and I'll say it's a handsome man, lovely human being. Too nice out there on the racetrack. He's a nice guy. He's a guy that's always going to respect you and give you room. And he's not really known for making rash or brash moves.
Oh, did we just lose you, Jesse? It seems like we might have lost Jesse for half a second there. But Sorelli currently right now for Skidmark Racing, one of Jesse's favourite livery teams here. Currently right now chasing looks to be Rossi in the 62 and Ferrari, but with them they've got a 10-second penalty, so they don't have to worry too much when it comes onto the racing point there. But as they come along towards the back part towards turn 2, it would be nice to get ahead so they can get the clean air, take full advantage onto that point there. But again, keeps it nice, keeps it tidy onto that point, just to keep it off the gravel, because as you touch that gravel, you'll start to lose out on your speed towards that final point there. Now, currently right now, just as Stewie has mentioned there, it's currently right now between 1 second between the likes of Martin Lawrence and Yardier as well, so they are catching up quite considerably onto there, especially with the likes of Yardier also being on older tires. There's a great options going on to that point there, with Sorelli going down into the Scari section here, trying to keep it clean because he might want to take advantage of the Ferrari not being able to take those curves all too well from onto the point there. But again, he's gaining onto that point very slowly, but always surely. But again, behind them, you have that train of traffic there for our more leaders up ahead for the 255 competition, trying to chase down for that. Looks to be a P6 there also. Novikov for CRT Pro currently into the pit lane just now.
Same strategy, 1 hour exactly.
Yeah, 1 hour
this
exactly.
time last stint.
Yeah, so they're definitely trying to play out that stint. So I think that what we might want to do is just keep it an hour for the rest of the session, or just to keep their tires going for the double stint. So you never know, Jesse.
Well, there's something to be said. You can maximize every stint, and that's what a lot of teams will do, or you can come in every hour on the hour. And what that does is that takes away the short stint at the end of the race, but it does make everything nice and symmetrical. You know what you're working with there. And if that's a strategy, you can't do that and then decide later, oh, I want to do something else. You have to live with that strategy, live by the sword, die by the sword, as they say. That's exactly what CRT Pro's done. I don't think they're going to change it up. And also, too, they're in a really good position as Novikov brings that car into the pit lane. So I think they came in with that plan, and I think it's going to work for them in the end. Oh, this is...
Yeah, we've got a replay with Yardier, and it looks to be Martin Lawrence right behind.
Surely there's no contact here.
No, you never know who comes into the Ascari section here. It looks... Oh, he's taking the curve all too wrong. That's allowing the likes of Martin Lawrence to get ahead of him, but it looks like the other car behind is also overtaken. I don't know if
But
that's
you
pole
know what?
position.
You know what? As far as offs go, that is the mildest off in Ascari today. Well held by Jardier there.
No doubt it would have given him the right scare that he might needed to kick himself into
Everybody
high
else
gear.
has died. He lived. He is Harry Potter.
Well, I would just hold. Well, just we don't want to give him any of that scars just yet. We need to see what
You're a
happens to the
wizard,
rest of
Jardy.
But no, obviously he needs to obviously just keep his head down, keep him focused. Obviously, that's going to throw off his momentum going through into the likes of the remainder of his stint. But Vela for Gladius competitions for the 46 Ferrari, currently chasing down what looks to be the Mustang. Yes, it is the Mustang of Naldi and the 27 Mustang. So again, every team here is fighting for every necessary points they can grab here for their share of that prize pool there, Jesse.
Yep, of course, $7,000 plus prize pool consideration, some provided by IMB Racewear for this series. It's incredible, and I don't care who you are, the lion's share of $7 grand, it's a lot of cake, and who would turn their nose up to that? And some team is going to win the lion's share of that in a couple of months' time. Race 4 of 6 will be back live in the new year for round number 5, but still some hardware to be handed out today. 3 hours and some change left to go, and it's anything but over. It's all to play for here. Boothby, Zerb, and Hutchinson, the top 3 right now, but do remember the CRT Pro car that is slightly out of position. They have been pitting every hour on the hour, and I think I figured out what they're going to do. They're going to have a maximum stint mount at the end of this race, where most teams are going to come in and do a 45 to a 30-minute stint at the end. They're going to do a maximum 65-minute stint at the end. They're going to save their longest one for the very end. And will that work? Will it not? Well, jury's still out on that. Depends. If they put new tires on the car at the end, if they worked it like that, it might actually be a stroke of genius.
Well, it could really actually. There's also another part onto there. It's the amount of traffic that will go into the pit lane as well. Because if everybody else is pitting about roughly the same time, everyone's going to pit at 45 minutes, which is likely going to bring all the traffic to one spot. But if you do 65 minutes or 60 minutes, you can just drive straight on where everybody is stopping. So it could definitely gain a place or two from that point there. But again, that sort of all really depend on what their plan is for the very end. If they're going to take fresh tires or do a double stint.
Yep, that's very well put. I hadn't even really considered that, but we don't know, and we won't know until we get most of the way through the end. We'll be joined by Callum Kerrigan and John Dalton, who'll take you the rest of the way here in a minute or two. But we're just reminded of Abeladze here in the 255 competition car. One of the cars involved in the early race kerfuffle was actually in the lead of the race when it all went down with the 74 Renwelton car. Both those cars on a recovery drive. The 255 making really good time here, continuing to try and fight for a top 5 spot. Sauer has rebounded inside the top 15 and is currently in the 13th place position. We saw Jardier take a ride through Ascari, did a little landscaping action a couple of laps ago. They are in 11th place. For their trouble, they only really lose 1 or 2 spots. Martin Lawrence up to 9th. Stubing also gained on that in the 111, up inside the top 10 currently. Abeladze, though, or one of his teammates rather, the 255 competition car, fastest lap of the race, and that's the worst thing that you could see if you're Schubeck, the car that is the fastest right behind you.
I'll tell you what though, is as Abeladze is going around towards the inside line, they are very close. See, if they hadn't had their 10-second penalty that they picked up earlier on, they would be chasing for 3rd at this time. So they have like proven, well, they've proven themselves. If Renwalton isn't there, they're the ones that are going to be the ones that are willing to step up to the plate to try and chase down the victory. So while they still have a lot of time to gain, they're certainly making up for it after the early instance that they have near the start of the race.
Very good point. Stubing is coming into pit lane. This is a scheduled stop, but early for the Dynamic Motorsports by Kalanick car. And I can't quite tell you if that's been their strategy all along, but that is the strategy they're going with right now. Stubing in the 111 into the pit lane, scheduled stop before that car pits out of the top 15. David Pertil, the Coach Dave Academy, number 32, working on Singh in the 123. This battle has sort of persisted, stagnated between the two of them for quite some time. Neither one of them making a mistake or a move. They've continued to fill each other out, and racing at this level ends up being like this. The Visceral Esports 123, as they were with us for the first round of the championship. They were absent for the next two, but they are back here today with the 123. The sort of returned back to form. In fact, they didn't have a great finish at Kyalami, but outside the top 10 and well, doing well, I'd say. Ferrari on Ferrari battle, though, imminent. We're seeing in Pertil.
Certainly. I mean, with the Coach Dave Academy car, they're a very capable team, especially because like they make their own setups to their own personal standards and as well provide to everybody else. But with that, they get themselves up past Singh as Singh goes into the pit lane there. We're just coming up to the point now where a lot of people will be starting to come in for their pit stops. I think everybody is currently sitting around about the 55 to an hour mark on their stint timer. So in the next few minutes, we'll definitely be seeing quite a number of people onto there. But business like going to Schubeck here, still trying to chase back onto the 255, trying to claim back on their P5 position here. But as we quite come on towards the Lesmos section here, trying to make it clean, try and make it all sort of. It looks to be that a little bit of squirreliness is not going to be able to help them catch up with the 255.
Half of the race left to go here today. The 6 hours of Monza here in the RCI 6-hour Esports Championship. George Boothby leads it over Zerbin and Hutchinson, but the pit stops that were very homogenous to start the race, I would say 9/10 of the field for that first stop came in at the last possible second. It's divulged. It's diverged, rather. Since then, the strategy has gone all over the place, and it's not all because cars are ailing. I think that they've changed up the strategy in the middle of the race, realizing that they've stagnated. They're not going to get anywhere doing what they were doing, and they've changed it up quite a bit. We've seen a couple of cars come in significantly early. I would say, yeah, they've got about another 9 minutes or so until they actually have to come in for pit lane, and we've already seen several cars come in. Here's David Pertil, Coach Dave Academy, coming in this time. Well, so that illustrates the point. The strategy slightly branching out here a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. So 3 hours have gone by, 3 hours are to go. But from that point on, it has to be the end for both myself and Jesse Lee here as we brought you the first half of the race. But don't tune away just yet. We've got the brilliant John Dalton and Callum Kerrigan as well to bring you about the second half of the race.
Hey,
so we're just taking a break just now. Yep.
I just got to get this in here before we go away.
Certainly, go right ahead.
This was Matt Malcolm's first time leading a broadcast. He's been giving us the direction behind. He's been giving me the direction, and he called his shot. He wanted to do this. Malc, it's been a fun 3 hours, and man, I got to tell you, you did a great job. Thanks for hanging in there, and on top of everything, thanks for keeping me on task. How about that?
The pleasure's all mine. It's especially with someone as brilliant, as talented as you, Jesse. It's always been a great point onto that point to be with yourself and everybody here in RCI, of course. But I think we'll just leave it there for those folks. Don't sit away. Don't turn it off just yet. We are just taking a quick break, but we'll be bringing you John Dalton and Callum Kerrigan. But for myself and Jesse, thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Matt and Jesse, getting you through the first half of the RCI 6 hours of Monza for round 4. Of course, welcome back. My name is John Dalton. Alongside me, Callum Kerrigan, as we'll take you through the second half of the action here for round 4 of the championship. And as I said, a big thank you to Jesse and Matt. It's been an exciting race so far, Callum, and with some warmer conditions down on the track today. It's given us some fantastic racing and most importantly, lots of passing, as teams, of course, not only battling with each other, but also battling with the limited tyre sets and double stints, which is certainly going to keep drivers on their toes today, as we see a race replay here of Fabio Zerbin in one of the Visceral Lamborghinis coming through to Lesmo 2. Jared Hutchinson just behind here, losing a lot of time somewhere around this lap, and just trying to figure out where, but it looks like nothing really obvious there, as Jared Hutchinson already sizing up a move down into the curve of Alberetta. Callum, welcome on in. It's been a fantastic one so far. Don't know how much you've been following along, but certainly still plenty of action to go as we approach those all-important pit stops.
Good afternoon, John, and welcome everyone on Twitch and YouTube. It has been, as John stated, a brilliant race thus far. I mean, exciting would be an understatement. We're having passes for the lead, left, right, and centre. The first lap and subsequent laps were exciting, is the way I'd put it. I spent the first 3 hours of this race in the steward box, and I was rather busy for the first hour, but after that, it's been some brilliant racing. As you said, the temperatures are boiling, scalding hot. You wouldn't find this in December in Italy right now, and the challenge on the tyres, and I think that's really what the number 44 in the Lamborghini has been struggling with on these double stints. The later part of the stints, really struggling on tyres. You saw it in the second stint, falling away to Boothby and losing out to the 138 in the undercut. And I think that's what you suffered through here with the number 38 of Jared Hutchinson getting the lead of the race, which will be, once the pit stop's concluded, net P3. 2 hours and 52 minutes to go. It's all to play for. The leaders are within 10-20 seconds of each other. We'll get live timing once the pit stops are concluded. Though the 800 is looking comfortable, I wouldn't say it's done and dusted yet, John.
Yeah, I certainly would never say kind of done and dusted in the realm of the esports category, should we say. It's always a kind of topsy-turvy race, just as you think the results are kind of locked in and settled. Something kicks off, there's a battle that happens, and then before you know it, it's all thrown on its head again. Lots of Ferraris and Astons locked together in certain positions. A big brick of Ferraris just outside the top 10, with some Astons mixed in as well. So again, plenty of manufacturer on manufacturer action, and then it becomes even harder to get past your rival because you're really kind of preying on that mistake from them to kind of open the door and get them through. Chris Warner in the number 52 also down the lane this time, and Kloppert in the 72 also follows suit, and like you say, the number 800 coming in just last lap as well. So plenty of top kind of 5 action going on. Abdulaziz also down the pit lane for the 255 competition. That's going to be a good one to keep an eye on as well. And slipstreaming being one of the key things we've seen here today, Callum. We've seen a lot of bump drafting in the early stages as Rebecci pulls out from behind the number 20, sizing up the inside into turn 1. Again, the outside becomes the inside for the next part, but moves signed, sealed and delivered. Not too much fighting from the number 20, probably quite sensible. We've equally seen lots of drivers choosing their battles, and that's another key thing in these longer races. Of course, we had 6 hours on the clock when we went green some 3 hours ago, and you know, if a driver is evidently much quicker than yourself, it's almost better to work together across the afternoon and see where you guys can end up come the checkered flag.
Completely agree. Some very smart racing there from the number 20. I mean, he saw that it was in the slipstream. I think the number 20 has actually just come out of the pits, put on a fresh set of boots, and really just starting to warm his tyres up. So he's not wanting to stress them out in a heavy battle, just easing his tyres back in. He knows he's going to get this place back as his tyres come in, and the 51 is still yet to pit. So very smart from him, and he's already on the back, ready to try and square up a move into Ascari. Probably not the best of ideas currently. We know how dangerous Ascari can be, especially a Ferrari over these curbs. Quite dangerous. We've seen it claim many of victims today, some with more damage and consequence than others. But if my money was on this, I think we'll be seeing the number 20 with his tyres warmed up, sizing up and moving to T1 on the next lap as we go on board with the number 55 Veloce RCI car, lining up a move on the 72. A bit of Aston on Ferrari action here. Two different cars, so every car has its specific sort of characteristics. Who's got power in the straight line, who's got their mid-corner, corner entry. This is where you really want to exploit your car's benefits and make the moves. It looks like the number 55 has had an incredible exit out the Parabolica, already side by side. It looks like he's going to be sailing past here into T1 already with the overlap. All he needs to do, make sure he nails on that braking point, and it looks like we've got number 55 coming into P22.
Yeah, you saw the 72 trying to get off the curve of Alboreto, really struggling there, but the 55, Lewis Fleischer, runs a little bit too deep into the chicane. A flash of the lights there from Ren Velton. I think that's a kind of let's work together style of flash, if Jesse Lee has taught me anything about the language of drivers' headlights. And I think that was just the difference between new and old tyres that we saw there. Last time down the lane, the number 72 was 56 seconds from in to out versus the Veloce car that was 1 minute and 8 seconds in to out. So that kind of signifies the car ahead is on fresher tyres here. But again, the number 72 can work with the Veloce car, just providing some slipstream like we saw earlier on with George Boothby working together to try and reduce the fuel consumption of the Ferrari, meaning of course the double stint pit stop, essentially where we drop the fuel in, is that little bit shorter, lessens the time on pit road, and then you can get back out once again on the Crusade towards the front. But Fleischer up into P22, Ren Velton down into P23, and those are two numbers that we don't always associate with those teams, normally towards the top end of the grid, but there was some chaos in the opening laps, as you'd expect at Monza, especially through the second chicane was where it all kicked off, and I believe a few of these guys getting caught up. And it's the only downside in these competitive fields, Callum. Once you have that kind of mistake in the opening stages, it's very hard to kind of climb time back, because everybody in the field is, you know, running at their peak best essentially. So you really do have to prey on others' downfall to then make up the time that you have lost, as we see Hutchinson also down the lane in the number 38. Martin Lawrence follows suit in the number 769 Bentley, and that should in theory promote George Boothby in the number 800 up into first position once again.
Yes, John. Yeah, I know you mentioned there the lap 1, turn sort of 4, 5, and turn 1 and 2 incidences that we saw. Lots of the top runners did fall back in the field. I'm going to be selfish here and say, as a viewer, I like to see it. It means we're going to see those guys climbing through the field, making these moves, learning a little bit from how they position the car. It's great entertainment, albeit not ideal for them and their championship. It has promoted a lot of people up in the field. It's going to massively change the championship standings at the end of this race if it stays as it is. Yeah, as a viewer, when I see incidents like that, especially with the top runners, I'm like, oh yeah, we're going to see some moves, some hungry moves from drivers that are a little bit agitated from that contact, fighting their way back through the field.
Yeah, it almost kind of rattles the cage of the driver, doesn't it? Where they're used to being towards the top end of the field, they now find themselves in the mid-pack, in and amongst everybody else, and it does provide for some fantastic viewing for us here on RCI TV. And as you said about the championships, of course, Ren Velton, the number 71, not with us today. Your championship leaders on 225 points after a clean sweep so far, rounds 1, 2, and 3, taking victory at all 3 there. And the 255 competition car going to be set to gain some nice points as we round out from Monza in about 3 hours time, providing you know, standings remain as they are, as Martin Lawrence comes out of the pit lane to complete the round of stops, should we say, this time. Just behind him he does have Singh in the number 123 Ferrari. Again, another quick driver in their own right. Just ahead, Abdulaziz in the 255 Aston Martin, and we see there the pit stop times down the side of the timing tower. So anybody around about a minute or above logically should be on fresher tires. Anybody under the minute mark should in theory be on a double stint. So people like George Boothby towards the top, 57 seconds. That's going to be fuel. Zerbin's going to be fuel as well. We've got Hutchinson and Novikov potentially on fresher tyres there. The battle we're watching right now between Lawrence and Singh, equally similar pit stop times. That's going to be a case of second-hand tyres, should we say, throughout the next hour or so for those guys. Just behind, you've got the Coach Dave Academy car. That's a minute pit stop, so that's kind of in the grey area. If it could be a slower fuel stop, or it could just be a very fast tyre stop, time will tell. We'll have to keep an update on the number 32's lap time, but the fact that Patel stayed in the car kind of suggests it could be a double stint coming in for him. We've got Valentin Barrier down there, the number 39, taking over from Jaroslav Honzik. That's a fresh set of Pirellis for sure on the number 39. So again, another car that's going to be climbing up through the order. And we've got a good mix down the bottom half of the timing tower there. Between new and old tyres as well. So the next hour or so, lock yourselves in, because it's going to be an exciting one with the mixed strategies once again playing their hand in a lot of these fights with the top guys, especially Hutchinson, the number 38, on a fresh set of tyres, of course, being pressured by Novikov, just 2.5 seconds down. They're going to try and persuade their way towards the front with Zerbin and Boothby, of course, on the used tyres. So keep your eye on the gaps towards the top there as well. That's going to be some fantastic racing coming at you very shortly. And we ran this race, remember, Callum, last week. We, of course, run the Community Series alongside the Esports Series, normally a week apart, normally 1-to-1 in the weather. It was very hot for us in Monza as well, and we got the double stints out in the early stages of the race. Of course, we're going towards 2 o'clock ACC in-game time. 2 o'clock, typically the hottest part of the day, so everybody probably scrabbling right now to try and get those double stints out of the way before we get towards the very latter half of this race.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I wasn't there for the Monza community race, but obviously supporting, I think, your team as well as a number of other RCI community teams that are racing. And Ron, from memory, I think you actually had a really good race. I'm sure we'll divulge into that shortly. But you're absolutely right. What I'd be expecting is what Boothby's doing. Not really. Oh, that he's been in the car for, well, this will be his 4th hour. But the 2 double stints at the start and then take the fresh at the end. But we are seeing a mixed strategy across the board. The rogue one for me being the 138 car. They pitted somewhat 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago now, and they were they were P2 prior to that pit stop. So they've lost out massively on this early pit stop. But they have taken a fresh step, which is what the pit stop indicates. But that shuffled them back down to P4, and I do wonder what their strategy is going to be towards the end of the race. I know Jesse was saying just before we got handed over, that they're expecting them to do the full 1 minute and 5 at the end, possibly on a fresh set, possibly on a double stint. But I'm really intrigued by their position and their thought process behind these stints. As we jump onto a replay with the 1, 2, 3 and Martin, and oh, not a replay, sorry, going away from the replay. So yeah, John, I'm really intrigued in this top 4, and I do just want to point out 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 currently. It's an extremely tight field.
Yeah, very tight field indeed. You know, Ferrari at the top, the Raging Bull, the Lamborghini in second, and of course the Prancing Horse in third. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 there. Aston Martin, again, another one just outside in P4, but down towards the back end of the grid, we've got Louis Roters here in the number 89, chasing down Enders. And I would say that's an Aston Martin, but it's not going to be for position. Humble there, the number 47, actually up in P11. And this is what me and Callum were talking about earlier. You get these kind of moments where drivers that typically, you know, Rhodes is in the number 89, you expect him to be towards the top end of the field. You've got Enders in the 177 as well, end up battling with cars that have taken a lap off them due to misfortune, and it gets very awkward trying to get back through. And we're going to see some NASCAR tactics coming in here from the number 89. There's a bump draft there indeed to try and draw Enders alongside the Aston down into turn 1, and Rotors backs out, gives the space. Of course, the last thing you want is a bump in the rear to upset the car. The door opens on the Sky Skim Sport car of Jack Humble, and side by side goes Rotors, and it's very awkward because Humble, you don't want to, you know, give up the track position, but at the same time, 2 cars clearly faster than you, way out of contention on your race. You almost have to give them the space and work with them, maybe just latch onto the back and see how far you guys can progress up through the field, because the more Humble fights, the more time he's going to lose to the Coach Dave Academy car, as we ride on board here with Martin Grady Fleischer behind in the number 55, and Jesse Lee saying earlier that Grady, an all-round good gent, sometimes too nice as he goes defensive into the first chicane. This time Grady's not taking this one lying down. It has to go around the long way, and of course the outside becomes the inside for the second half of the chicane. The 55 Veloce draws alongside the 799 RCI Bentley. There's a bit of a hip and shoulder check from Grady. He's not taking this one lying down. Full elbows out from the 799 Bentley as they head towards the second chicane. The Aston diving in behind the diffuser of the Bentley, trying to get as much speed as they can. Fleischer, definitely the later car on the brakes, manages to get it drawn up, doesn't overshoot the chicane, and the number 55 up into P19. The RCI Bentley drops down to P20, but that was some hard racing, Callum, but I would say some very fair racing from both of those drivers there.
Hard and fair, I could not agree more. It was it seemed like our predictions were true. It does seem like the Bentley has taken the double stint, and the fresh tyres on the Aston did prevail there. It was inevitable. Grady done his absolute best, a wonderful piece of defending, but Fleischer gets the position. He's up into P19, chasing down the number 73 as we go on board with Filippi in the Aston. A lovely livery on this. I'm going to hold my hands up, John. I haven't been around much this esports series. These are the first time seeing the liveries for me, and there are some good ones on the grid. What would be your favourite?
Yeah, some fantastic liveries. I'm a sucker for a good livery, especially in the esports series. It always draws out the best of the artists in the community, should we say. The Gladius cars looking particularly good. Of course, they've rebranded from the Barlos Esports team from last year going. Some of the Renvelten liveries particularly good as well. I think number 74 down in P15 currently. That's a take on the Disney Cars kind of Rust-eze theme livery. That's again a very
that's
kind
my
of personal favourite. Certainly is of mine. Again, the Veloce cars do look great in their own right. An iconic livery that we see across the board at the various esports competitions, and maybe a bit biased, but the RCI Bentleys also looking particularly good, Callum.
Absolutely no bias there. Well, I will report back once I've got some fresh eyes on these liveries, and report back to you what my favourite one this race. But I will say the Rust-eze livery will always have a soft spot in my heart. I actually recently did a rewatch as a 30-year-old man of the full Cars trilogy, so never too old for a bit of Disney Pixar cars.
So I think Disney Pixar in general, you're never too kind of old for. There's certainly some great films throughout the years that they have produced. But back to the action, of course, on the circuit at the moment. BS competition, again, another good looking livery in the field. Still working together with Enders in the 177. You can see how much they've dropped humble by the Aston Martin just in the back of shot there. Last time out, we saw, of course, the number 89 and the 177 taking a lap back from the Sky Simsport entry, and that's just the sheer pace difference between these two cars at the moment. So next car technically in the field for them, the number 62 Ferrari. That's not even the Ferrari in the front of shot, as Rotors now gets past the number 177 of Enders. I think that was a bit of cooperation from the McLaren there. Probably knew the Lamborghini had the pace. You see the hazard lights flash on the rear of the BS competition car. So again, a thank you from the number 89, and that frees them to assault the road essentially towards the number 62. A big gaggle of Ferraris ahead, so should be good catching and provide some good fights for us in a few laps time. But again, it's another one of those old versus new tyres. The 177 could be on a slightly different strategy to the number 89, and again, choosing your fights, Callum, it's a crucial point of endurance racing, and it's exactly what Enders did there. Saw Rotors was the much quicker car and thought, I want no more part of this. On you go, see you later. As we see a bit of a crossover between VSR and Gladius, with of course the Gladius sticker across the rear wing of the Lamborghini. So we won't want to see any friendly fire between these two now, would we?
Maybe, hopefully not seeing any friendly fire, but I'm sure they're in a voice chat right now, talking to each other, maybe even working together. The Lambo, or the Aston only being 2 seconds off. Thinking about the completely wrong car, so they're not far off the Aston, of the 138 Aston. So being teammates, they're probably thinking, look, let's work together, let's not fight, let's chase this Aston, knowing that he's on a much older set because he's doing that early pit stop strategy. trying to benefit off that and gain some time. Although we are seeing a little bit of pressure applied to the 202, proves how much I know in the comms box here. I'm not the ones in the race car currently, but this is heating up. I mean, all this from P3 or P2 all the way down to P7, the gaps aren't big. This is so open, and a little bit of teamwork now and negating the difficult battles is really going to benefit you later on into the race.
Yeah, exactly that. It all comes to a head in about 2.5 hours time. Just looking at the last pit stop time, I think the 1:38 ahead is actually on fresher tyres. Their last stop was a 1:03. And these two guys, the number 6 and the 202 of Schubeck and Filippi, both running in the late 50s. So signifies these two may be on, of course, that double stint in these slightly warmer temperatures than is ideal. The Aston looks much more confident on the brakes. The Lamborghini looks so much better through the mid-corner and exit, as we mentioned earlier. Callum, you alluded to, of course, different characteristics suiting the different cars as they go through the lap. So looks like Felipe has a little bit to catch up on now, as the VSR car pulling over actually and releasing the 202 towards the number 138. So positions switch probably in the Gladius camp, and the team orders maybe getting involved ever so slightly there. You alluded to, Callum, they may be sat in the same Discord call, or maybe at least communicating between the VSR camp and the Gladius camp. So the Aston Martin has been released towards the back, and Novikov maybe feeling without the dirty air, the 202 could be the faster of the duo that we see on screen at the moment.
Yeah, a lovely bit of teamwork, if that was what it was, and I think it has to be the right call. You know, if we know that the Aston, as a team, if you know that the Aston has got the pace right now, and we're not far off sort of the podium positions here, it's the position we need to make. Now they're just hoping that that Lambo can hold on to the back of the Aston, not only gain one podium, but even chase down the other Lamborghini with both of their cars on the podium. Whether that's going to be some more NASCAR bump drafting, or just, you know, working together in the pit stops and chasing down the 138, we are yet to see. But over the next few laps, we'll keep an eye on this. Does the 202 gain on the 138? Obviously, them running a much older higher set. But looking down the field, I just want to give a shout out to the 255, massively involved in that turn 1 incident, well, all the way to the back of the grid. And just like what we said when we first took over, John, do love a fight from the back of the grid. He has been climbing and on the back of these two cars. So if those two scrapped, all of a sudden the 255 will be in the mix, and their plan to catch up the 138 goes to hell.
Yeah, got to bear in mind, of course, the 255 being involved in an incident early on lap 2, turn 1. It was a 10 seconds from the 255 for an unsafe rejoin, causing a collision. Luckily, Stewart's notes have been very quiet for the last hour. The last reports coming through 14:57, so about an hour 10 minutes ago was the last report we saw from them, which is good in a sense, which means everybody is behaving out on circuit and there's no negativity to have a comment about, luckily. But yeah, it just proves, doesn't it, the pace of the 255 car. If they can already have the incident, we've got a yellow flag out actually, the number 74 coming out of Ascari, still stationary on the circuit as a train of cars come towards them. I'm sure we'll catch a race replay of that, and I'd probably put my money on running a bit wide at the exit of Ascari through the gravel trap, and Pogo sticking their way back across the circuit. But race leader also navigating through there, the number 800. Hopefully they survive through as the triangle goes off to the right hand side of the map. And Sauer currently aboard the number 74 and still stationary with a white flag showing, so he is rolling. The car is back underway and going once again, but still displaying a yellow flag halfway down to the curve of Alboreta, so maybe a retirement imminent from the number 74, as loads of cars streaming on through on the track map. That's going to be some big time loss, and I think still sat there, still there, as we're about to see maybe what happens if the 177 gets through. Let's have a look. Race replay coming in here. Julian Sauer stationary on the left-hand side of the circuit. That suggests, Callum, I would say, maybe some hardware or some technical issues. Car potentially stuck in second gear, which is odd to be in second gear. Of course, Ascari typically in most cars is a third gear corner, so dropped down to second gear, halfway down the straight, still stationary there just before the bridge, trying to get back underway. It definitely looks like a hardware issue here, Callum.
Yeah, screaming hardware issue to me, and absolutely gutting for the number 74 Ren Welton machine. I think he was running sort of P14, P15, having a wonderful race, and he was involved in some lap 1 conundrums as well, so also having a fight from the back of the pack, doing so well. I hate to bring it back to Disney Pixar cars, as I feel like that's a bit of a pattern now, but not a very Kachow race for him anymore, John. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
Absolutely, sir. I mean, definitely not the ideal race for the Ren Velton car, and you know, the Rusty's car having to potentially retire in a moment if he can't get it back to the pits. I mean, if he can drive it back in second gear, could at least hand over to one of his teammates to continue the race. But big time losses. George Boothby puts them a lap down as well, going on through the RCI Bentley just ahead. I think Martin Grady still inching along down the straight, kind of straight and brake, and hasn't really deviated from the left hand side of the road. So either kind of screams a steering wheel base issue maybe for Julian Sauer, or just potentially a gear selection issue, as the 255 competition car it's been streams through in the background. And it's quite a heavy traffic circuit at the moment. Everybody's kind of spaced out nicely in the sense of battles, but it does mean it's a constant stream of cars for Julian Sauer to try and avoid, or not make himself too obvious. And if he gets any further down the road, he's going to be on the racing line for the curve of Alboreta. Lots of drivers giving a wide berth as they come down, but it's only going to take an unsighted driver to pull out of a slipstream towards the left, maybe, to find an Aston Martin stationary on the circuit, as Rotors and Enders have continued their crusade. They're now up behind the Coach Dave Academy car. That's not even for position. Again, David Pertal's running in P10. So again, on a double stinted set of tyres, we believe, for the Coach Dave Academy car. And it's almost a one-to-one of what we saw earlier on with Humble in the Sky Sim Sport. And it looks like Pertal went defensive into turn 1. Meanwhile, we got Barrier and Stubing side by side. Aston on Aston action as they come down to the heavy braking zone. You remember earlier on, just before myself and Callum got involved, Honzik putting the car nearly into the wall at Ascari, managing to escape through the grass and the gravel, and Valentin Barrier now up a position ahead of Stubing in the dynamic car. And another car that's on a bit of a comeback, I think, from the earlier stage race in Callum. They were involved in an incident as well.
Well, John, I can't deny there were quite a few, the number of cars involved in some early incidents. So this is a brilliant race and a brilliant comeback from the 39 car. That is a new set versus old set, so I don't think nothing wanted to defend it too hard, although it was wonderful, clean racing, just enough space left to make it difficult for Barrier, but not enough so he's not losing an immense amount of time, knowing that he's double stinting the tyres. What that has done is put him into touching of the Mustang. That Mustang is on a fresh set of tyres, and I believe not on the same lap. Then we've got a situation where he's going to have to let a car that will unlap him, again, trying to minimise that time loss. This is a 6-hour race, only 4 sets of tyres. There's a lot of thought that goes into every move you make, and going back a few stages before we were on board with Barrier, you saw the BS competition car catching up with the lapped car, and you're in a position where, do we go for the move because they're P10 and we're unlapping ourselves, or do we follow them through? All this is going through their heads in order to minimise that race time. So it's not about making the moves, it's about when and how, and the overall race time across the 6 hours is absolutely vital for these guys.
Yeah, it's almost like a giant game of chess at nearly 180 miles an hour, constantly trying to figure out here. Earlier on, we saw the Lamborghini yielding in the background there. The number 6 yielded to the 202 down into the first chicane, and that is exactly what we were talking about just a few laps ago. Can Felipe catch Novikov? And the answer is certainly yes. These 3 are now all for position on the road. The Novikov car just ahead, the number 138, should logically be on a fresh set of tyres, looking at the last pit stops versus Felipe and Schubeck. But I'm not too sure that is what is happening, whether Novikov put maybe an earlier set of tyres, a used set, and had to do a driver change, and that's how they're getting their double stints in, maybe running fresh tyres up to the point where they have to run the double stint and then putting on the least worn set of tyres as they get through. The number 74 has made its way back to the pit lane. Luckily there, I'm not sure if they will continue. Of course, big time loss has put them all the way down in last position. P33 currently, 33 cars on the server there. Just looking towards the last lap times though, what we're seeing on screen at the moment, Novikov a 149 flat and Felipe a 148.5, followed by Schubeck with a 148.6. So 2 cars behind are certainly catching Callum, and Novikov is soon going to come themselves under fire from one of the Gladius cars.
Yes, he is. Exactly what we said earlier. That little team swap following each other. Can they catch the number 138, who is quite deep into his stint? He pitted about 6 minutes before the hour, so he is feeling the effects of those tyres, although we do know the Aston is very comfortable, very good on their tyres. But this little bit of teamwork we saw has played off perfectly. Now, the number 202 needs to construct a move on the 138, most likely into T1 or into the second chicane, which can give the Lamborghini that space to try and get his nose in, make Novikov a little bit uncomfortable on exit, to try and get alongside for the next set of corners. Lovely bit of teamwork, and it looks like it's working out for them, John.
Yeah, certainly the right call was made just a few laps ago between the 202 and the 6. And of course, if the 202 can open the door, who knows, maybe the 6 will be close enough to also sneak their way up the inside of the CRT Pro entry. The number 74 we touched on earlier, pole in qualifying, we're being told from our broadcaster, Stewie, which is, a fall from grace, essentially, isn't it, at this point, where, you qualify on pole, it's all looking so good, you find your way halfway down the field in the mid-pack, and then before you know it, technical issues strike, and unfortunately find yourself in the pit lane, just losing lots of time. I can't imagine the 74, will continue at this point, but you never know. Weirder things have happened in the realm of esports, and the 202 Gladius car already in the slipstream. Much better drive out of the curve of Alboreta as well, up to the inside into the first chicane here. The last of the late breakers, the Aston trying to close the door. The number 138, be careful on the switchback, and exactly as I said, the number 6 also getting involved in the background. Of course, the run hampered by the 202 through the first chicane. That's drawn the number 6 alongside the number 138. And Novikov could be set to lose 2 positions if he's not all too careful, as the Lamborghini darts to the inside towards the second chicane, pulls back in to the line of traffic, and number 6 looking very racy towards the back, but it is now Felipe up into P4 for the number 202, and Novikov down into P5 for the number 138, and of course the number 6 sniffing at the back of this car, and if they're not all too careful, Callum, the 255 competition car, you can very faintly see it in the TV screen of the Lamborghini some 4 seconds down the road of Abdulaziz. He could be brought into this fight in a matter of moments if the 6 and the 138 continue to squabble their way through the next 20 minutes or so.
Oh yeah, you could just see him right now, probably hands on wheel, but every time he gets his chance, just rubbing his hands together, hoping that he's going to see these guys battling for a lap or two. I mean, the timing's just updated. He's already dropped 6/10 on this lap due to the little battling. It's a bit of a shame that the 6 didn't get through. I'm sure the team wanted to execute that perfectly. I did think the 202 needed to just come across, give the 6 a slipstream so he had the opportunity to go side by side into the second chicane. But let's ride on board. Let's see if he gets on the run, or gets a run, onto the Aston. It does seem like he's a touch far back to have a go this time. But the more laps he is going to sit behind this Aston, it's going to bleed into that 255. He knows he's got the pace. He knows he can get up behind him. But as they say, it's all well and good capturing a car, passing a car. It's a completely different ball game. And if you're in a car that isn't really that good on the straights, you are going to struggle here at Monza. So you're trying to benefit on your corner speed, your corner exit. So he's really going to have to work hard, I think, here through Parabolica, make sure he gets in the slipstream and get side by side early. So establish that side by side into T1 nice and early. Don't give that 138 a chance to go offensive on the inside. He needs to take the exit on the Parabolica and get side by side as soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Better run off the corner, drag their way down into turn 1, and that should set them up very nicely indeed. Meanwhile, we've got Otoki on the comeback, and we got an issue here for the Dynamic Motorsports car of Stubing. Looks like loss of power in the car. has to downshift, ignore the rearview mirror. That's always a trippy thing in these race replays, of course, shows a live picture. And I think he's hit the ignition button there, Callum. And if it's like the 992 Porsche, you have to fully stop the car before you can get the car fired again and back into life. And he's done that down the midpoint of the fastest point of the circuit near enough. That's a very long stop to get going again. So big time loss from the dynamic Aston Martin. Stubing currently down in P15. Lost, I think, maybe even a position to the number 49 just ahead.
Absolutely gutting, not only for your own race but for your team, but it can happen. It's almost like a rite of passage. Everyone's got to do it at some point, even in a big race, accidentally press their engine off button, make the full stop, restart it and get going again, as we're back on board with the 73 Ferrari on Ferrari, the 73 versus the 20. So this is a completely different scenario to what we're seeing with the Lambo versus Aston. These are two guys in identical machinery. Setups might be slightly different. One might be running slightly less ring, one might be running slightly more downforce, but what you're relying on now is pressure and your driving ability to get past an identical car. So what the 73 is going to do, edge a little bit more in the braking zones, apply that pressure and hope for a mistake on the number 20 as we go back on board with this three-way fight for P4. Again, how close it is in the top field. The number 6 Along's going for peaking there. Oh, I lost my words. I didn't expect that. He drew his nose up the inside of the first Lesmo on the 138. A bit ambitious in my opinion, but again, he knows he can't get him on the straight. I feel he needs to start applying that pressure, similar to the Ferrari battle. Try to force a mistake because he knows maybe the Lambo just doesn't have the legs here to get past the Aston down that long front straight into T1.
Yeah, I think that was more of a kind of unsettling peak to know, I can get my nose up into the first Lesmo, and if there's a mistake, I will essentially put my nose into you at the first Lesmo. So certainly Schubeck keeping Novikov on his toes, and in the background, of course, Abdulaziz coming through 3.1 seconds now to the good. That's 9/10 down since we've seen these two fighting just a few laps ago. So time is bleeding away, albeit kind of slowly in the grand scheme of things, but still over 2 hours on the clock left to go, and the 255 with plenty of time to close on down. Of course, no pressure behind or the 255. Martin Lawrence some 18 seconds down, so a nice empty rear view mirror for the 255, and a good sight out of the windscreen of two cars squabbling should certainly fire up the 255 camp into trying to take more positions away. Matthew Malcolm alluded to earlier in the broadcast, we were looking to see highs of 40 degrees, and we have hit 40 degrees down on the track, 32 in the air, 40 degrees down on the track. So if you're double stinting at the moment, it's not going to be all too pleasant, as Otoki finds his way up the inside of the number 20 into the Ascari chicane. It was a textbook maneuver, the space was given, and the number 73 now up into P16. They can set their sights onto the back of the Dynamic Motorsport 111. However, some 14 seconds to go between those two drivers, so see any more fights in theory from Otoki for a while. But in the background, look who it is, it's Fleischer in the number 55 on their comeback as well. So the number 20 set to lose potentially another position in a few laps or so. And although the gaps are kind of spread out, Callum, it's that stage, isn't it, of the endurance race where everybody kind of, the fights have been almost decided in the early stages. We've then had a fresh set of talent put through the cars. Lap times have changed. A mistake there from Novikov out of Ascari, it's going to hamper his run down towards the curve of Alboreta, but the number 6 still not close enough to get up the inside. But as the talent cycles through these cars, of course, some teams electing for the two driver lineup, others electing for a 3 driver lineup to get themselves through the 6 hours here today. Where one driver hands the car over, in the next hour or two, that car could be in a completely different place. And it's the magic, isn't it, of endurance racing. Just as you think it's all been done and settled in the first couple of hours, you go through 2 more hours and it's completely different to where we last saw it.
You're absolutely right, John. Even though these guys are aliens to us, we are just mere mortals on Assetto Corsa Competizione. There are disparities in pace between teammates, and even like levels of focus. I often find that doing 3 hours or 2 hours by himself, there's a level of focus there that may affect your pace. So rotating the right level of drivers is absolutely key. Making sure you've got fresh meat in that car, so you're providing the maximum as we go on board of the 177 McLaren, making a move on the 62 into T1. A little bit of a bump there, but no love lost. A clean move going up into P27.
Yeah, Enders up into P27. Of course, Rotors already dispatching of the number 62 a few laps ago that we didn't catch. And meanwhile, we've got Congreto on Chris Warner. This is down into turn 1. Be very careful on the switchback. We've seen all too many cars getting turned around before. This is Brabham versus G-League. And meanwhile, I said it just a lap ago, Fleischer onto the back now of the number 20, the Aston. An absolute rocket ship in a straight line. Manages to get the overlap into turn 1, although the inside will become the outside. The number 20 be very careful, and a hip and shoulder pushes Fleischer off into the gravel. He's not going to be too pleased about that maneuver. No flash of the headlights this time by, as we saw a brief yellow flag out for somebody around the number 52 maybe, into the number 52 of Chris Warner, I think, into the second chicane. Something's happened here. Battling, of course, with the G-League Aston of Congreto, the last of the late breakers. Looks like both drivers managing to get it drawn up in time, but the G-League car onto the inside anti-cut curb, and for some cars, Callum, that curb is very high and really unsettles the balance. The Mercedes is, you know, a very good car over the curbs in a sense, but the Aston and the Ferrari equally both very bad over these giant anti-cut curbs. So that's exactly what happened there. A bit too much inside curb. Chris Warner gets turned around for the number 52, and I'm sure the stewards will be probably looking into that one very shortly indeed.
Yeah, the stewards box is about to get a little bit busy once again. They're going to be jumping on that incident and reviewing it and getting a report back to us as soon as possible. And while I'm here talking about stewards, I just want to thank them. Every month they're jumping in, giving up 6 hours of their time to steward these races, and the feedback has been phenomenal on this championship. So a big shout out and a big thanks to our stewarding team as always. Jumping back on with the number 6 Lambo, he still hasn't got past this 138. This 138 on some more challenging tyres is placing his car so well, defending in such a good way. As we go back onto Fleischer, a little bit of a bump there with the Ferrari. It seemed like they almost merged into one. That could be another one for the stewards, just to give a little bit of attention to. And all of a sudden, we're 2 hours in, we're starting to see some moves, and we're going to see something into the parabolica. I almost was jumped out of my chair at that thought of that dive bomb. But just like how I said, this is what he needs to do: get the run into parabolica, get in the slipstream, and get side by side early. This could be finally the move for the number 6 in the Lamborghini. He's been waiting for this for a long time. Is he in enough of a slipstream? It looks like the 138 is going to go for the inside, so the number 6 has to be late on the brakes. They look like they brake at the same time. The 138 has the inside covered off. Is he going to go for the switchback and a better exit? He just can't get it. So again, more frustration for the 6, but I was wrong. The exit is good. He's side by side coming into the Curva Grande, just running a little bit out of steam on the outside there, docking back into the slipstream. This is getting a little bit scrappy. Side by side into the second chicane, last of the late breakers. He just can't get it there. The 138 does leave space, goes for the switchback again, and he makes it. Was there contact? I'm not sure, John, but it looks like the 138 might have been pushed out to the curb, or there was contact, because that seemed like quite an odd line and position for the car from what we saw there. So side by side into the verse, plenty of room given, and yeah, he runs over the curb and just can't get the rotation onto the second part of the chicane. The number 6 is finally free of the rear of that 138, which I'm sure he will be more than happy to see some clear air, and his teammate, the number 202, in front of him.
Yeah, the VSR camp probably breathing a sigh of relief that move ended with no contact. I think the number 6, of course, naturally aspirated Lamborghini, picks up off the corner a little bit better, but then in the mid kind of acceleration towards the top end, the Aston turbos helping it somewhat get there. And then by the time we got to the second chicane, I think Schubeck had done enough to unsettle Novikov off his normal line. It's kind of put the Aston in a bit of an odd place, couldn't scrub enough speed to make the second part of the chicane, and the number 6 reading it perfectly, scrubbed off enough speed in the first half and did the old up and under on corner exit. So very good move there from Schubeck, as you say, releases him ahead now of Novikov up into P5 as we see the Sky Simsport car running wide there. That's Jack Humble aboard that car. He's had some troubles during this stint trying to clean up the tyres after the excursion through the gravel. Valentin Barrier now up into P11, Humble down to P12. So next in the sights of the Veloce, number 39, is the Coach Dave Academy, number 32. Not too far up the road, actually. About 2 seconds or so, and looks like Novikov, as we come through a lap later, has no answer for the Lamborghini for now. Still staying within slipstream range, but not close enough to be making a move. And in the background, of course, after all of that, the 255, it's half the gap down. 1.5 seconds now for Abdulaziz on this one. The best lap time of 1:47.5. Currently running a 1:48.6, so about a second off the optimum pace here, but still very good pace nonetheless, as last time by Schubeck was a 1:49.7. Novikov was a 1:50.5, so lots of time being bled away to the 255 competition car. If they're not careful, that's 2 positions set to gain for those guys just behind.
Yeah, this is exactly what the 255 wanted. He wanted that squabble, and we saw it over the course of the first and second chicanes. Now the 255, 1.5 seconds behind the 138. I am expecting the 138 to come into the pit shortly, so maybe the 255 hasn't got a lot of work. But when we talk about mentality of the racer right now, we're at the end of a stint. Eyes are probably getting a bit worn. You don't want to wear them too much if you're going to be double stinting. But I often find I always race better and always go faster when I'm the hunter and not the hunted. And I feel like the 138 over the course of probably 10 or so laps with the 202, the 6, and now the 205, and now the 255 is feeling a bit like the hunted, whereas the other cars are the hunters. And what that does, it puts you under that pressure. You are more prone to mistakes. You have to stay cool, calm, and collected. And maybe that's what we've seen, especially in that second chicane with the number 6.
Yeah, of course, overthinking it is another thing that goes on a lot, especially between all these corners where you have time to think at Monza or some circuits. Corners come quite rapidly one after another, so you don't often get this kind of wind down time to breathe and relax and think about what's going to happen next, but certainly here at the Temple of Speed you do so. In the YouTube chat, Finn Zimble with a wow from the VSR camp. He shares the car with Schubeck in the number 6, so probably heart and mouth moment as the 138 and the 6 were scrapping just a few laps ago, and the 255 exercising all of the track and some more off the AstroTurf into the grass, as we see a few cars bundling down pit lane. Stubing for the 111 being one of them, and Otoki in the number 73 being another. A little bit kind of early, I would say, cutting the double stints shorter than, of course, the main stint that you tend to do on the fresh set of Pirelli tyres. Over at the Nearly On Pace Camp last weekend, we were running around about an hour on the first set, and then 50 to 55 minutes depending on track position and of course how the car was feeling during our 2 double stints. So it's possible to do. It does elongate those fresher stints that little bit more. Of course, we've seen some drivers pushing the limit to the 1 hour 5 minute mark as the number 138 comes into the pit lane. That releases the 255 competition car. That's kind of, you know, no real time loss now for the 255. They've not had to battle their way through the Aston Martin as the 6 has done, so a good time save there. They can now set the sights onto the back of the VSR car just ahead. On your screen though, George Boothby, Callum, not really heard much about him, and that's because he's relatively unfazed right now, out front nearly 18 seconds to the good in the number 800 Veloce car.
Yeah, there's not really anything negative to say about this drive. John, this is on his 4th hour, double stinted both tyres, and it's been a near perfect drive. Really benefited from some lap 1 calamities, especially in the second chicane. Got himself, I think it was up to P3, and then just slowly built up that pace, built up that confidence, and the consistency has been absolutely key. Just slowly building that lead to what was the 138, but now sort of the 44, and up to 17 seconds now, where we've got Boothby 17 seconds ahead of P2. All the other cars up to P6 are in a really close contention, then another 17 seconds to P7. You can't fault it. It's been a near perfect drive in my opinion, John.
Yeah, near textbook drive. And I mean, Les Stevenson earlier on in the broadcast predicted that when he comes back, George Boothby going to be in the lead. And certainly he is in this sense. Of course, teammate Aidan Walsingham yet to take over the car. So that should give Aidan 2 fresh sets of Pirellis to get that car all the way to the checkered flag. So good drive there so far from the number 800. Of course, a not so ideal drive, the number 39 for Veloce. They've had their, calamities throughout the race. They're now on their recovery, essentially. Now up to the back of the Coach Dave Academy, number 32, Ferrari breathing down the neck. The Ferrari goes defensive towards the curve of Alboreto. Barrier trying to get the overlap around the outside. Of course, the corner is cambered towards the inside, so it's a much more favoured line, and Barrier knows that, dropping the car in behind the Ferrari, trying to get the equal run off the corner. Very, very close between them. Can't pull over to get the slipstream off the Ferrari, already having a nose ahead, although the Ferrari much lower slung, looks better in a straight line currently compared to that Aston Martin, and a little bit of a wiggle from the 32. Does he go defensive? Does he not?
Brakes.
Barrier, the last of the late breakers, full send up
Too
the
deep.
inside, just about makes the chicane, doesn't straight line it, and made it very awkward for Patal in the number 32 to make the second half of that chicane. But a very well read move from the Coach Dave Academy car, I'd say there.
Oh, very well read move indeed. I saw that braking happen and I was like, oh, we're about to see an absolute blinder here. But he went too deep into the corner, and the Coach Dave Academy car read him like a book. Broke that extra bit earlier, got the little switch back as he went a bit too deep, and we're about to see round 2 as the 39 right back onto the rear of the number 32. Very, very close through the 2 Lesmos. I would dare him to take a bit of side-by-side action into this car. He's probably going to be patient, look for that parabolica again, just go side-by-side in there, displace the 32's line, and go for the run into turn 1 again. Hopefully learning from his mistakes this time, braking a little bit earlier, but it does look like Barrier has the pace advantage at this stage in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So it does look a very competitive car. The Aston Martin at the moment are already the number 32 breaking the toe as they come out of the Ascari chicane, darting over to the left-hand side, trying to give, no kind of clear air to Barrier's car behind, and very much so a masterclass of defence as we come up towards the pit window. More cars, of course, coming down the lane. The number 20 also through on their stop. The number 6 from the VSR camp, they've got themselves up into P5 again. That releases the 255 car with no real fight up into P4 on their crusade back towards the front end. And Barrier this time, I don't think it's going to be close enough to get a move done down into the first chicane. We've got a race replay here of the 177. There's some traffic on exit and nearly blindsided by the Ferrari ahead, and all kinds of wiggles from both drivers there. That puts the 51 round into the wall. That's currently Rebecci aboard that one for the Vesta Sport entry, just in the back of shot there now behind the Brabham car, but that's not what we want to see. But blinded by the 51 ahead, the 177 went to pull out of the slipstream, and all of a sudden the number 20 leaving the pit lane, currently of course in the white line section, which is exactly what we asked drivers to do as they came down towards turn 1. And a big wiggle from both drivers, and unfortunately neither one able to avoid the other as they came down into turn 1. So big time loss for the 51. The 177 does of course make the track position up. However, the stewards potentially might be looking into that one very soon. Patal still defensive though on Barrier. Callum Barrier has been trying his utmost damnedest to get through this Ferrari, but the Coach Dave Academy car, if you need to learn how to defend at Monza, I'd say watch the previous 2 to 3 laps and you probably get a good idea of how to do it.
You're absolutely right, John. He's doing an absolute stellar job, knowing the Barrier is quicker than him at this stage of the race. It's just sort of nearing the pit stop. Maybe he's used a little bit too much of the tyres. We know how good the Aston is on the tyres. It looks like we're getting a bit of deja vu as Barrier got it done in the Parabolica. He has. And that's because the 32 is coming in for the boxer. The 32 dives into the pits, and Barrier takes that position up to P5, probably around net P10, P11 once the pit stops are rounded out. Probably would have liked to get it done on the track. Us as racers, we all want to get a nice move in, really feel the adrenaline for that. But I think, you know, getting a position under pit stop, he'll take that. But as the pit stop cycles come through, he could see himself back behind the 32 once he puts a fresh share of boots on, if he puts a fresh share of boots on. And then we're going to be back in deja vu land where we're watching this 39 on 32 action once again.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, it's all done and dusted for now, but of course, when the 39 comes back down the pit lane, that's going to be another section of, you know, fights that we're going to see when everything shuffles about. George Boothby also down the lane, just behind the Ren Velten number 72 entry of Klopper. They're also down the lane as well. Maybe no hindrance there for Boothby into his pit box, and hopefully no real hindrance getting on the pit limiter either. But again, 18 seconds to the good on the next car behind. You don't really need to take many risks at this point. It's all about keeping it clean and tidy. Boothby, in theory, should be out. Walsingham should be into that car, and that's 2 fresh sets of Pirellis now for Walsingham to get to the end on that one. Meanwhile, the number 6 and the number 138, we saw them switching positions earlier on. Of course, Schubeck in the 6 and Novikov in the number 138. As we see a drive-through penalty pop up for Fleischer in the number 55, just ahead of these guys. So that should gift another position up to these two at the moment. But of course, new drivers in the car, Callum. We spoke about this earlier. Zimbel now takes over the number 6 and Makovkin back into the number 138. Is the talent going to switch around? You know, we saw Schubeck was quicker than Makovkin, sorry, not Makovkin, Novikov in the 138 earlier on. Could it now be that Makovkin is quicker than Zimbel, as drivers darting left and right in towards the Parabolica? Makovkin trying to put Zimbel off, but Zimbel staying as cool as a cucumber as they went through the Parabolica there. The Lamborghini does remain ahead just about, but has the Aston Martin got a better run off the corner? And more problems for Ren Velten. The 72 stopped at the exit of turn 1, pulling off to the right hand side. That's the race leader, George Boothby, and Valentin Barrier going through there, pulling off through the gravel. All looks to be okay. The car's still moving, comes to a halt.
Could be another hardware.
Could be another hardware issue, I think, maybe for the number 72. Klopper, of course, in that car initially, giving over now to Ziegler, and the steering locked fully to the left on board at the moment of that one. And earlier on, we saw the 74 Aston Martin. Of course, again, Ren Velten, they were struck with hardware issues. Jan Zimmer confirming the 74 retired due to technical problems in the esports chat. So keeping us updated here in the box. But that looks like another hardware strike, I would say, for Ren Velten today.
It looks like it could be in that 72 not in an optimal place to be stopped in the racetrack. You know, all it takes is someone getting a bit squirrely on the exit, and they could take a little bit of damage as well. And look, we've just seen a DT for our race leader, not net race leader, of the 38 Hutchinson. That looks like it could be for track limits, as they haven't come out the pits or anything. So I'm not, well, we haven't theorized on the 55 DT yet. It looks like we could have our first cue for track limits. Obviously at Monza, you're pushing the exit curves, especially through the Lesmos, to their absolute limit. You'll often see a couple of wheels dipped on gravel, but a little bit over, and you're going to take a warning. It's very high risk, high reward, especially in that section. Obviously, these guys, as I've said, these guys are aliens to us. They are maximizing the potential at every single corner where they can. Going on board here, we've got the 39 behind the 800. This is a bit of teammate on teammate action, but the 800's lapped the 39, but it looks like the 39 might have a little bit of extra pace at this stage of the race. I don't know if the 800's just warming up his tyres. They're on the same lap. Apologies, I've just been corrected there by Stewie, our broadcaster. So it may be the 800 has just pitted, but the 39 hasn't. Should have. So the 800 just warming up his tyres at this stage, meaning the 39 with nice warm tyres has that little bit of extra pace. But as you can see, it looks like the 800 has got his tyres in the working window, gained a massive amount of time through the Lesmos. But Barrier's probably looking like I've got the net race leader ahead of me here. Trying to gain a little bit of time, use that slipstream. Going on back on board with the 138 and the number 6. We've seen these two battling across the whole of that last stint, and they are roles reversed as we saw the pass in the previous stint. Different drivers in the car, judging by the pit stops, both with a fresh set of rubber. It's going to be all to play for. Who's got the quickest driver in the car at this stage? Going on with the triple one on the 49. This is a bit of Aston on Aston for P15. It's starting to heat up as we get. I'm liking this sort of stage in the race, John, where we've got so many deferring strategies on the racetrack at the minute, and it's taking 2 or 3 laps for the tyres to come in the window. We've got people double stinting, we've got people on fresh sets. It's really making for some interesting racing in these sort of pit stop periods.
Yeah, it always does make, some very interesting racing as we see Cheng Li trying to go around the outside of the number 62 into the first chicane, and the Drive Just Boys 996 entry getting it signed, sealed and delivered by the exit. Meanwhile, Nürnberger still sniffing at the back of Congratulate Aston on Aston as they come through the second Lesmo. And it's interesting, isn't it, when you get to this stage of the race? We said earlier on, you think it's all kind of signed, sealed, delivered and dusted, and then a new set of talent gets in the car, the order gets shuffled about once again with the pit stops, and we start to see all kinds of obscurities beginning to happen. And again, a bit of a risky strat earlier on that we saw between Barrier and Walsingham. Barrier essentially bump drafting the number 800 down the main straight. It's not really something that I'd be all too happy about taking a risk on personally as a driver. You're 18 seconds clear at this stage. You've just seen Hutchinson's got a drive-through penalty, so that's going to be another trip through the pit lane for the Samantha Tan Racing Mustang as both drivers over to the right hand side. I thought we were going to see a dive for the pit lane for one of them, but both of them trying to go defensive. And it's a bit of an unneeded risk, I would say, for the Veloce camp at this stage. You just want to keep the drivers close together, make them work in the clean air that the other cars producing for Barrier. But to bump draft, it's a bit of an obscurity on that one, as the Astons remain as they were through the first half of this lap. The Nürnberger car can't really get all too close to the Geely car ahead, and again that could be difference in wing levels between the two. One car may be electing to run skinnier wing than the other. As pit stops are cycling around once again, the 255 competition car is towards the top end of the board, although yet to take their stop. And of course, Hutchinson's drive-through penalty, you're not allowed to touch the car as you come down the pit lane, Callum. So not only has Hutchinson had to do a drive-through to clear the drive-through penalty, he's then going to have to come down the lane again in a few minutes' time to take his mandatory stop that he's going to have to take for the driver time for number 1, and of course for the fuel and tyres.
My heart absolutely bleeds for the number 38, John, if I'm being honest with you. They're currently sitting P17 in the championship and having an absolutely phenomenal race. Before the pit stops, they were sitting in P3 in that Mustang, doing an incredible job. By far their best result of the season, albeit it looks like they've taken fresh tyres each stint, so they're about to go into their double stinting, and we know how difficult that can be on the Mustang, but they're just having such a phenomenal race. So to get that DT at this stage is quite gutting for them, and I hope they can recover. It looks like they're not going to drop back too many positions. Still in for a great shout and some great points for their championship fight.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? At this moment in time, is just trying to get those championship points, and it's very crucial to score as much as you can every round, because by the time you reach the final round of the championship, where we head to Barcelona, we still got 2 rounds left yet. We're going all the way to February with this championship. Next round, of course, being Spa before finalizing in Barcelona. If you lose the title or lose the a podium slot or a prize winning slot as you get towards round 6, you think, what could we have done during those previous rounds? And if at any moment you find somewhere that undone your race, you're going to be kicking yourself for that one, as we see the dynamic car, the 111 of Nürnberger make up a place, and that could have been
like the
very
BS
near
competition got a bit close there.
Were they even paying attention? I'd be interested to see how that replay ended, as we watch Elvin Smith just taking over the car from Chris Warner, comes around the Curva Grande and then just kind of slows up in front of Ren Velton. They swerve around. West Competition Racing just about realised what was going on, and the replay cuts off before we see the BS Competition car. Apparently no contact, according to our broadcaster, Stewie. So, of course, able to maybe wake up and swerve around, but that's not a place you expect to see a car, and potentially another technical issue plaguing the drivers today, Callum.
My heart rate was spiking a bit there, John. I just got a relaxed reminder of my fitness watch. The last thing I wanted to see was that BS Competition going into the back of the Brabham car. But yeah, there is a there is a large amount of hardware issues, I guess. You know, for us sim racers, it's the way we can almost simulate you know, reliability issues, but it is gutting for seeing teams that are doing so well, are doing wonderful recovery drives, having these issues. And the next one of those has been the Brabham cars. I think I've just seen a yellow flag, and are we going on board here? It looks like Ascari has claimed another. This is the McLaren, the 177 McLaren, thankfully not hitting a wall, so not picked up any damage there. But the tyres in these temperatures are going to not be very happy on that McLaren for a couple of laps. He's going to have to do a little bit of work to cool those down, get them back in the working window. But it looks like he got that turned around. He's currently sitting in P21, so didn't lose that much. But again, Ascari has claimed its next victim.
Yeah, I don't think Ascari would be so bad if, you know, the bump in the gravel trap wasn't there and it was relatively flat. We probably would see a few less spins coming out when drivers do run wide, but unfortunately exactly what happened for Enders in the 177. We've got two more cars down the lane, the 255 competition Aston Martin, and Valentin Barrier in the number 39 comes through. Minar takes over the 255 competition car. They come out in P7, and Valentin Barrier gets underway once again. I think he's staying in that car. The gate will update when we cross the line towards the end, but the number 39, of course, Honzik's done the majority of the driving, and Barrier, I believe, has stayed in that car. So again, off they will go for their stint. P10, I think, as Iverson in the 123 Visceral car goes through down into turn one. So Barrier already with a fight on his hands, and of course he's going to have to get through that Ferrari if he wants to do so. The 123 on slightly warmer tyres, but shouldn't take too long to get those tyres back up to temperature for Barrier. Meanwhile, we see Locio and Rotors battling themselves into Lesmo 1. Ferrari to the inside, Lamborghini around the outside. There's no grip there. You see a big wiggle from Rotors in the number 89 BS competition car, and the MG ITJ setups number 179 up into P24. Rotors down into P25. But again, I think that was just a kind of choose your fights moment there, Callum.
It was indeed, and I think there is a disparity on tyres as well in that battle. So again, you know, how much do you want to fight? How much do you want to be holding back that car if you know they're on a different set of tyres? And 6-hour race time. We jump on board with the 38, just served a DT, running a bit late into putting his next set of tyres on, or has he? No, yes, no, just checking the pit stops there. He has only done his drive through, so we are expecting him through the pits at any stage, most likely to keep this set of tyres on, as he has put a fresher on. Where that will put him in the ordeal with the DT, I'm not sure, but he has had a phenomenal race so far.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good race, but of course the drive-through penalty, as you alluded to, setting them back somewhat in their crusade. Of course, next car behind, 5.2 seconds back a shot there. Saw the black Ferrari zooming through the Lesmo 2. Number 800 of Walsingham will be for position, and when Hutchinson comes down the lane, in theory that should again give the lead back to Veloce in the number 800, but nevertheless still a good drive from the STR Esports car, and I believe they are beginning to do their double stints now at the hottest part of the day, so going to be very interesting to see how the number 38 gets on over the next 2 hours.
Going to be seeing some sideways forwards, I think, John.
Yeah, I think so. Of course, the naturally aspirated V8 high revving gets off the corners probably pretty well with the torque, and that's probably going to light up those rear Pirellis, especially if drivers are electing for a low TC option there. As we ride on board with Fleischer, currently looking at the back of Enders, the number 177, just ahead there, the McLaren that we saw backwards through Ascari earlier on. Myself, Callum and Stewie are all going to dive off for a very quick break. Just under 2 hours to go here for round 4. It's looking very dominant from Veloce, but again, not without competition from other teams towards the top end. So we're going to bring you an onboard from one of the cars on the grid, whoever Stewie elects to do so for our break. And bear with us, 5 to 10 minutes, turn your sound up and enjoy the show.
Welcome back, everyone, to this 6-hour esports race at Monza, and what a 6 hour it has been. Hot temperatures have kept this race excessively interesting, with tyre strategies differing all across the field. Currently, we have the 800 of Aiden Bolslingham, leading, followed by Campanella in the 44, in the 44, and Prina in the 202 Aston. The top three, all three different manufacturers of car, and all within touching distance to claim this victory towards the last 2 hours of this race. As we were in the break, you did see the 138 get past the 6 for P4, and we also saw a move on the 32, on the 38, claiming 10, with still battles happening up and down the field, all to play for in the final hour and a half of this race. Going to what this looks like for the championship standings, we read through, the 800 is currently in P13. This is Edu Mountain, his championship charge. The P44 is currently sitting at 16, so even more points and gain in the championship standings. The 202 is currently sitting in P21 in the championship. The 138 is P7, and the 38, who I have jotted down but now sadly is sitting down, was previously P3 but now down into P11 due to a drive-through and a pit stop and a driver change, is sitting in P17 in the championship. So as it stands, this is going to really shake up our championship charge, John, and really looking like the end of the season is going to be extremely interesting, as we've got some late chargers for the championship title to try and chase down that Ren Welton car, who's been so dominant in the early part of the season.
Yeah, exactly that, Callum. Of course, welcome back, everybody, to the broadcast from our brief break. It's great to have you with us towards the latter half of the race. Jesse Lee and Matt Malcolm taking you through the first half. Myself and Callum Kerrigan taking you through to the checkered flag. And like you say, Callum, the championship could be shaken up quite nicely as we come out of Monza and head towards Spa in the new year. Of course, January 18th, we'll see the esports leg take to the circuit for their crusade towards the end, and then the final round of Barcelona, February 15th, should prove to be a very good round indeed. And as it stands, like you say, Ren Welton, the number 71, with earlier on dominance, taking a clean sweep of wins from rounds 1, 2 and 3. Not here with us today, apparently qualifying but not making the grid for some reason, and that's only the beginning of Ren Welton's technical journeys today. We've seen the 74 Aston also off, and one of the Ferraris off into the gravel as well, all with technical issues. So really not a good day for Ren Welton here at Monza. If you discount everybody else out of the standings, where the number 800 Veloce car is currently in P1, that should in theory shoot them all the way up to P3 in the standings, if nobody else scored, of course, from this round. So it's going to be a good haul of points if Walsingham can carry on escaping the clutches of Campanella in the number 44, and of course Prina in the 202 behind as well. All big gaps between the podium drivers, so logically, unless a big mistake happens or, God forbid, a technical failure, that's the only way we'll see those fights being kind of drawn up, as we see the number 32 coming under fire from Moaning in the Mustang just behind towards the inside. Oh, it got very close into the Parabolica. I think extra room was given from the number 32 on what he was originally going to give, as the Mustang came in very hot. And we've been told that the number 38 may be now beginning to do its double stint. So, of course, limited tyre sets for the drivers today. 4 sets of tyres over the 6 hours means that 2 stints are going to have to be doubled to get yourself through to the checkered flag. And the 38 doing just that at the moment. The number 32 not able to launch a retaliation down into turn 1. So Moaning up inside the top 10 now. And reports coming in from another Mustang in the field, the BF Racing car. They're pushing like mad, apparently, but not finding pace at all, and they're losing a lot of it, they've reported. Matteo Naudi in the esports chat, I think it's the number 27, I'm going to say. The number 27 it is indeed. Currently lay aboard that car. Struggling with pace right now, Callum, and that's not what you want to hear from one of the Mustangs, especially when the other Mustang in the field is currently doing their doubles. That's not going to be good news to read if you're in the Samantha Tan racing camp currently.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, John. We spoke earlier about how the Mustang has such torque in those rear wheels, so you do see it burning up those rubber on exits. It has that immense straight line speed. It comes at the price of some challenging tyre wear. So double stint in these tyres. So eyes on the Fords is what I'll say in these closing sort of hours as we go on board with a battle there. I think it's the Brabham and the 177 McLaren, all from the rear view of the 996-25. He just seems to just outbrake himself, maybe pushed a touch wide there by the Brabham car. But, you know, we're still 1.5 laps in. There's battles happening up and down the field, and that is all promoted through this 4 tyre set sort of strategy or restriction that we have on these races. So strategy is absolutely key, and we've had such a differing sort of array of them across the field. For me, I called it out earlier, the 138 really going for something way different to what we saw from anyone else. They were earlier sitting in P2, now slowly dropping down the field, and I do wonder if that is due to the strategy, as they had immense pace in the first 2 stints. But where these temperatures, I mean, we're at a temperature of 40 degrees, is absolutely scalding. The tyres are screaming at you. We did tend to see the double stints come earlier on the race, but there are a few sort of enigmas in the 38 and some other cars that are opting to do the double stints later on in the race, and that is really starting to heat things up, pardon the pun, because it's a hot track, and really spice up the racing here today, John.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's, you know, one of those things, isn't it? Once you throw in the factor of the unreasonable temperatures, shall we say, that we've set here today for the drivers, 32 degrees in the air, 40 down on the track. Of course, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In-game time is normally the warmest part that we'll see across a race weekend. So we may see 41 down the track, but it's more than likely going to stay at around 40. And, you know, lots of these drivers are too used to driving in what I would call a more sensible condition with, you know, unlimited tyre sets at their hands. So if they do make a mistake, scrub a set, overdrive a set, you know, have a spin, you know, any which way you can damage a tyre, you've then always got another set on hand to switch to. And that's what then promotes, of course, the ideal racing conditions kind of all the time. Whereas here at RCI currently, track temperatures very, very hot, limited tyre sets, so they don't have that added bonus of binning off a set of tyres immediately to get onto a fresher set. They really do have to think about tyre wear, how they're looking after the tyres, you know, how they're even using the track, as of course grass and curb impacts can affect the tyre structure and pressure loss across a stint. As we see some movement from the stewards, the number 49 of Congratul, currently in P13, given a 10-second penalty, and that's going to be for an incident on lap 123, turn 4, involving the 52 and the 49, and the 52, of course, being the Brabham Esports car of Smith. They're currently down in P15. So Congratul given a 10-second penalty in the number 49 for avoidable contact. So lots of that going on as you scroll down the stewards' notes. Lots of avoidable contacts being punished today. And towards the front, we saw earlier on the number 255 trying to hunt down the 6 and the 138. The 138 has since got through Finn Zimbal in the number 6 Lamborghini. Makovkin just ahead up the road. It's going to be a gap of around 2.7 seconds. And Minar's gap now, Callum, down to half a second. So Minar certainly looking like he's got the pace in these late stages.
Yeah, this little gaggle of cars here, the 138, the 6 and the 225 have really been some cars to be watching over the past couple of stints, obviously with the different try strategies. But we had the 6 trying to get past the 138 and finally getting past into the second chicane. In the previous stint, early this stint, as we were on the break, we saw the 138 make a move down the inside of T1 to get the place back on the 6. It seems to be running away with it, and the enigma that we spoke about last stint was the 255. Had an incident early on in the race, dropped back literally to the back of the field, has been clawing his way up. You can see the pace, you can see the purple on our screen. He is absolutely flying in this Aston, climbing back up the field, and he wants a piece of that Lambo right now. Get past, dispatch quickly, and then go to chase the 138. He knows the team, he knows the car has got the pace to be up there with the top runners, and this could be a mammoth drive to be going for the back of the field. with an hour and a half, there is a podium on the cards for this 255 if you place its cards right.
Yeah, play the cards right indeed, and you could see the 255 competition car certainly up onto maybe the bottom step of the podium. A mistake there from Finn Zimble across the last part of the Ascari chicane, goes across the grass, and that relinquishes Minnaar up into P5. Now Zimble down into P6. The Mustang ahead is, of course, a lap down, currently P30. For that entry, I believe that's the number 24. We did see the indicator on earlier on, but yet to yield the position on that one. Meanwhile, down towards the lower end, should we say, of the grid, Lucio still on his comeback drive, currently behind the number 46 Gladius competition car. Again, Ferrari on Ferrari action, so going to be a little bit tricky to sort out between them. Stewards, again, as I alluded to, woken up very recently as we see the Ferrari to the inside of Lucio, and I think room was just about given. The switchback covered off there in the second half of the chicane, and Lucio up into P20 now, 21, sorry, and the number 46 down into P22. But Stewards waking up to a few more results at the moment. We've now got an incident at lap 139. This is an interesting one, turns 4 to 5, involving both the 799 and the 55. Both drivers ending up with penalties. So the number 55 netted themselves 5 seconds. That was for avoidable contact, leading to forcing another car off the track. But equally on the flip side, the 799 also catching a penalty for overtaking off track, not returning to position, and not giving up the time gained. And I'm hoping this is what Stewie has found in the list of incidents. You see the 799 towards the outside. There's a bit of a rub, a bit of a touch. Fleischer makes the chicane. The 799, of course, goes straight down the escape road. And I'm guessing that's why Daly is ahead on the road, about 3 seconds to the good. Fleischer is behind, of course, managed to make the chicane and navigate it properly, Callum, but both drivers walking out of that one with a penalty.
Yeah, and looking over it, John, I definitely agree with the steward's sort of assessment on that. There was a squeeze that was a bit too squeezy. Couldn't really find the word there, but squeezed the 799 a bit too much going into the second chicane, which forced the car off the track. We saw him dip his wheels onto the grass, making it harder to brake, and then, you know, the 799 goes off track. What the 799 does there, 4 foot on the gas, cut the chicane, and ultimately has gained, well, what we can see, it might not have been at the time, 2.7 seconds on the 55. That hasn't given that sort of time back, albeit, you know, he was forced off and put into that position by the number 55. So quite a complex incident. They clearly judged both as very separately. So that's why you can see them on 2 incident lines. And again, there's a brilliant attest to the wonderful stewarding team we have here at RCI.
Yeah, of course, a big shout out to the stewards for not only giving up their time for today on the esports series to obviously live steward it, but also again during the weekdays, during our nightly evening event, should we say, giving up their time again to live steward there. Most popularly on Mondays is where you normally find myself on the RCI schedule, and Monday this week we do actually have a broadcast, despite of course winding down for the holiday season, as Jesse Lee alluded to earlier on his calendar rundown. It is in fact the Monday Cup one-off, and no, I didn't stammer. There are two Cups in the event title, and we're of course, as the name alludes to, taking all the Cup cars to Valencia. So it's going to be the 992 GT3 Cup, the Lamborghini Huracan ST Evo 2, and the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. We're throwing them all into one race for Valencia. That's this Monday on the RCI calendar. Server goes up 7 p.m. UK time. Of course, check the website for your locally adjusted time. Wednesday, we head iRacing, as we typically do on a Wednesday, this time bringing you new content in the form of the BMW M2 CS, as we're heading to Oran Park in a fixed setup to 20-minute sprint race format. Bear in mind on this one, the track and car, I'm being told, are both in the base race here, put my teeth back in, both in the base iRacing subscription. So if you are just a paid member for the month of iRacing, you should be able to join in that one as well. And then Friday this week, we're heading to our first Le Mans Ultimate event. Of course, dedicated servers coming out just last week. And Sebring will play host to a 1-hour race featuring Hypercar and LMGT3 as we race under the evening skies at the historical circuit. And there's plenty of space and time still to sign up for that one. You can find all of our events anytime, day or night, over on the website. That's racerci.com. And I can tell you there's also a few more events yet to be announced in the back end of the website. So keep your eyes peeled for those ones. Of course, a big thank you as well to our partners. They've been revolving around in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Again, AK Esports, Go Setups, Moser Racing and IMB Racewear, all supporting us on our journey through RCI with the Esports Championship in some form or another. So thank you very much to those guys. Of course, on your screens at the moment, Trineski is trying to get through the Drive Just Boys Mustang, the 996. And again, it's a tricky ask, isn't it? With the Mustang, Callum, it's got lots of grunt, lots of straight line speed. So it really does keep itself in the fight amongst other cars, and you get to the corners, and that's where we see the Ferrari kind of gaining ever so slightly. We get to the corner exit once again. The 8 cylinders of the Mustang get fired, and off into the distance goes the 996, and Trineski really with no answer other than to try and make it up when they get to the next set of corners, which is of course the Ascari chicane.
Yeah, John, I don't envy the 62 Brabham Motorsport car here, seeing the rear end of a Mustang in any kind of race, knowing that you don't quite have the grunt to get past it is always quite soul draining. I'm going to throw a shout out to Kevin Boss, one of our event managers here at RCI. I've been stuck behind his Mustang many a time in races here, mainly in those Monday championships that you've alluded to already, John. Going on board here with Brenham in the number 1 BMW. I believe he started quite high up the field, so he's found himself in 29, but climbing his way back up, fighting with the number 51, a couple of laps behind on the leader. But has the BMW got the grunt to get past this Ferrari? It seems like he's in the slipstream now. A lot of grunt on that BMW. Might be just too far to make an attempt on this move, but the 51 does go defensive either way. No, he doesn't. Goes back into the normal race line. Both go through the Retifilia chicane. Will live for the second chicane, whether he can get alongside or have another attack at turn 1 remains to be seen. But there are still fights happening all the way down into P29, and looking up our timing sheet, we've got a fight there for P25, a couple of seconds separating P19 and 18, which is the incident between the 55 and the 799 that we previously spoke about, all the way up to P12, P11 and P10, all 1.5 seconds separating those people. And going up to the front of the field, 1 hour 20 minutes to go. All it takes is a slight Ascari murder there, and this whole race turns on its head, John.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, normally, typically in an incident, you lose about 4 to 5 seconds, depending how long you've got to wait for the field of cars to come through. We see the torque of the BMW there pulling itself off the Lesmo 2 very nicely underneath the old school banking that runs overhead in the tunnel. Brenham up the inside into Ascari, blocks the Ferrari off. Of course, it's almost one line through Ascari. It's quite hard to go side by side through there. Brenham up into P28 and the number 51 down into P29. And I was going to say the West Competition BMW, you remember having a bad Ascari nose into the wall earlier on in the race. I'm not sure if you were here for that one, but certainly big time loss for the West Competition Racing Camp. And again, it's another car that we don't typically see down the back end of the field. Normally West Competition Racing towards the top end, as we see Trineski finally up the inside of the 996 Drive Just Boys entry. Hopefully the Brabham Motorsport can fend off the grunt from the Mustang on that one. Of course, we are aware the Mustangs might be struggling in these warmer temperatures. Certainly the BF Racing entry has already alluded to that earlier on in the esports chat, so keep an eye on those guys. And meanwhile, the Bentleys, we're not seeing too much of these. The RCI Esports blue car running particularly well, currently in the hands of Brewster in the number 769. 13.3 seconds though, Callum, to make up on the back of Finn Zimble. That's going to be a very big ask over the next some hour or so. A little bit of traffic ahead in the form of another Mustang. down the bottom end of the field. But again, should be no real kind of hold up there. It's going to be, a big ask. The number 6, again, very quick Lamborghini. Again, still latched nearly onto the back of Minar in the 255, but not quite tied with them. So shouldn't be hampered too much by dirty air or, maybe an offset in braking zones and etc. on that one. So big ask from the 769 to get further forward, but still a good run nonetheless. The sister Bentley, of course, down in P18 in the hands of Daly. We saw earlier on getting involved with Fleischer in the 55. Both cars there netting a 5-second penalty. Moaning still clawing on to this car somehow. The number 38, we think, Callum, they're of course running their double stints now. They find themselves just behind Valentin Barrier just ahead in the number 39 Aston.
Yes, they do, and we've got two sort of, the powerhouse of the Mustang and the ever consistent Aston Martin. It does. We are aware that we're expecting these guys to be on some use set, but I will say their pace has been pretty spot on for considering they're in a Mustang. They've been absolutely badgering their tyres, and their pace is top notch. I mean, this is why they were sitting in P3 earlier on in the race. They know they've got the pace in this car. This has been brilliant, and they are chasing down Valentin Barrier. It seems like he's got a bucket load of pace right now. Maybe Valentin just struggling on those tyres. We are sort of into that back end of the stint now where, we could have some grainy phases, and it's how you've been managing that heat cycle throughout the tyre. These are, again, massively hot conditions. These tyres are not very pleased with the drivers right now. So if you've just going through that graining phase, we are going to see cars start creeping up, gaining those 1, 2, 3 tenths, and it looks like he may even have a run into the parabolica. Is he going to go for it or be patient and wait for turn 1? Are we going to see side by side? Yes, we are. He's going up side by side into the parabolica. Who's later on the brakes? He makes the move done in parabolica, but the 39 of Valentin Barrier could be going for the switchback or tucking back into the slipstream. He's going a bit wide there to try and get a bit more better exit speed, and you can see already the Aston with much better traction out of parabolica. Has the Mustang got the legs to keep himself out of danger? Who's going to take the inside line? It looks like the 39's got it open for him if he needs it. And no, I expected a little bit of a move there from Valentin Barrier, but it just seems like he didn't think he'd get him under braking. We did see him make a mistake under braking there into T1 previously on another move, so maybe he just didn't have the confidence to try and dive up the inside of 38. But this battle was living on into the second chicane, John.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I even saw the brake lights of Barrier coming on when he was slipstreaming, moaning down the start-finish straight. I mean, looking towards the last lap times between the two, running identical times. 1 minute 48.4 for Moaning and a 149.4 for Barrier. So Barrier a second slower last time by, so certainly yielding, I would say. Again, going back to our point that we keep making, that it's wise to choose your fights, and I think Barrier knows that the Mustang much quicker, allows them through, and doesn't want to bring in that Coach Dave Academy car just behind into the fight either. Again, 1 minute 48.2 last time by for the Coach Dave Academy car. So Barrier really struggling in this latter stage of this double stint that we think he may be on. Looking at his last pit stop time, it's 57 seconds from in to out, which kind of suggests that it is going to be a double stint for the Aston Martin behind. And we're skeptical that the 38 hasn't actually done a double stint yet, but looking at their pit stop times, nothing logically screams that they are double stinting at any given point. They've all been full services. So the lap 34 stop was a 1 minute 5, the lap 69 stop was a 1 minute 7.7, the lap number 104 was a 1 minute 4.3. We can discount the lap number 132 because that was a drive-through penalty for Hutchinson for track limits, we believe. And then the last stop they made, lap 138, was a 1 minute 11. So all the stops, Callum, have been what we would call full services. Of course, if we're looking at the, we're looking at the times of every other driver that's doing double. Every double stint has been under a minute, just to top the fuel up, get the car back out onto the circuit again. So nothing from the STR Esports camp seems to say that they've ever done a double at the moment.
I'm a little bit bewildered by it, John, to be honest. Looking at the pit stop times, we see Barrier making a mistake, and the Coach Dave Academy car taking a move into the Lesmo. It looks like that's going to be easily done. Barrier with a costly mistake there, losing the position. It did seem the Coach Dave Academy car did have a bit more pace, so I'm expecting that Ferrari just to get a little bit of legs on the Aston Martin now. But going back to the 38, you're right. Those pit stop times they're telling us they're changing tires, but you know they need to double stint at some point. Could it be damage? Could it be driver swaps? We're sitting here really just theorizing, but what I will say is right now that the pace that they're showing and sort of the characteristics, you know, we're expecting this Mustang at this stage in a double stint to, you know, be promoting a dirt rally series that RCI are running right now for free with the amount of sideways action we're expecting. But the car seems stable. The exits are strong. I mean, we did see Barrier, you know, get a much better exit into out Parabolica on the previous lap, but I am absolutely baffled, and I guess a testament to how well they're running this Mustang in this race, John.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we see the STI Esports camp, of course, choosing the Mustang in a lot of series throughout the realm of esports within ACC. So well rehearsed in the car, I would say, and well rehearsed in all of the characteristics that it possesses, and maybe they've found something that, you know, kind of works for it during these hotter, kind of longer double stints on that one. So it's a bit of a strange one, but I'm sure we'll get an idea maybe later on of what's truly happening within the Mustang camp. Of course, just over an hour on the clock to go. Currently Aiden Walsingham out front, although the gap has come down a few seconds. I think Campanella was about 15 seconds away. It's now down to I believe it was just over 11 seconds at the last timing gate that I saw on the timing tower left hand side. Now down to under 11 seconds. 10.9 to the good is the number 44. So we may even see a battle for the lead on track in these late stages. Callum, of course, Boothby being an absolute machine, taking the first kind of 3/4 of the race nearly away from Walsingham. Walsingham going in for 2 stints towards the end on again, fresh sets of Pirellis. We're theorizing here, looking at their pit stop timers. So this could be very interesting heading towards the final stage of the race.
John, don't get me excited with the battle for the lead, but you're absolutely right to call it out. We have seen that gap come down, and what that does for Walsingham right now is, you know, he knows we've got a car catching, but he's got that comfortable gap. You know, 10 seconds in an hour and 11 minutes is no mean feat. That's a mammoth of a task for Campanella to do in that number 44. But what does that do? What does that do to Walsingham's psyche? You know, he knows he's not got quite the amount of pace. It's going to make him more susceptible to mistakes. And again, going back to the conversation we had earlier, the hunter versus the hunted, and more often than not, the person doing the hunting will just find that extra end because they're in that zone. They're like chasing that guy down. We could be seeing that. You know, he is gapping the 202 fairly comfortably. When they pitted, in my mind, I predicted the 202 to come right back up to that 44, because, you know, we know how strong the Aston has been this season. But yeah, it's getting a bit spicy, John.
Yeah, absolutely so. And currently on the screens, the number 177 finds their way up behind the number 1 of Oystein Brenham in the West Competition Racing BMW. Again, 2 teams that we're typically used to seeing a bit further up through the grid. So again, some unfortunate things for today at Monza. But kudos to anyone who has, of course, found themselves on the worser end of Lady Luck this round, but seeing it out to the end and sticking it out to the checkered flag. So big clap to everybody involved in that effort. But Ender's been on a bit of a crusade through the field in the last couple of hours since myself and Callum have been in the box. So again, good driving all round. Working with Rotors earlier on, who now finds their way up into P23. So that 89 Lamborghini that Enders was working with has certainly made moves and strides as they carve their way through the field. And Barrier still not close enough to the number 32 Coach Dave Academy car to find a move on them, especially through the curve of Alboreta. Barrier really struggling, I think, with these double stinted Pirellis underneath him, currently sliding through the last corner out onto the main straight. And last time by, it was a 148.4, so kind of gaining some of that time back. But Kuzmansky ahead, 148.1 on his time, and Moaning a 148.2. So it sounds like very small margins, very, you know, not a lot of time gained or lost. But again, over the course of many, many laps, it slowly chips away or slowly opens up. So something to bear in mind in these longer endurance races that we do see here in ACC. Campanella, though, getting the time down just over 10 seconds now, 10.4 to the good. Last time by Walsingham, 148.1, whereas it was Campanella's 147.9. And Walsingham has just crossed the line to run a 148.4, just waiting for Campanella to come across the line, and we'll update that timing gap now. It's a 147.9 once again, so Campanella running consistently just into the 47s, Walsingham just into the 48s, and like I say, it's going to be a tit for tat as Barrier picks up a drive-through on the exit of Lesmo 2. Callum a little bit too greedy with track limits, and that will be the number 39 coming down the lane for a very slow trundle indeed.
Absolutely gutting for the 39 with some challenges early on in the race, coming back and fighting through the field, doing a stellar job. To get that drive through is absolutely gutting. We spoke earlier about how you can really gain time in those Lesmos, go wide, really extend those track limits here on ACC, but it is high risk, high reward, and they just fell a little bit short of that this time. They'll most likely take the DT straight away, just get it done, get it out the way, mental reset, and then get back out. They're going to probably drop back to the P14, P15 range here, but we know we've got the pace. They've already climbed through the field, and in an hour and 7 minutes, they've got plenty of time to start clawing back in that fast Aston Martin.
Feels so slow, doesn't it, going through the pit lane as we see cars in the back of shot coming through, of course, full chat down the main straight here at Monza, whereas Valentin Barrier pegged at 50 kilometers per hour before he gets all the way to the end of the pit lane. Campanella, though, certainly chipping away at Walsingham's lead, just over 10 seconds now for the Visceral Lamborghini as they come round towards the line. Walsingham crosses the line to make lap 160 with a 148.2. Fabrizio Campanella, meanwhile, coming across the line now to take his next lap with a 148 flat. So again, it's another 0.2 chipped away. The gap now 9.9 seconds, and we've still got a pit stop on the cards to make as well. So really testing the teams on who has done their pit stop practice, who can be that little bit faster down the lane, because a second gained in the lane, Callum, is another second that Campanella doesn't have to try and gain on the track. And looking towards the track map, the triangle heading towards the second chicane, that's Walsingham ahead. He's got some traffic. Meanwhile, Campanella looks like he's probably going to be clear up until the next pit stop. So in theory, the Visceral car should have a less time loss during this stint.
I do not want to be the team managers of either of this team right now. With the 800 coming up to that traffic, they're probably thinking, oh, do we box early? Do we get out of this, get some clear air, get some fresh tyres on, have that mental reset? The 44 has all the space in the world to just start chipping away. I mean, this late on in the stint, to still be chipping into the 47s is an extremely impressive pace here from the number 44 of Campanella. I thought we were in for a surefire win here on the 800, John. I thought he was going to run away with it, but Campanella is hunting this Ferrari down. What does he? If you were in the position right now of the 800, what do? You know Boothby's got the pace. You saw those 4 hours. He might be a bit tired, a little bit fatigued from that. Do we say, right, let's get Boothby back in the car, let's get the pace, or do we pit now? Like, what would your strategy be right now if you were the 800 and the 44 car, John?
We've got to bear in mind in this series, of course, we do have minimum drive times actually stated in the rulebook. So, of course, 2-car effort from the top of my head, I think it equals that one of the drivers has to run 2 stints if the other driver runs 4. And, of course, we know Boothby has run 4 stints essentially from the start of the race. So, Walsingham has no other option other than to be in the car for the remainder of the race. The gap again coming down 0.2 of a second to 9.7, but you know, it's going to be a nail-biting finish for the final hour here. Again, 6 hours of racing, and it essentially comes down to the final hour of the race for lots of drivers up and down the field. It's not only, of course, the Walsingham Campanella fight that we're watching, but again, Makovkin, Minard and Zimbel not a world away from each other. That's a mistake from any of those drivers. Could see that turn on its head. Braster, of course, down in P7. That's a bigger ask, I would say. But again, behind, he's got Iverson, he's got Moaning. the number 32 Coach Dave Academy car. That's lurking inside the top 10. We've got this fight here on our hands now with Valentin Barrier, thanks to a drive-through penalty. Elvin Smith can see the back of the number 39. Dust being kicked up from a car ahead. That's going to be Ren Velton's number 73. Leon Bird currently at the wheel of that one, possibly. Although that gap's 11 seconds to Barrier, so it can't be that. It must be some traffic slightly ahead as Elvin Smith sniffing at the inside of the Parabolica. He thinks he can see some pace in the Ferrari where the Aston doesn't. Barrier looks like almost taking to the pit lane there. Smith staying out to the left and now darting in behind the slipstream. The car ahead, the number 1 West Competition Racing entry. Blue flags being waved from the marshals. So traffic giveth and traffic taketh away.
Late
Elvin
on the
Smith
brakes.
coming from a long way back. Can he get it drawn up? He does. Over the anti-cut curb though, into the door of Barrier, and remains behind at the exit of the first chicane. But Elvin Smith certainly wants this position off Barrier, Callum.
Oh, he's hungry. I can't believe how late he was on the brakes there and to hit the apex. Valentin with brilliant racing there to give him the room. I mean, I would not have expected a side-by-side into there. And we've got another one coming to the second chicane. A little bit of a hip and shoulder, a little bit of a touch. Valentin taking over the road. Not sure if the stewards are going to be taking a look at that and what side they sway. But a little bit of a bump there. It did seem like the 52 might have knocked the 39 of Valentin Barrier off the track. Well, this fight's getting a bit spicy, a little bit heated. We've had one bump. And, you know, there could be a little bit of aggression. I mean, they've been racing for 5 hours. We could have a little bit of a heat going in the cockpit as they're going side by side into Ascari. This always makes me squirm a little bit. But Smith has got the move done on the straight. So before we even get to Ascari, Barrier's going to try and get as much better of Ascari as he can. Get the exit as we go into the Parabolica. But it looks like this move's done and dusted. Smith with a wonderful bit of racing, a little bit of argy-bargy, so one for the stewards. But another position gained for the number 52. Barrier with that drive-through has just put himself in a little bit of danger, losing a bit of time in battles. Again, another an unfortunate drive-through there from Barrier because he wouldn't even be in this position in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely so. And, you know, worn tyres on the number 39 Aston Martin. That means Elvin Smith, logically looking at the last pit stop time for the Brabham crew, being a 1:07. That car should be on a fresher set of Pirelli tyres than Valentin Barrier behind. And speaking of tyres, we, of course, were covering earlier on the number 38 of Moaning, the Samantha Tan racing car. Doesn't look like it's been in for a double stint at any given point. And our very own Les Stevenson in the YouTube chat, maybe theory crafting that the number 38 has taken tyres every single time so they can reset the pressures, obviously, to what the weather conditions are at the time of the stop. Now, it seems completely bonkers because you, of course, lose around about 5 to 10 seconds not taking tyres, etc. Just taking the fuel, getting back out there as we see a lot of stops under that 1 minute mark. Adjusting tyres takes you over that minute mark by the looks of it, but that could be a very good theory as to what has happened with the number 38.
Hiroka Poker always coming in with some theory crafting there in our YouTube chat. And if there is anyone in the YouTube chat, we've got a little bit of a fight here with the 44 and the 800 for the win. Who do you think is going to take it? Let's see if we can get a poll or anything going. Just shout who you think is going to win this race. We're still on board with the 52 who's just made that move on Barry. He's got 9 seconds to the 138, so probably a little bit of an arse for him as we're jumping now on the 32, fighting with the number 38. These guys have been side by side, front and back for a number of laps, almost this whole stint. In fact, again, 38 seconds, behind the 202. If this is a double stinted stint, and we're double stinting for the next stint as well, this has been an outstanding performance. And even though they've got that drive through, I'd probably say for me the car of the day.
Yeah, certainly so. It's been a good drive from, I would say, everybody on the grid. But everybody has their fan favourites at home, and I know we've seen a few Ren Velton fans in the chat so far asking about what's happened to the majority of their entries, and one of the drivers, I think, confirming in German in our YouTube chat on that one. And a big thank you to everybody at home that's, whether you've just dropped in or you've been watching throughout or lurking in the background, it's great to have you with us here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube as we reach, of course, the final hour here at Monza for the RCI 6 Hours Esports Series. We see a lot more pit stops coming in now. We've got Barrier back in. We've got Bergold in the number 20, finalising their stop. Finn Zimbel in the number 6, also down the lane for VSR. And this will be the final stops, Callum, that these drivers will make. Everybody now, even on stint timer, of course, we have a 1 hour, 5 minute stint timer. We're way under that currently. So everybody now will be able to go to the end on what they've got. Szymanski comes down the lane for the number 32. That releases Moaning, of course, with less pressure in their rearview mirror. We've got Congretul with 10 seconds to their name, so that should shove them down the order ever so slightly. Maybe Elvin Smith might be able to get involved with the G League car, but they stay out for another lap. And Daly and Fleischer, of course, with late penalties as well. So, still all to play for on the cards here today, Callum. We did say earlier on it only take a few mistakes from, a few teams to really flip this race on its head, as it looks like the Gladius car a little bit deep into turn 1 there, but Geely not able to capitalize on that one. They'll run line astern heading towards the Curva Grande and of course up towards the second chicane. Looking congested in parts of the track, but relatively speaking, gaps looking quite healthy between everybody so far.
Yeah, I do believe the Gladius cars just come out the pits, so just waiting for those tyres to come in their operating window, whereas the 49 has not pitted, so that's why it seems like he's got a little bit more pace at the minute, but we are expecting the 202 stops and done to around the position. But yeah, going back to what you were talking about, John, only an hour left, an hour to go, 5 hours in and an hour left to sort this out. We've got a fight, fight for the lead. It's down to 9 seconds. When we last spoke about that, a second has already been tuned in. Both of them have had identical, albeit maybe a lap or so different strategies for this race. So it is going to be an out and out sprint with a 9-second head start on the 800 as we near the final pit stops. I'm expecting them all to start coming into the pits for these final pit stops. A lot of people pitting on the hour last time, so they'll have the 65-minute stint. So really the next lap or two will have the rounds coming in, and I do actually expect the 49 to potentially dive in here, even the 202 its room for the undercut. We did see the 32 go for the undercut as well, and it's really balancing that seesaw, that seesaw there really for, are we going to go for the undercut, have slightly worse tyres at the end of the stint, or should we just run this fuel load to the bottom, put on a fresh set of boots and go for the chasing?
Yeah, of course, the later you can leave it, the less fuel you have to carry as well. So then the car's going to be that somewhat lighter, as we see the number 800 Veloce car into the lane in response. Campanella in as well for the number 44 Visceral Esports car, and very, very close to the pit limiter was Campanella. 8.8 seconds is the gap at the time of the final pit stop. So all to play for between Veloce and Visceral. We got Fleischer down the lane for Veloce as well. 5-second penalty to serve for him. Jordan Daly has been in and served their penalty for their implication in the same incident. Martin Grady now takes the 7.99 over, and he'll go towards the end as well. So plenty of action going on right now, and Campanella versus Walsingham towards the end. And I've just seen, I think there's been a driver change for the number 800, and my maths is correct. I don't think Walsingham may have met the minimum drive time here, as we see George Boothby on the overlay, bottom right hand side of the screen. That's of course a live overlay, should we say, from the game. The left hand side timing tower, that will update when Boothby crosses sector 1. But has Walsingham done enough of the minimum drive time?
If what you said is true, John, and the driver has to do 2 hours, then no. It's a straight up no. George did the first 2 stints, double stinted those tyres, and they've opted for what I said, albeit it may be a breach in the rules. They know that Boothby's got pace. He's had a phenomenal opening 2 stints in this car, so they wanted to alleviate that pressure from the number 44 and get George back in the car. But this could be very, very costly for them. Campanella has stayed in the car. once will that be confirmed once coming over the timing screens. It looked like he might have gained a little bit of time in the pit stops, but I guess two large questions now here for the lead. One, have the rules been breached? And two, can George Boothby withstand the pressure of this number 44 Lamborghini?
Yeah, it's going to be it, isn't it? I mean, if anybody can withstand, I would say Boothby is probably a safe pair of hands to put back in the car, but it all does come down to the rule set. Of course, we'll have to check that one in the background. Minar will be promoted, of course, to race lead for the meantime until they make their final pit stop in the 2:55 competition entry. But again, no real battles have had to be had for Philip Minar. He's just kind of passed everybody while they've been in pit lane servicing the car. So it's been a relatively unfazed stint for the South African driver, and that should be a good haul of points, hopefully, towards their championship honours.
Yes, John, as we said, this is going to throw the championship standings into, I wouldn't say a disarray, it's far from a disarray, but it's going to really shake things up and make things exciting for the back half of the season. Going from here, we're going to Spa in early January and then into Barcelona for the final round of the season. And with the cars like the 800 and the 255 and the many people gaining massive amount of points here, it's really going to be all guns blazing for those final rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be, everybody's going to be wanting to make up as much as they can, especially at Spa. It's a well-rehearsed circuit, should we say, quite a popular pick in and amongst many leagues across the world of ACC, and lots of hot laps, world records, lots of practice, setup work has been done in Belgium. So again, that should be a good kind of circuit, a strong circuit for lots of drivers here. But again, not without punishment with track limits. We know, Spa, Eau Rouge, Raidillon, quite easy to pick up a track limits there. Head down towards Speaker's Corner. That's another good corner exit where you can pick up a track limits. The bus stop, if you're a bit too greedy on corner exit, again, that could be another one. As we see the pit stop times on the left-hand side of your screen. Of course, Minar yet to come down the lane. Boothby last time by 1 minute 7.9. Moaning yet to come down the lane as well. And the Campanella entry a little bit faster down the lane with a 1 minute 7.3. Felipe not too far off, 1 minute 7.9. Makovkin a little bit slower, 1 minute 8.1. That could just be down to, entering into the pit lane, being a little bit earlier, a little bit more cautious maybe on the limiter, or just slightly missing the mark in the box. Elvin Smith, of course, is through on his pit stop as well. So that is updated to lap 166 as he begins to tumble down the order. The RCI car, 1 minute 7.4. Lots of full servicing in that list, Callum. Nobody, in theory, should be on an old set of tyres for this final stint.
In theory, but everyone can have a bad pit stop from time to time. I know that I'm notorious for a poor pit stop on this game and often lose mammoths amount of time in there. So yeah, it looks like we've all got fresh boots on or a driver change, and we're going for it. As we predicted, fresh set on for the final stint. Everyone pitting, around the hour to 50-minute mark. If they were going for 65-minute stints across, you'd see the final pit stop a lot later on in the race. But now it's it. Gloves are off. We've got the drivers in the cars, fresh Pirellis on all of them. Who's got the times? Who's got the consistency? Who's not going to get claimed by the curve of Ascari? And we will see all in 50 minutes time. I do believe we are just about to jump off for a quick break here in the commentary box, so you'll have some lovely sounds here from the commentary booth from Stewie as we just take a quick break, and we'll get back to you with the action and the final moment of the 6 hour race.
Welcome back, everyone, to RCI TV. I'm John Dalton, joining alongside me, Callum Kerrigan, as we take you through the final hour. We're way under the final hour now, 44 minutes to go on the race clock, and the battle is certainly hotting up towards the front end of the field. Campanella trying to hunt down the number 800 Veloce car in the last stint, taking a good 2 to 3 seconds away from Walsingham. And they continue the crusade to get to the top step of the podium. Moaning will find themselves in the middle of the action in the number 38 Samantha Tan Esports car, yet to come down the pit lane for their final stop, so time will tell. Callum, it's been a wonderful event so far, a very exciting start, and hot temperatures have proved for some unpredictability amongst the esports drivers that are quite usually used to racing in ideal perfect conditions, and something that they've not had here today is just that, as we see the flash of the lights from Campanella. He really wants to get through this Mustang, Callum.
I don't blame him. He knows that the Mustang is on a different strategy. Campanella, over the past stint and now the start of this stint, has been hunting down for the win. This isn't Moaning's fight. This isn't the Mustang's fight really to be had. So I do understand that the flash of the lights there, but also it's completely justified. You know, we are racing for position regardless, even if we are on differing strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, the number 38, we're kind of wondering how they've managed to do their double stints, because looking at their pit stop times, it doesn't look evident anywhere that they have actually done that, but it could be down to damage, could be down to driver changes, or as Les Stevenson alluded to in the YouTube chat earlier on, maybe they're resetting pressures by taking the tyres off and putting them on later on during the race, and maybe picking the set that's had the least amount of abuse throughout a stint. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But Moaning certainly looking very fast, has managed to hold up Campanella for a lap now. And finally, the number 44 Lamborghini manages to get through, and Moaning darting towards the pit lane for their final stop. 42 minutes to go on the clock, so that will shuffle them down. But Campanella, meanwhile, has to kind of have that mental reset, doesn't he? 7.5 seconds, Callum. It's going to be a very big ask, especially with George Boothby at the wheel. Last time by, Campanella's lost a good 0.3 of a second with a 148.1 versus Boothby's 147.8. So Campanella's going to have to do the 47s they were doing last stint and some more to be able to close down that gap. But I think at this stage now, with Boothby back in the car, it's going to be too little too late for the number 44.
Yes, you're absolutely right, John, but anything can happen. We've seen mistakes even with these, you know, esports drivers, which we consider them aliens to us mere mortals on Assetto Corsa Competizione. But we spoke in the last stint. We did say, you know, Aiden didn't seem to quite have the pace of George, so they have put George back in the car, who we know had an absolute mammoth couple of stints. We just got on board. A little bit of contact there between the RCI Esports car and the Visceral Esports car. Another one to look at, another one for the stewards. A little bit of a cut of the chicane there by the RCI Esports Blue. Obviously, they'll be arguing that they got pushed out. Going back to the lead, just to get the points across, as they pitted, it was 8.8 seconds between the two cars. Campanella has lost time with that sort of scrap with Moaning, which, you know, he really didn't need to be in, as we know that Moaning's on a different strategy. It's now down to around 7.5 seconds, but as he was catching Moaning, it was 7 seconds. So lost a little bit of time, but not massively. And you're right, he has a mammoth task to catch George Boothby, especially with the way he's been driving this race.
Yeah, especially the way Boothby drives, I would say every race, you know, very fast driver in his own right, certainly proving that here today. But 7.5 seconds, can Campanella do it? It's going to be a very big ask, but again, 40 minutes on the clock, anything can happen in these hotter temperatures. And of course, we know traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, so that could be another factor to bear in mind for the race leaders. Meanwhile, side by side goes the number 1 West Competition Racing entry with the 51 Ferrari down into the second chicane. Barriers had to turn away from the corner ahead. That's a very, very close move. It's not barrier board, sorry, it's now Honzik in the number 39, but he saw that one coming in his mirrors and very sensibly steered away from the apex. Had to cut the chicane, but keeps the car facing the right way and in one piece. That would have been a very scary moment for Jaroslav Honzik. Head on over to his YouTube channel and see his reaction, because I'm sure there was a a very surprised face on that man as he saw a Ferrari nearly barreling in to the side of his Aston Martin. Meanwhile, Iverson has made up a place on the number 769 Bentley for Visceral number 123, and Brewster will go down a position to P8. But again, not over yet. Still plenty of time left for Brewster to make a kind of, retaliation move, and the Bentley does have good top end here at Monza, so maybe he can play into the hands of that one against the Ferrari. But we've seen the Ferrari 296 very good on brakes here today, Callum, especially Elvin Smith, to name one driver that's certainly figured out the braking point down into turn one. Every time looks far too late, but somehow manages to get it stopped for the chicane.
Yeah, he has on a number of occasions made us sort of almost squirm and think there's going to be a collision coming, but somehow manages to hit that apex and often come out the better of the two if he's in the middle of a fight. So we are here. We've got the 769 of Brewster chasing down the 123 of Iverson. We know the Bentley's fast in a straight line. We know it's good on tyres, and we know that this RCI Esports team, this race, not to obviously be biased, but obviously an RCI broadcast, they started far back in the field and they've just been slowly climbing their way up. So not only do we know the pace and the straight line of the Bentley, but momentum is really on the side of Philip Brewster right now.
Yeah, absolutely so. And we know the Bentley can look after its tyres across a stint. The hotter temperatures don't really phase the tyres of that car. They run quite low in temperature wise as it is. So as the temperature kind of comes up, if anything, it gives the aid to the Bentley a little bit more, as being able to hold the tyre temperature between the corners here at Monza. Typically very long straights. Your ducts are open a bit too much. Sometimes you lose that crucial temperature out of the tyre as well as the brakes. So it's a real fine balancing act in that car sometimes. But not losing the back of Iverson is Brewster in the 769. So one small mistake from Iverson can certainly prevent the one small mistake from Iverson will certainly gift the position to Brewster just behind there. And of course, Patel 15.6 seconds off the back of the Bentley. So realistically, all Philip has to do is look out the windscreen, and he is good to go until the end. Just waiting for that small minor mistake, and we're all good to go.
Yeah, you're not wrong, John. And just looking into the YouTube chat, we've got a comment from Sebastian Brunier, who's got more knowledge than me at the minute, as he's pointed out something extremely interesting, that the top two teams, the 44 and the 800, as of lap 174, have exactly the same personal best times of 1 minute 47.582. There is nothing between these guys at the minute.
Yeah, very interesting fact there from Sebastian, and an eagle-eyed man, Sebastian, in his own right. If he's going to notice something, it's certainly going to be him. Eric Delfante finds himself towards the back of Martin Grady in the number 179 Ferrari. We've seen this MG ITJ setups car making its way slowly back through the field, and again, a good quick lineup of drivers in that car with Delfante and Lozio. So something has been awry there in the start of their race, but they're certainly clawing it back. Now just ahead, of course, Grady. Ahead of him is Schubeck in the number 6 VSR Lamborghini. Again, that's not for position, so the Bentley versus Ferrari is what we're focusing on here. And we saw Grady earlier on being a bit too nice, maybe letting one car go. We then saw the flip side of Grady in the Bentley, pinching the door very much so on another driver, and getting elbows out between them. And let's see what version of Grady we'll see this time by when that move happens. And Iverson built with a mirror full of Brewster in the 769 Bentley. They've had a good run so far. P8 should be where they finish, of course. Christopher Streppen and Martin Lawrence sharing the car with Brewster there, versus the three-man effort of O'Sullivan and Singh also in the number 123. So it's all about seeing it out towards the end now, Callum. You've got to minimise your risk. You've got to think of the bigger picture at this stage of the race. Yes, you could go for a very late dive, a very kind of lungy move. You could overdrive the car through track limits and pick up a drive-through. You could find yourself under the wrath of the stewards, or you could just hold line of station and enjoy the points when you get towards the end of the championship.
These guys are racers. They don't want to hold fast and think about the bigger picture. They're going to be chasing every position right the way down to the last 34 minutes of this race, as we're still on board with this Iverson and Gray. Oh, not Iverson and Gray fight. Iverson and Brejta fight, as the Bentley's got a wonderful run here into turn one. I think he's still slightly too far back as we go into the braking zone, and we'll hopefully see that sort of materialize into turn two. One thing I wanted to just turn the attention on, we've called it out a few times. Obviously, they had an incident in lap one which put them to the back of the field, but Abalaz, I've gone and said the name wrong, so I'm going to go with the 255 of the Aston Martin, half a second behind P4, still chasing down. And I actually think that they're still in for a shout of a podium here. Almost I think they were first, last to first. I think they were leading into turn four, got made contact by the number 32, I believe, from memory, and now have been climbing their way back up. We're in for a good shout of a podium here, and that is seriously impressive stuff. We've spoken a lot about what this is going to do to the championship with people that are slightly further down in the field on standings, that we're going to see that jumble all around. But the 255 is currently sitting in P2 in the championship and is really going to be benefiting from the 71 not being here for this round, obviously only doing qualifying and not here for the race. So this is a massive recovery drive for the 255, which could prove costly when we come to the final race of the season.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there. I mean, we've already seen Makovkin there gifting the position essentially to the 255 competition car. No real fight from the CRT Pro entry, and Abdulaziz there will go up into P4, and it's only 3.6 seconds roughly for the next Aston Martin of Felipe in the 202 Gladius car. And looking towards the last lap time, it was a 148.2 for Felipe and a 147.5 for the 255 competition entry. So again, 32 minutes on the clock. There's a definite difference in lap time. That was about 0.7 last time by. So with a few laps, we should see the 255 competition car, in theory, up behind the Gladius entry. And that's going to be another interesting fight to keep your eye on. Meanwhile, towards the front, of course, we've been speaking about Boothby versus Campanella for the last half an hour or so. They're essentially matching lap times at this point, with Boothby last time by 147.5, Campanella 147.6. So again, we're talking minor differences at this point. The gap down to just over 7 seconds, and going to be a very big ask if Campanella can get that down any more, especially with Boothby at the wheel. Looks like clear air for Boothby. Campanella's going to have a few cars in his way, and last time by 147.8 for Boothby, 148 flat for Campanella. So it's a bit of a tit for tat at the moment towards the front.
It is, and I think, you know, the headspaces of both those drivers is going to be very different at the minute. The number 44 is all about hunting down that 800, but George Boothby is just going to go, all I need to do is match. All I need to do is just match his time, where the 44 is going to be pushing and pushing and pushing to make that time up. The 800 almost, even though he's got that pressure of the chasing car, it's just going to go, all I need to do is match his times. And he might be able to, you know, only give 95%, or really just take a little bit off and focus on the consistency as opposed to really pushing the car in order to achieve that. We're still on with the 769 of Philip Brejta, still in this battle with the 123. There's not really much separating these guys, but where we're at in the championship, these points are everything for these guys at this stage, really setting off their back half of the season on the right foot. And I mean, I think Philip Brejta is going to be hungry for this, but it does seem like the Ferrari has just got some good legs on it. I think we would expect the Bentley to just absolutely ruin it in a straight line, but the Ferrari, I don't know if it's running a lot less downforce. He's got him covered into that first chicane, John, on a multiple occasions.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Of course, the Bentley receiving a BOP adjustment from last week, as we, of course, saw the Community Series. This time, Bentley down 19 kilos, as opposed to, I think it was in the 20s to the 30s last time. So very gifted for the Community Series, should we say, and adjusted for the Esports Series. Ferrari gaining 15 kilos here. So again, it's a bit of a tit-for-tat gain and loss on the BOP weight. So draws everybody closer together and makes it that all more important. Interesting thing I've just noticed, the fastest lap was with the 255 of course, 255 competition car in P4. I've just noticed Hutchinson in P10 for the Samantha Tan Esports car has somehow managed to set the fastest lap of the race. It's a 147.397 versus a 147.412. So we're talking very, very small margins in and amongst these lap times. However, doing that on, we don't know what the Samantha Tan car is doing. We've set up here in the booth. All the pit stop times look like full services. There's no stop that was slightly shorter to allude to the fact that they've done a double stint. So they could be on fresh tyres for their last stint, and they've somehow managed to bury the double stints in and amongst the middle of the race, like we'd expect to, as we see Herman Fry for the dynamic car making up a position on Bergold. That was down into the first chicane for the number 20 Ferrari. They'll be shuffled down the order, and just behind, of course, the number 55 looking to make up another position as well. Meanwhile, Brewster still behind Iverson in the 123 Ferrari. Just can't find that little edge over Iverson at this stage, and it looks like the Bentley certainly has better top end in the slipstream, but it just can't draw up fast enough. By the time they get to a braking zone, can't pull alongside the Ferrari to outbrake it. The Ferrari just has better pickup out of the corners, and the Bentley kind of gets its legs more towards the top end of the straight rather than the early stages. So again, it's a giant game of cat and mouse here, with each car having their own kind of strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, John, you're absolutely right. It seems like pressure at the minute just hasn't got an answer for the traction of that Ferrari and sort of that late top end speed. You know the Ferrari's going to have a better mix. It's going to be better on traction, most likely better on brakes. But we do expect the Bentley to be faster on the straight. So when we go through the Parabolica, he's just too far behind to make any real dent with that straight line power because of that mid corner, because of that late braking nature. And we can see that he's gaining here into the straight, but as we go into the braking of Parabolica, we'll most likely see a little bit of close up. The Ferrari gap a little bit, so there's the close up. The Ferrari on exit will start to clear, as we see now, and then we'll see the straight line speed of the Bentley come through. But by that time, the damage is already done. He hasn't got enough of a dent to really make that slipstream effective.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You know, he can gain down the straight, but again, he's not close enough to kind of put a move on.
Well, we say that, but he's close now.
Turn one. We do. We say that. Brewster is closing up, although still not close enough to get the overlap and drag himself alongside. Maybe Brewster is just praying for that mistake to happen. He knows that if he gets past Iverson, it's still 13 seconds to get to the Lamborghini. So the 769 playing it conservative, playing it a bit safe, and maybe just trying to feel out the 123, and when the move happens, it so happens, as we see Hutchinson coming into contact with the number 32 Coach Dave Academy car of Pertile. Pertile having to straight line the second half of the chicane with contact made, and Hutchinson's going to be using the grunt of the Mustang to try and draw back up to the rear of that Ferrari once again. Pertile goes defensive into the second chicane, the last of the late breakers. Hutchinson towards the outside. I think Pertile has just about managed to get this one closed up in time, and the Mustang really unfazed by those anti-cut curbs, and the Ferrari nowhere near them as they bound through the second chicane towards Lesmo 1. And I think this is just delaying the inevitable with the speed that we've seen out of the Mustang. Of course, the fastest lap of the race currently going to Hutchinson. That car is, you know, turned up to 11 right now, Callum, and I think it's only a matter of time before Hutchinson gets through Pertile.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, and I tell you what, I'm absolutely retiring from ever predicting whether a car is on fresh tyres or not, because we've clearly got this wrong. A lovely move into Ascari, You don't see them very often, especially something that's rear limited and needs the power to get out of the corner, but the 38 has got it done. He's going to use his legs into the Parabolica, most likely extend that onto the main straight into T1. A wonderful move. You are absolutely right, John. That was the inevitable. The pace of this number 38 car is insane at the minute. I got a little bit lost for words. We're back on board with Brewster in the fight with Iverson. It seems like very much a deja vu from the last lap. Could have got the overlap, but he might have just lifted thought of a better day. He's got 24 minutes to make this move. He knows he can't chase up to P6 in that time because of the gap. Maybe he's just being a little bit patient, not wanting to make too many mistakes, knowing that if if him and Iverson get into contact at this stage, they could be into the clutches of Iverson and actually both lose positions. They may be waiting for the last few laps of the race to make this move, in which case would be brilliant racecraft, brilliant thought from Brescia.
Maybe Phillips is trying to kind of, lull him into a false sense of security, thinking he hasn't got the pace to make a move. And then before you know it, in the dying stages, Iverson finds himself with a Bentley up the inside into one of the turns at Monza. Time will tell on that one. Towards the front, of course, we were talking earlier about Boothby and Campanella. The gap relatively stalemate now, 6.9 seconds to the good on that one. And we spoke earlier on as well about minimum drive times possibly being affected here, but that is for the community series, not for the esports series. So it's aimed to stop drivers, of course, in the community series pairing up with maybe an esports superstar and trampsing the competition, letting them drive 5 hours out of the 6, and then the amateur takes the final hour. So it's to avoid that, but no such rule set in the official rulebook, of course, for the 6-hour series esports side of things. So Boothby will be safe to go till the end, and Campanella again 6.8 seconds to the good. It's not really much of a gap. We did speak earlier on though about the Aston fight towards the front of the field between Felipe and the number 255 competition entry. That gap has come down something rotten. Within a second now is the 255 competition entry. So that's going to be the fight for the bottom step of the podium. That's going to net themselves even more points, as we said, towards the championship fight. And the difference in points is 67 for P3 versus 63 for P4. So, of course, that's going to be a move that Abdulaziz is going to want to try and fit in this session. A little bit of traffic ahead. I think that's maybe the dynamic motorsport car of Herman Fry. They've been racing in the carbon liveried Aston all afternoon. So again, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and hopefully it won't be a traffic deciding fight and we get to see the fight come out on the circuit with a move from one of these drivers, because this battle is hotting up now. 255 within slipstream range, under half a second to the back of the Gladius car just ahead. Makovkin 3.1 seconds to the good behind. So a nice empty rear view mirror there. You see the car dancing around under the dirty air of the Gladius car, and the 255 car a little bit wider, trying to carry more speed onto the straight to tuck in behind the Gladius car. And there is, of course, the slower car ahead that we've got to bear in mind coming into this first chicane, as the Gladius car tows over to the right-hand side. The 255 car pinches them all the way to the right. They said, you've picked that line, you can stay there. And a very late move for the 255. Way too late on the brakes, Callum. And that's going to have the gap reset now for the final 22 minutes or so. And the Gladius car disappearing into the distance. Makovkin now nearly under the rear wing of the 255 entry. And I think that could have been one of those moves that was, thought about a little bit more. Still 20 minutes on the clock. That was, that's going to be a good 8 laps at least, I would say, from this point. So there was no real rush for the 255 car, but they really wanted to get it done into turn 1.
Yeah, and I do fear that may be the podium slipped away from the 255's grasp. It just seemed like he lost a bit too much time there, maybe not a bit of confidence, and now he's in the clutches of the 138, albeit we know that the 255 has the pace over that car, but still 2.7 seconds in 20 minutes is, especially at this level, you can barely separate these drivers, is going to be a very, very big challenge. But as I was speaking, we did see that the 769 tried to make a move into the second chicane on the 123, but couldn't make it stick. But the 123 has gone wide out of the second Lesmo. They're now side by side going into Ascari. Has the Bentley got the legs to get the overlap on the outside? Brescia thinks better of it. Sorry, he thinks better of it again. I would say lives to fight another day, but he's thinking, I've got time. I've got breathing room. I know I'm quicker than this guy. I'll lift and I'll get him into T1 at some point.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think it was just a kind of move to, put the wind up Iverson on the 123, knowing that the Bentley can pull alongside. Meanwhile, the number 55 towing up to the back of the number 20 down the main straight. The Aston looking very good in the slipstream. And last of the late breakers, I think the Veloce 55 up another position into P17. Bergold drops to P18, but still inside the top 20, and Delfante at 6 seconds off the back of that car. So it's all about nursing its way through to the end, and again, not delaying the inevitable. Meanwhile, Bracelet pulls out once again towards turn 1, shows his nose, but pulls back in behind Iverson in the 123, and they'll follow each other once again through the first chicane. Hutchinson 15.8 seconds behind these guys, so again, I don't think that's going to be a fight phasing all too much for Bracelet. He's just going to want to try and get through to the end on that one. Again, the gap ahead to the number 6 VSR car it's too big to catch realistically, 13.5 seconds, so there's no real hurry for the number 769 to gain a position here. Boothby still out front, 6.8 seconds to the good. Felipe 24 seconds off the back of Campanella, and the number 255 2.1 seconds now to the good off the back of the Gladius car. So going to be a bit of a big ask to try and get that car up behind once again to try and take the bottom step of the podium away. McCovkin again not assaulting the 255 car, holds their position in P5 with a big gap back to the number 6 VSR entry, 9.3 seconds on that one. So gaps pretty much now, Callum, I would say have kind of solidified. The drivers are settled, of course, into the latter half of their stint, and I think unless a big mistake happens or the inevitable happens of some kind of failure, I think we're pretty much set towards the end of the race here. But the number 1 and the 996, this one is for position P26 overall right now.
Yep, still fights going on up and down the field, not only at the front. I did see that the 225 was still catching that 202, so my prediction that the podium was lost is probably very much wrong there. John, going back to a way earlier conversation almost 3 hours ago now, I told you I'd pick my livery at the end of the race. This is it, 100%. Other than the Rusties, I absolutely love this West Competition racing car. Racing BMW, I think the livery looks phenomenal as he chases down this 996. Lap traffic behind him in the Aston Martin, so he wants to navigate that correctly and fairly, but also not lose too much time on the 996. And how you navigate that, again, traffic management is so big in these races. In a normal race, we'd expect these guys to be doing the lapping because the West Competition racing is usually at the front of the field, but towards the end of the race, 17 minutes to go, there's still a lot to play for, and every point matters, especially for these teams who are fighting from the back. We need to make sure we're not dropping too many points on this round.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's all about, damage limitation. When you have a terrible start to the race and you get caught up in the, turn 1 incidents, or turn 2 as it was for us here today, or the second chicane, sorry, here at Monza. It's all about damage limitation, trying to fight back and just do what you can to minimize any further losses, turn the risk factor down a little bit, should we say, just to try and get those moves kind of stuck, avoid the eyes of the stewards getting involved in any any decisions that you may have during these battles, and just trying to find your way back to a good point scoring position. Although top 40 do get points, it does say may vary per race in small text next to it, so of course logically everyone here should score some kind of points. 31 cars still on the circuit, and I think we had around about 42 teams pre-qualifying at the beginning of this championship, although yellow flag out for the number 99, I think that was. That's Cirelli currently aboard that car. Let's have a look what happened here. Into the Ascari chicane we go, riding on board helmet cam, over the left curb, over the right curb, and the final left curb a little bit too much, straight off over the gravel, bounces on the exit of the gravel, and into the wall hard. I think that's the skid mark racing car, judging by the bonnet livery that we can see from the helmet cam. And an awkward Austin Powers 3-point turn for Cirelli gets him back underway and facing the right way, but that's not going to be worthy of a pit stop during this late stage. I think just going to want to carry the damage all the way to the checkered flag here, Callum.
Yeah, gutting for that team. We're into the last stint. Some positions you may be solidified if you're a little bit far away from the cars, or in what we could say the John Dalton zone, as it's called here on RCI, and all you're thinking about is just bringing the car home. So to make a mistake like that is fairly gutting. As we ride on board with the 255, John, I need to stop predicting things in races because I get them all wrong. If I say something in a race is happening, we may as well we may as well expect the opposite. And even to the point where early on I predicted the 44 to chase down the 800 in our YouTube chat. So we are aboard with the 255, who's having another go at the 202. He hopefully is going to be learning from the braking mistakes he succumbed to last time, and think better of it. He's going to probably be a bit more patient than he was previously, wait a few laps. He knows he has the pace. He's got 14 minutes to make the move. He knows that P2 is out of reach. I think similar to sort of Bresch's mentality here, going to be a bit more patient on this move.
Yeah, I'd like to agree there. I mean, 7 to 8 minutes of time loss for the 255 competition car before they found their way back towards the Gladius car. We see a couple of cars here tripping over each other. This is Martin Grady ahead in the Bentley in the number 799, riding on board with Naldi for the BF Racing entry. They were struggling earlier on in these hotter temperatures, and a dab of the brakes from the Ford alongside. That's number 24. They're all the way down in P30 currently, so nothing to do with this fight. They've kind of dusted their hands and released Naldi towards the back of Grady now. And Jesse Lee alluded that Martin Grady was a relatively nice chap, you know, very polite, very respectful, but in the dying stages of this race for P20, not sure Grady will be as nice as he was earlier on in the race. So Matteo Naldi, can he take another position away from Grady, or will it be the Bentley just inside the top 20? Meanwhile, Delfante has caught Bergold. We thought this would happen earlier on the MG ITJ setups car. They were quite a way off, I believe, Bergold earlier on, but nevertheless still up to the back. And up to the back is what the 255 competition car has done to Gladius. The traffic in between them of Frey and the 111 dynamic car stayed way out of the way of this fight, and you can see there Felipe towing the 255 down the main straight, trying to break the tow with very small steering inputs, but is only delaying the inevitable as the power of the slipstream is all too much here at Monza. The 255 car towards the outside. Can they make it stick this time? Parking it on the apex expertly of the second half of the chicane, and the 255 car up into the final step of the podium. Gladius slips down into P4. Felipe just no answer for the pace of the 255 entry, and let's catch a race replay of Delfante on Bergold, equally down into the first chicane. It's going to be a bit of a roles reversed here, so the inside for Delfante becomes the outside. The space was given from the 20, and that's two cars, two moves through the chicane that we've seen cleanly in the dying stages of this race, and I think the 255 timed that one perfectly, as did the number 179, Callum.
Yeah, two moves, four drivers there, and absolutely textbook from both overtaking maneuvers. I think a perfect demonstration on how much space needs to be left on both sides there, but giving that just that extra bit of, not making it easy, but leaving the correct amount of space. Two brilliant moves and a well-deserved P3 and P18 for the respective drivers. Will we see the same from Philip Bregster as he's impatiently sitting behind the Ferrari of Iverson? I think we will. I think we're confident that, you know, we will see that move in the dying stages. But with 11 minutes to go, no real massive battles happening up and down the field. The 27 close to the 799. It does look like we're all set. Campanella just hasn't had an answer for Booth B. They're still sitting in that 7-second mark, all lapping roughly the same time. Campanella might nab two tenths there, but then George Boothby gets 2 tenths on the way back. It's been a phenomenal race, which I'm quite sad to see go as we enter sort of the dying minutes here, John.
Yes, dying minutes indeed. Under 11 minutes to go now. That's only a few more laps that Boothby has to circulate around. Campanella, no real answer for the pace of
this is
the
the one.
Veloce number 800. This could be the one indeed for Philippe Bregster on Iverson. Pitches him to the inside. The overlap is there this time by last of the late breakers. Can the Bentley get it done? The long way around becomes the inside for the second half. There's a bit of a contact, a bit of a bump, and Bregster unfortunately has to bail out of the move there with with the contact being alongside, but it looks like he's got the run through the Curva Grande. Can he get alongside before the second chicane? I think there's a sniff of a Bentley diffuser just ahead of the rear of the
Side by
Ferrari,
side.
being pinched to the inside. Last of the late breakers once again. Can Iverson get it drawn up in time? The Bentley avoiding the anti-cut curbs, does the old up and under that we saw earlier on, getting the better run towards Lesmo. One is Philip Brewster in the 769, gets the inside line for Lesmo. One blocks the Ferrari off.
Another
Although the Ferrari looks like he might have the switchback coming into Lesmo. Two tucking back in very sensibly, I think, Iverson there, and that's released Brewster. But I don't think this fight's over yet. I think Iverson still wants this position off the number 769 RCI Bentley.
He does indeed. As we go into Ascari, is he going to go up the side? Last of the late breakers. We know the Ferrari's good on braking. I don't think he can make it, and now we do expect the Bentley just to sort of run away with it with the grunt on that, unless the number 1, 2, 3 of Iverson can get a better run coming out of the Parabolica. We know how good that car is under braking and under traction, but wow, what a sequence of corners side by side into the first chicane, side by side into the second chicane. Amazing driving from the both. How long the car is under braking, that's absolutely outrageous from the Ferrari to close up that much under the braking zone, and he is in the slipstream. This could live onto the next lap into the first chicane. I do think the Ferrari might just run a tiny bit out of steam. I know the Ferrari is still strong on straight line pace, but the Bentley is just that slight bit stronger. The Boatley, as they call it, a mammoth down the straight, but quite a hard beast to tame in the corners. The double switchback, John, coming out of the second chicane, and then Iverson going for the switchback, going through the first Lesmo into the second Lesmo. What a move there for the highlight reel.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's certainly one to watch back and clip for the memories. And exactly what we try and provide here at RCI is good racing by getting all these drivers together. And it certainly made for some fantastic broadcasting for this afternoon. Of course, Jesse Lee and Matt Malcolm kicking you off. Myself, John Dalton, and Callum Kerrigan taking you through to the checkered flag with our broadcaster, Benjamin Holman, putting in a massive stint all afternoon, bringing you the pictures. And of course, not forgetting our live stewards have been casting their eyes over all the antics this afternoon. It's been relatively quiet over in the stewards box. We've had nothing for the last half an hour. The last thing we had was a warning for the car number 39 for leaving the track and gaining an advantage, but position return, so no penalty there. That was the number 39, I think, when they took avoiding action into the second chicane. Not so long ago, we did catch that one. Meanwhile, Naudi pinching Grady towards the inside of the Parabolica. Naudi's going to have to go the long way around. There's no real grip on the outside as the cambered nature of the road sucks the car through the inside line, and Naudi now has to tuck in towards the back of Martin Grady. We know both of these cars are very good in a straight line. Callum, can the grunt of the Mustang or the Bentley prevail as they head down into turn one? Grady relatively defensive, holding the inside line, covering it off, not giving Naudi an inch, having to go the long way around and covering off the apex beautifully. But in the background, we've got Iverson now attempting another move on Brewster in the number 769. Be very careful on corner exit, because that's where drivers start to wander into each other, and that forces cars off into the gravel. So two RCI Bentleys, two battles going on at the moment, both for position as well. So Naudi tries the outside into the second chicane. Can he do the old up and under? He's using lots of anti-cut curb every lap. It's a good exit, but not as good as Grady, covering off the inside momentarily, but then pulling back over to the right hand side. So two battles still remaining on the circuit, just over 6 minutes to go here. And, you know, you can't even call this one. It could be Grady, it could be Naudi. I say it could be Iverson, and it could be Brewster. Who will prevail? Byersam says, I'd like the RCI cars to prevail, but I know that doesn't always happen here at RCI.
And if this battle between Grady and Naldi keeps going on, the other Bentley and Iverson are going to catch up, and then there's going to be blue flags into the mix. So with only 6 minutes to go, there's still some action on the table. The RCI Bentleys doing their role of keeping it interesting right to the checker flag. That Ferrari is looking dangerously close to Philip Brewster right now. We saw him take the run into the final into the first corner last lap. That because he had such a good exit from Parabolica, I presume, and it looks like he's trying to set that up again and get side by side. So coming out of the Parabolica, it looks like the Bentley does have quite a substantial gap here. Got a brilliant exit out of the Parabolica. I do think Iverson can't quite make it from this distance. If he does, and we get a braking maneuver like the Brabham car, where he somehow makes the apex even with that late braking, then I'll consider myself once again in this race wrong, John. But yeah, we've got some blue flags that could come into the mix, all from the RCI Bentleys, both battles for position, but this is going to the wire.
Yeah, I would say so indeed. This isn't going to be over until the checkered flag has dropped. And even in the background, Hutchinson has closed up 5 seconds in the last 15 minutes or so. He's not going to be close enough to, you know, capitalize on any more positions. But again, it'd be interesting to see how much that gap can come down from the Mustang in the number 38. Boothby still out front though, some 7 seconds to the good on Campanella from the last time by the 255 competition car. Not close enough, of course, to make another step on the podium, but although they have gapped the 202 Gladius car by 1.4 seconds, so that gap is opening up towards the end now. Makovkin does find himself behind the 202, but not close enough at the moment. That's 2.1 seconds to the good, and then a big gap back to the VSR Lamborghini that we saw Makovkin, the CRT Pro car, battling with earlier on. Finn Zimbel at the wheel of that one, and then we've got a big gap back, 13.5 seconds nearly, to the fight we're seeing on our screens at the moment between Iverson and Bracer. Looking down into the Parabolica, although Ferrari not alongside enough. The Bentley gets the car stood up nicely into the apex and gets good drive off the corner, but equally the Ferrari with a good slipstream down the main straight. Big hole being punched in the air by that Bentley, and equally towards the front we've of course got Grady and Naldi still taking not taking lumps out of each other yet, but getting close to taking lumps out of each other as they head down towards turn 1. Naldi on the racing line, and again Iverson follows suit behind. So both drivers, Naldi and Iverson, sizing up their moves. I think they're running out of time there, Callum. They've only got a couple of laps to do so, as your race leader is currently coming down into Parabolica. There's going to be roughly 2 more laps once he crosses the line, and this, you know, running out of time for these guys stuck behind these Bentleys.
Yeah, these guys have got about 2.5 laps yet, and they've all been sizing moves out on each other, trying to figure each other out as to where the mistakes are going to fall. So I'm hoping we don't see any desperation moves, but hopefully like the good, clean racing that we've seen up to this point. But you know, it's final laps of the race. Some people can get ambitious, I'll say, into the final dying stages of the race, as we're actually found another close battle with the 111 and the 49, both in Aston Martins. So they're in equal machinery. Also got to navigate the blue flags of the 138 coming behind them. They're most likely both let them through on the chicane, but not wanting to lose out too much time as they're tucked right behind each other. I think the 138 has probably got to accept here. They're not going to let me through. They're side by side, but we shall see as they are now running side by side. The Aston just out dragging on the straight there. I don't know if that's a massive disparity in setups, but both of them seem to lift to let the 138 through. So a move done and the blue flag sort of obligatory pass through done all in one straightaway. That almost looked a bit too clean to be true, to be honest with you, John.
Yeah, almost flying formation going on right there. Somehow everybody has made that one work, as we see ahead the battle between Grady and Naldi, the back end of Naldi's car all the way over to the right hand side as Grady pulls him towards there, and Iverson equally in the wake of Bracester's car, and both fights still no move into the first chicane. And just going back to the fight with Frey and Congreto, Juventus is behind as well, and the number 55 Veloce Aston, they're within a second of that fight. So again, the number 55 Veloce car could see 2 positions gained here, which would be good for championship points. But it's all very well catching, as we keep saying. You do have to get past, as of course the race leader crosses the line with 1 lap to go. So for these guys, This one and one more, and they'll see the checkered flag. So the time is running out now to get your move done. The clock is under a minute to go, and your race leader is on the final lap. And you can see there the 55 pushing so hard to try and catch the G League entry behind Delfante in the 179. Isn't going to be close enough to get involved in this one, but 55 still can make up at least one position. I would say 2 is ambitious, Callum, but never say never. As a big slide from the G League car ahead out of the Parabolica. That's going to open the door for Tadas to go to driver's left, and the number 55 maybe chosen the wrong side of the road as they get down towards turn 1. They're going to be on the outside line for the first part, but can they convert it to the inside? Time will tell who's going to break later. Looks like Veloce's just about got the overlap, but G League towards the inside parks it perfectly on both apexes, and the position will stay as it is for now as the clock hits 0.
Wonderful piece of defending there from the number 49 Aston Martin. Made that mistake into Parabolica, but didn't let it affect him. Held his line stern. Outstanding sort of braking marker there. Held his place on the track. And will we see a similar thing into the second chicane there, side by side? A little bit of door banging to the 55. Make it stick there. Little bit of a check. Probably something for the stewards to look at there. Not as cleanly raced as we saw in the first chicane, so the 55 does get that move done as we ride now on board with the number 800. A little bit fortunate with lap 1, but he has absolutely dominated this race. Well, with 5 hours with George Boothby, 1 hour with Aidan Walsingham, a phenomenal performance and a win for the Veloce Esports team.
Yeah, fantastic drive from the number 800. George Boothby and Aidan Walsingham will take the top step of the podium. Unfortunately, Campanella could not do enough in the last stint. However, today and Zerbin will share the second step of the podium. The 255 competition car, again, a fantastic drive from those guys to get it back up to the bottom step of the podium. And Gladius, in theory, finishing just behind them. But this battle not over yet. Delfante still wants to try and make a move up, but I don't think it's going to happen with the run towards the line for Congreto. Although, looks like Congreto's gone a bit too deep in Parabolica, and it's a straight drag race to the line. I think Delfante's just about taken it. It's a very small margin, 0.010 separate those guys and back towards the Bentley train that is. Naldi hasn't been able to get past Grady, and equally Iverson hasn't been able to get past Bracester. They will cross the line to take the checkered flag in their retrospective orders as well, and that's been another fantastic fight to follow all the way towards the end. Of course, Hutchinson in the number 38 Samantha Tankar, they're next across the line, followed by the number 46, I believe, if the track map is to be correct. Jack Humble for Sky Simsport. It's almost a 1-to-1 with the last week's race. Again, they finished around about the top 10, and the number 47 will come across the line to take the checkered flag. And Ren Velton have managed to finish at least one car from today's troubles and tribulations. Leon Burnt will come across the line to take P12 overall for those guys. And the last car to cross the line, the number 25, will round out the race result. And of course, pending any further stewards' inquiries, your final results currently on the screen at the moment. So George Boothby, Aidan Walsingham, your top step of the podium today, followed by Campanella today and Zerbin for the Visceral number 44 car, and Abdulaze and Minar finishing your podium out there. And Callum, we only saw half of the race, of course, Jesse and Matthew Malcolm taking you through the first half of the race, but you know, fantastic fights that we've seen up and down the grid. We've seen moves that we wouldn't normally expect to see. We've seen very ambitious, very brave moves at times, and some strategy sprinkled in as well with the mixed tire sets. Of course, 6 hours, 4 sets of tires. You don't need to do the maths, but that means 2 double stints, and each driver has been in the same boat today with the soaring track temperatures that are now dropping off. We're down to 39 degrees, where we hit a peak of 40 today. So that's, you know, absurd, especially for December in Italy.
39 degrees is practically freezing compared to what it was earlier, John. But you're absolutely right. It's been an unbelievable race, not only to, you know, be a part of and to witness and to commentate over, but I presume every driver there, especially in the top packs, have just really enjoyed that one. Big shout out to the top 3. The 800 had one of the most dominant and most consistent performances I think I've seen. The 44 kept them honest. Those last two stints, they were hunting them down. A 2:55 to come from the back of the field after an incident in lap 1 to only be 34 seconds off the lead is absolutely phenomenal. They can all truly be proud of their performances today. I've just got a little note from the stewards, John. We've got a list here of everything we've had in terms of incidents. So we've had 8 racing incidents today, 4 NFAs, 8 warnings with 2 of those up to 5 seconds, 11 5 seconds, 8 10s, 1:15, 2 track limit warnings, a DT for speeding in the pit lane, 1 stop go 30, and 7 retirements that sadly have let us from the race. So those stats are actually quite low. Looking at those, I mean, other than the lap 1, lap 2 that we had there, it's been a display of some brilliant racing up and down the field.
Yeah, fantastic racing indeed. And bringing you the interviews today is Jesse Lee down in the pit lane. Jesse, I believe you've got our race winners with you.
Yeah, I sure do, John. We've got George Boothby and Aiden Walshingham here with us. Big winners today. Pulled it off. Just an absolutely brilliant display. So many different leaders early, guys. But you emerged as the pack leader and you held on to it for the rest of the race with brilliant strategy and some great driving. What do you attribute tonight's win from?
George's heavy lifting.
I think it was tough because Aiden had some issues with his pedal, so it meant that we couldn't fair trade the stints, and apparently he had to be pressed really hard to get his throttle to work. So his stint, he's gonna have a really strong right leg, but it meant that I had to obviously take over more of the stints, I guess, to compensate that, and it went really good. We had the pace, we kept it move, and it's very easy to make mistakes here that are very costly and time consuming, and we just managed to make the least amount of mistakes and bring it home.
Well, you've been around the top 10 this season, of course, but this is your first podium and you went ahead and celebrated it with a win. Obviously the championship is huge. We know that the championship leaders coming into today, they had their problems. So now it's pretty much anybody's game. You're part of that now. What do you think going forward? A couple of rounds left, a win under your belt. Why not you, right?
I reckon we could definitely spice things up. That's what we needed after last round. So I think we're super happy with that. I was very, like myself, I was very nervous going into the race because I hadn't driven the Ferrari in a while, and Aiden is just an awesome guy. He gave me the motivation and did a bit of practice. This happens. So, when you got good teammates, anything can happen.
Just fantastic. Sweet. Guys, anybody you want to say hello to, thank on behalf of tonight's win?
UPS for not delivering my new spring yet.
That's a first for us here. Go on, Aiden.
Well, I'd need my spring for my throttle. Otherwise, I'm using a broken spring. So, big ups UPS for not making it just yet. But I'm waiting on you. You can do it.
Then probably, Veloce, obviously. And I'll do a shout out to my wife because she's had to look after my daughter all day today. So I played to her, and I'll treat her to something nice tomorrow.
Absolutely love to hear it. Folks, your winners here at the 6 hours of Monza here on the RCI 6-hour Esports Series. Veloce, number 800, gets it done, winning it at Monza. Congratulations, Aiden Walshingham, George Boothby.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Back to you, John.
So as we get ready to set up the next interview, of course, a quick reminder to the RCI calendar, what's going down this week, although we are heading towards the holiday season. Monday, you can find us with a one-off last hurrah to the Monday gang with a Cup one-off featuring the 992 GT3, Lamborghini Huracan, and the Ferrari 488 Challenge, throwing them all into one race at Valencia. Wednesdays is our iRacing slot, of course. BMW M2 CS at Oran Park. That's 2 fixed setup sprint races going on, 20 minutes apiece, and both of the content is included in the iRacing base subscription. And lastly, next week, Friday, we're heading for our first Le Mans Ultimate event. Sebring will play host to a 1-hour race featuring hypercars and LMGT3s as we race under the evening skies at the historical circuit. You can, of course, head on over to the website, racerci.com, and sign up anytime, day or night. And I believe, Jesse, you are ready for our P2 interview. It's the number 44 Visceral Esports Lamborghini.
That's right. We're down here with Visceral Esports, who put up a heck of a fight and swapped second and third place positions throughout the entire day. Guys, first of all, congratulations. It was very entertaining to watch, but ultimately you come out on top in P2. What was the key to that today?
I would say the key today was strategy. Obviously, we did a strategy that made the most sense to us at the start, and in endurances, 6 hours, 12 hours, doesn't matter. Usually, you don't end up realizing your plans as you started them. You always end up changing something, but today was rare convenience where that didn't occur. So being able to do the strategy perfectly with no complications in the way, so no damage, no errors by us. We've been very consistent. That was the key to getting P2.
That's absolutely well said. I mean, you've had flashes of brilliance this season, guys, but now you're back on it, the highest you've ever been, P2. It's a podium. Where do you go from here the last 2 rounds? Can you repeat this performance, and why not?
I mean, where do we go? I hope you won.
That's the right answer. That's the only answer.
Seriously, it's been a great race. I think it's the first time in the season where we was able to showcase our full potential. We've been very unlucky in the other rounds, especially Watkins. That was quite a shame. But yeah, this is finally one time where we was able to showcase our pace fully, and I hope we can do that again next month.
Absolutely love to hear it. Fabio, Fabrizio, you have anything you want to say?
No, nothing to
Yeah,
say.
nothing
Just a
else.
nice race.
Kevin
Yeah,
Toddy speaks
may-
for the speaks of the team.
May I say
Exactly.
something else?
Absolutely.
I want to thank everybody in the team. I want to thank especially Brand, because you cannot do it without a great team with you, and that's like, you never have to forget that it doesn't work without a solid team behind you, and that's what I have, and I'm glad to have that.
Absolutely.
We absolutely love to hear that, guys. Anybody else you want to thank?
No,
Nah, not
not really.
specifically.
Well, it's a P2 today. It could be a P1 in Spa in about a month's time. What a brilliant drive, excellent strategy, excellent pace throughout the entire day. Fabio Zerban, Fabrizio Campanella, and Kevin Toddy win P2, and they had to fight for it, folks, here today. Visceral Esports getting it done. Congratulations.
Very
See
much.
And from P2, I've snagged Philip Minar here for P3 for his team. He's going to represent the third step of the podium. And my gosh, Philip, what can we say about today's race for you guys? The early incident had to fight all the way back. You get all the way back to the podium. And on top of that, if you didn't already know, you're the championship leaders now. What do you think of that?
Yeah, just spoiler, guys. And yeah, we didn't even know that Rainwalton didn't even start. We didn't know that the entry list bugged. So we took this race pretty seriously at the start, and I tried to keep my nose clean at the start. Obviously, get first. It was a bit bodgy racing incident, at the start. And then obviously got tapped by the Ferrari. It is what it is. We moved on after that and just try to fall in line and push back. And that worked until I had that bit of a shocking rejoin, honestly. At the time, I thought I was clean, but it was a bit of a bad rejoin. So I felt really bad for about 2 or 3 laps. But yeah, we had damage the whole race, so it wasn't really easy, to be honest. Fighting back and looking at the strategy, but we somehow did it, and yeah, I think after we realized we were P1 in the standings, we took it really easy because I think we would have still kept a lead in the championships even if we finished like P15 or P14. So it was very smooth sailing till the end. Obviously, the podium would have been nice, but is nice now. But I told Abelatse that we can just take it easy. There's no rush for third or fourth or whatever. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
I mean, it was very fantastic for us to get to watch you guys drive it through the field. I imagine it was a bit more painstaking behind the wheel. What do you do in that case? You get set back, and of course, it's more about how you respond than what got you into the situation in the first place. But how do you remain calm in that situation and get all those positions back and get back to a podium?
You've just got to think about the long game. Like it's a 6-hour race. There's no point in giving up or getting upset at yourself or whoever caused an incident. There's still so much that can happen, and case in point, so much happened, and we got P3. So, yeah, I didn't really have much to say. All I did was just I put my head down and just pushed as hard as that I could, and it kind of bit me pretty hard in the second stint obviously on the same tire set. But overall, I think our pace was really strong at Aston, and Slava Abelatse was just on fire today, and yeah, I'm just really happy with today so far.
There you go, Philip. Anybody you want to say hello to or thank out there?
Well, first of all, my team and my teammate Abelatse, who's not here, obviously, he can't really speak a lot of English, so and our sponsors, Ghost Setups, Case King, ACC Drive, LFM, and everyone behind Life Motorsport, and of course my family watching and friends and people who just support us. It means a lot, and of course the people who made this race possible and the sponsors as well. So really, really thankful.
There you go. Well, it was a fight back to P3 today, but it was well worth it. They may have been P3 on the track, but they're P1 in the championship. 255 competition. Philip Minar and Abeladze leading your championship P3 today. How sweet it is. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, with that, we've just about run out of people to interview down here. John, take it away. Take us out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jesse. Good interviews from everyone involved. Thank you very much for giving us a little bit of your time after what is a very hard event indeed. 6 hours at Monza looks simple on the face of it. However, when you actually race it in a top-level esports competition, certainly not the easiest thing to get yourself stuck into. And of course, as Philip Minar, alluded to, big thank you to our partners. They've been revolving around in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. All broadcast, of course, AK Esports, a top provider of esports premium services and equipment. From everything you need to elevate your competitive gaming experience, all the way to providing our server solutions here at RCI. Go Setups, they need no introduction. I think everybody in the realm of ACC knows who they are by now. But again, another partner with us here at RCI. And very recently, dipping their toe also into Le Mans Ultimate. Moser Racing, again, everybody knows who they are in the realm of sim racing. We're thrilled to partner with them with an affiliate link, which you can find down below in the description. So if you are looking to pick up any hardware this season, be sure to do so via our link and sprinkle a few pennies into the RCI pot. And last but not least, of course, IMB Racewear, providing fully custom designs to allow sim and real life racers to make the impact they have always wanted in their apparel. Everything from gloves to socks to jackets, you can be sure that every piece is crafted with precision, style and performance in mind, giving racers the confidence to stand out on both on and off the track, and also, of course, providing some of the prizes for our community series and the esports series as well. We thank you very much indeed for that one. But it's time to say our goodbyes from the broadcasting booth. Of course, Jesse Lee, Matthew Malcolm, and Benjamin Harmon took you through the first half of the race. Myself and Callum Kerrigan, with the assistance of Benjamin Harmon, once again, a mammoth stint behind the cameras from him. And of course, all of our live stewards. We thank you very much for joining us for round 4 of the RCI 6-hour series. And we hope to see you again next month as we head to Spa for round 5. Take care.